Hello, everybody, and welcome along to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, for the final round of the 2019 Hankook 24-Hour Series European Championship. John Hindhaugh, Paul Trustwell in the broadcast centre, looking down on quite a busy grid, and people have been flooding in here since 9 o'clock this morning with an open grid walk starting now and several hundred people being allowed onto the grid. This will decide, this 24-hour race, which runs all the way through, it's a contiguous 24, will decide the championships for the European part of the 24H TCE Series and GT Series. We started, of course, in Dubai, the first race of the year in January. That was part of the Continents Championship. Mugello, Spa, Brno, Portimao, all behind us now. And here at Barcelona, the circuit that was begun to be built in 1991 and formed part of the Barcelona Olympics in 1992 with some of the cycling events here, will end off the European season, as I've mentioned. We'll then go for our season finale and the final of the Championship of Continents to the 24 Hours of COTA, Austin, Texas in the USA, 15th to 17th of November. It's a beautiful day here, as it has been all week. Many of the teams been here practicing since Wednesday. It's time to get serious. On the grid for the countdown to green, here's Shea Adam.
Hola, bienvenidos a la Circuita Barcelona, Catalunya. Welcome to Spain, everybody. It's the land of Spanish speakers, so why not celebrate in style? Also down here on the grid, in shorts, which is just fantastic for the weather. Expected to go up to 90 degrees today, 30 degrees Celsius for those of you who speak that language. But this car is the one that is on fire. It is the Barwell Lamborghini coming into this series, and Dennis Lind, the young Danish driver, who put the car on pole position. So let me dive in here with Dennis. Congratulations on your pole position. Now, I don't know how much 24-hour experience you have, but your uncle sure has a good amount. That would be Jan Magnussen. So what tips has he given you to help win 24-hour races?
Well, he's always been around, and he's always helping when I ask him for tips, still even now. But yeah, no, I have Dubai with you guys 1 month ago in Spa. That's it. But no, so far it's been going okay. But no, it's great to be here, great weather, great people. Good championship, great car. So I'm very happy.
What are you expecting from this 24-hour races? 3 other guys in the car with you. Should be a bit more laid back, perhaps, than Spa a month ago.
Well, we had 5 hours of break in the middle of the race because of weather, so we all had a good sleep. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit relaxed. Me and Patrick are going to do a lot of driving because we're in the pro class. We have 2 drivers with us who are just wanting to do 2 hours each. So we have 10 hours between us, so it's not going to be very relaxing, I think, but it's going to be a great experience. We're going to have a lot of cool racing. Hopefully we have some very strong competitors, so it will be a lot of fun.
Dennis, thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much.
What a nice young man. All right, let's come over to another nice young man, but this time in a Porsche. Klaus Bachler, with a very impressive performance for Herbeth Motorsport, put the car P2 on the grid. He's just having a little conversation. Do you mind if I interrupt really quickly? Sorry. Klaus, fantastic job in qualifying. What are you expecting for this 24-hour race?
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much. It's a long race. We are well prepared. The car is doing really good. We have a plan, and hopefully the plan will pay off in the end.
Out-qualified the sister car, which was in the pro category. Did you give them any grief last night? Make fun of them at all?
I mean, Sven did also a good job. He just was a bit unlucky with his fastest lap because this got cancelled. Otherwise, we would also be there up in the front. So they are for sure fast and they have a good lineup. In the end, I think they can also fight for the overall win.
It's an advantage to have a sister car. You guys can do different strategies and see which one works. You can help each other out. Are you allowed to fight for the overall win with them if it comes down to the last hour?
For sure. I mean, we drive also our own race, so we are allowed to fight for the overall win if we have the chance. It's always an advantage because you can share the data, but it's not, in the end, you look for the best strategy for both cars. And so in the end, it's not that you say, okay, one car is doing a complete opposite strategy, just because you want to be sure that something will pay off. But in the end, you can just get a lot of more data and learn from each other.
Klaus, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Always like talking to Klaus Bachler, Porsche factory driver, of course. There's a lot of pictures being taken on the grid. Got to hustle back a little bit. We find the best of our Audis on the second row. And it is a series staple, the number 34 car collection. We always find on the grid, Gustav Edelhoff being a cameraman for the moment. Gonna see if I can dive in and interrupt. That's a good picture you've taken, Gustav. Are you ready for another 24-hour race today?
Sure. Sure, I'm ready for another 20-hour race because I have birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday to you. You get to share a race car with your son Max as well. How is it driving with Max?
Oh, it's beautiful. It was always a dream for me to drive together with my son on the same car, and that he is much faster than I. It's also okay because he is a younger one.
It's only age. It's only age. Happy birthday to you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Very nice to dive in with Gustav. Always a happy man. Over next to them is the GPX Racing Porsche. Although you can barely see them with all these fans on the grid. This is fantastic. Monschau Racing is running this GPX Porsche. They've got a lot of history here at this circuit as well. Gonna dive in here with Benji. We talked the other day, Benjamin Goeth, by the way. It was practice. Now it's on the grid before a 24-hour race. How are the nerves?
A little bit. I mean, I'm confident Jordan will take the start. I'm sure he'll do well, and I think we'll do well.
For you, though, Benjamin, this is a different situation because you're used to being the only driver in the car. Now you get to share it. How are you feeling about watching someone else take the start in the number 24 Porsche?
Yeah, it is different. I mean, it's my first 24-hour race in this car, which is exciting, and no, I'm happy to watch other people drive and then obviously drive myself. But I think everybody will do very well.
Last night, I saw you and Stewie Hall playing with a tennis ball, trying to get your reaction times up. How much does that actually help you before you get in the car?
I mean, I do lots of different warm-ups before I get into the car, and like just to get the blood rushing and reaction times working. For me, it helps a lot, so that's why I do it before every practice and race session.
Good luck and enjoy your first 24-hour.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Continuing down on the grid, it's such a wonderful thing to come to a Creventic race in Barcelona because there's people everywhere and they all are ready to stay for the long term. I mean, people have coolers, they're prepared to go and find something. Not seeing much sunscreen being applied, which is something a little bit atypical. Down by the Bohemia Energy Scuderia Praha Ferrari, this one really matters because they are the championship leaders. 5 wins in a row, and Joseph Kral is standing up here by his car. Joseph, welcome to Barcelona. This race 1 year ago was the last time you guys didn't win a championship of the continents. That's remarkable.
Yes, I have to say, surprisingly, we managed to have really great season. Even though I think that the car is not really the fastest for one lap pace. As you can see, we are starting P5, which is a little bit behind our expectations. But anyway, the race is really long, 24-hour race. Especially here with so many cars with the heat, it will be really difficult. So hopefully everything stays in one piece and we bring it home. And once we bring it home, I believe the result will be good.
Well, yeah, that's the way it's been all year because even if qualifying hasn't gone well, Matteo on the start, he's just crazy. He's an animal, so he makes up the positions. But how hard is it for you guys for this race, balance going after the win as opposed to going after the championship?
Well, the pressure is there. We just need to do the same what we did before because, as you said, it was pretty successful, and I think all the team feels it that the car has the pace. We have the rhythm. We know how to do it. We keep still the same drivers, same rotation. So basically, everything is as it was before. We keep it same, and hopefully the result will be same. But you never know, really. I just hope that we have enough luck what we had before, because if we had luck, the preparations were 100%. So hopefully it will be same.
In Brno, conditions were very hot. The car reacted differently than was expected, still came home with the win. What did you guys learn, particularly with the Hankooks at Brno, that will help you today?
Well, you know, every racetrack is different, so it's difficult really to say that we learned something from Brno, but I believe that we did a really good testing program during the free practices here and during the free sessions. So we have quite good experience already after that many years spent here in a 24-hour series. So I think the understanding of the car is quite good. So hopefully we put it together today.
Good luck, Joseph.
Thank you.
Could be talking to a future champion right there as he is looking for the 2019 Championship of the Continents. Continuing back down the grid again, we've got the Wochenspiegel Ferrari. They are new to this series, and I don't see any of the championship drivers around. Oh, Pierre Kaffer, an Audi driver who's standing by their car. I'll jump in with Pierre really quick. You've been to a lot of races over the years. Have you ever seen a grid like this?
Yeah, it's really nice that Creventic is growing the last couple of years and especially this year, so I'm happy to be back here in the Creventic series. Even if it's a guest start for me, I'm really looking forward for my Audi R8 car collection car.
5 drivers in the car, but I'm expecting to see your name on the timing screen a lot. How much are you going to be driving the Audi?
Oh, well, I think there's a limitation of 8 hours here in this championship for me, for my personal stint. So it will not be more than that. And honestly, in a heat like this, it's quite physical. So it's good that we have 5 drivers.
Pierre, welcome and good luck.
Thanks.
Love chatting to that guy. He's always so happy coming down to the Fricadelli Porsche, another one that is new to the championship. And Felipe Fernandez Lesser is somebody who actually has experience in this championship. We talked with him briefly last night before he was about to get in the car. Felipe, welcome to the grid. It's a little bit different than Circuit of the Americas, being here in Barcelona. Everything with the car running well after night practice?
Yeah, as I told you yesterday, we have still some things to solve, but I think we had quite a successful night with all the analysis, and I'm looking forward.
How is the team adapting to the different regulations and the feel of different tires on the car?
Well, I mean, it's always at the beginning, it's not easy. New tire, this is a big change, but they did a proper job, so I think really looking forward, as I told you.
What's going to be the hardest part about this race?
Actually, I think the starting procedure. I mean, it's quite hot. We have to survive the first 5 hours, I guess. It's tire management and all the things, and then I think it will getting easier for us.
Good luck today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, you've heard from some of the drivers. Let's find out a little bit more about this beautiful circuit. Barcelona
Been running here since 1992, just over 4.6 kilometres, 2.8393 miles. 1 and 2 down to the 100 metre boards, down to second gear, then accelerating up third, 4 through turn 3, little brow of the hill as you go through into turn 4. In third, maybe down to second in the middle of Repsol. Downhill braking area at turn 5, which doesn't really help you. Then hard on the throttle through 6, down that middle straight area. 7, take a nice late turn in, try and straighten out 8, and then set the car up for 9. Again, over the top of the brow, need to be a bit closer to the apex than possibly you think. Hardest braking area on the track is down at 10. You almost come right back on yourself. Short shift from first or second to up to third. Holding third round 12. Turn in, hammer the curb at 13, even though it's an endurance race. And then through the RACC chicane, setting yourself up for turn 16. But that slow chicane means you're accelerating all the way through that final corner, and that's going to happen about once every 2 minutes in the next 24 hours. If you're just joining us, welcome along. We're live trackside at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and down on the grid is Shea Adam, who's making her way back to the pole position in the second of the 2 races that is part of this 24-hour contest, and that's the TCE series. And perhaps a little surprisingly, it's not a TCR car that has pole position, Shea.
No, it is not. It is a BMW, the Munkhoff BMW, and Eric von der Munkhoff, the starting driver of this car, team owner, he's going to be handling the responsibilities. Eric, you get to start the race from pole position. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Also a little bit nervous. It's good to feel a little bit nervous, but anyway, it's good to start from pole position. So we are happy, and hope we will finally end it in 24 hours.
It will be a split start for the first time in this series, so you'll have a clear view into turn 1. What's that going to be like?
Yeah, one of our drivers, the youngest one, he drove a very fast time, so we are lucky. It's a bit of like a little bit. He was testing 2 weeks ago, also here with another car, so we practiced a lot of. So anyway, he had a fast time, and we are on a pole, so we are lucky.
We will let you finish getting ready. Good luck today.
What did you say?
We'll let you finish putting your helmet on and getting ready. Good luck. He's ready to go. On the outside pole, it is KTM being represented by car number 224. And Peter Lisa is standing around. Hello, Peter. Do you mind an interview? No. No English? Okay, he's pointing me back to another driver. So let me come in here. Hello. What's your name?
My name is Eric Anis.
Eric, nice to meet you. I'm Shay. Starting from the outside pole position, what are you expecting for this race today?
Yeah, I expect it will be quite tough from the beginning because the traffic will be high, I think. But after a couple of laps, it should be okay. So I will try to avoid any contact and stay on the track on the best position.
What sort of advice have you been given as the starting driver?
To stay on the track, to do not make any mistake, to just keep the rhythm and to avoid any kind of possibility to take any penalties and keep the constant.
Now, your cars have a unique way for the pit stop where the whole front opens up. Does that make it cooler when you first get into the car than a normal race car?
I think it's just cool for the spectator, but for the driver, it's like normal way how to get in and how to get out. We don't have doors, so it's something special. It's good looking, so at least from this point it's good.
Eric, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
What a nice young man. He has to go get ready as well because the time is rapidly approaching for the start to be taken. Now, car number 188, this is part of the TCR Championship. They are second in class, but the drivers are leading the points. So they're going to be starting second in class. The pole position in this category going to the Volkswagen, number 112, just across the way, the Wolf Power car. They've been having some issues over the course of the weekend, both 112 and 114, but they are going to be starting line astern. Now, we've got some interesting names on the 188, and I wanted to point that out because it's James Kay and Stefan Perrin who are going for the championship, but the last one on here, Tom Boonen, he's a professional cyclist. The top name on there, Vincent Rademacher, he's a professional touring car racer, so it's a good lineup for the Audi. Nobody else standing around by their car for a chat. Let's go over to the pole car, see if we can find one of their drivers as people are being encouraged to leave the grid. Not seeing any of their drivers around from the pole. And further back, drivers are being encouraged to get in their cars and then clear the grid. Alrighty, I think it's about time to clear the grid, and honestly can tell that because I'm in the sunshine now. When we started this, every car and every driver was in the shade. Sun's starting to move over. It's going to be getting warmer and warmer down here. Race engines are going to fire up, and then we're going to go green.
Thank you, Shay Adam, down on the pit lane. She's absolutely right, of course. The grandstand here puts the whole of the start grid in the shade for about another maybe 40 minutes till the sun comes over the top. Well, you've seen Shay with the 3-minute board going up with the drivers. Let's just remind you how they will start up. Herbeth Motorsport and Barwell on the front row. Barwell taking that pole position. Eric Lint doing the job with a 146.5. GPX is that Gulf-coloured Porsche run by the local team, Monschau, who have winning provenance at this circuit. Car Collection will join them with the 34 car. That's the more standard colour 34. That's the blue and white Car Collection machine. Then it's Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha going for the championships from 5th position. Watch out for Matteo Malacelli in the braking area for turns 1 and 2. He is a demon starter. Hoffer Racing alongside them in the number 10 AMG. Then it's the Wochenspiegel team Monschau car. Those guys new to the championship this year, coming across from VLN, and they've put up a decent decent season so far. They've got the 91 Herbert car, always good in the longer races, the Herbert car, but no longer just a plain white Porsche. That's got a bit of colour on it this weekend. Fricatelli, brand new this race. That's the Sabine Schmidt and Klaus Abelin machine, the 31 car. Sabine not driving, but I think she is here. Somebody said that they'd seen Sabine over the weekend. The 31 car, the red and white Porsche on the inside of the fifth row with the 88 car collection motorsport. That's the bright Opel Fruit orange car. CP Racing, the 85 car, still in with a chance of the championship. That's the red, white and blue, predominantly white. The American entered car with the AMG GT3, of course. Then the Vortex V8 is on its class pole for SPX. That's the blue car with the marvellous rumbling V8, the 701. True Racing are next up. That's the inside of row number 7, and Co Oyster Racing alongside with the Mark Coupe, the Mark II car. Very pretty machine, 717, and have got the owner and originator of the Mark cars concern, all from Australia, to take a turn in the car. True Racing 217 shares with Team Webheads. Team Webheads on pole for their class, which is the Porsche 991 category. The 902 car, Tom Dillman added to that car fairly late on this weekend, or this week should I say, and put the car on pole ahead of the number 911 of Porsche Lorient Racing, the Race Union by MRS GT, and the 912 from Porsche Lorient Racing, as well as the 970. They're all in the 911 class, but only the 902, the pole position car, is a Gen 1 of those 991 Cup cars. So that's the top 20 for GT. Just outside the top 20, Speed Lover and Team Clickverse are on row number 11. Row 12, Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, the number 50 car. That sits... that's the BMW, of course, the GT4 pole sitting car. Alongside them, Pro Sport Performance, Zorg Rennsport and Nordschleifer Racing. Nordschleifer Racing, the new name for Team Ultran. That's the 526 car. And Orchid Racing Team in 27th with Equipe Fischer, who have not turned a wheel in anger. They did do some of the test engine problems for the Renault, but the car is on the grid. That's the GTs. Let's run into the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Series, who will start behind a different safety car, and there will be a gap. And it's Munkoff Racing with BMW GTR. There was definitely a second safety car behind, so there will be a split start here. Munkoff Racing, the BMW, RTR Projects, the number 224 KTM Crossbow. Then Ben Leuchter in the Autorama Motorsport by VW. That's the 112 VW Golf. That's the TCR pole sitter. Alongside them, second and leading the championship, Vincent Rademacher and the AC Motorsport Audi. That's the 188 car. And if we rattle down through there, the SP3 third position cars, Tommy Lagerson in the 345 Perfection Racing Europe Ginetta. That's down in 9th position in TCE series. And the A3 battle, SP3 rather, is... the fourth position is one car to note because that's a brand new entry, PR&V Porsche Cayman. And then the A3s down at the back of the field was a fabulous battle for their pole position, but it went to Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport, the 869 BMW ahead of Synchro and Paul Sayers in the Fun-M Motorsport BMW. Synchro trying to improve their championship position and go for the overall TCE championship here this weekend. If they can do it, we'll keep you up to date with points positions as we get into the important parts of the race. That's how they all line up. There's quite a few people on top of the grid building at the moment, but there is a car being pushed down to the grid. Is that the Ginetta?
It's one of the GT cars. I think it's a Porsche from the 991 class.
Oh no, you're right. It is. It is the 911. That's the Lorient's car. Yeah. That was the second place car in the Porsche 991 Cup class. Now we've seen this happen before. It's going to get downhill in a moment. They'll probably push it into the pit lane to the driver's right if he can't get it started. The lights are flashing, so he's got some kind of electrical power there. He's been told, get out of the way.
Yeah, he did get it off the line. The car got off the line under its own power, but it then, as the point where you would think it's going from first to second, it just didn't, and it was then just rolling, and that's why they've had to push it off.
We got a good selection of onboard cameras for those of you watching the stream. No blocks, no breaks around the world. We'll be keeping up to date with Synchro Motorsport. Alan James will start the 676 Honda. Really important race for he and Dan Wheeler for the championship. And Matt Neal, British touring car multiple champion, has been drafted in. In TCR, who else could it be but Red Camel, Jordans.NL, the 101 bright orange Seat. Harry Hilders will start that car. The 112, that's the VW Golf. That car starting right at the sharp end of its category. That's the Autorama machine, and that car is also carrying one of our cameras. Coming through to the end of the first formation lap. Also with the camera on board will be Team Webheads, the pole position 991 Cup class, which is currently driven by Tom Dillman. Andreas Gulden has the Race Union by MRS GT car underneath him as he comes round to the start of the race. 216, Laura Kreiheimer is starting the KTM GTX, and that's an interesting car. That's running the 5-cylinder engine. Real development car, this 5-cylinder engine potentially with the two true racing cars, 216 and 217, potentially in preparation for a GT2 700 horsepower car and a new road car from KTM. Moving up towards the front of the field, car collection number 34 is being started by Max Edelhoff in the Audi on the outside of row 2, and Matteo Malicelli in the Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha, the Ferrari 488 GT3. Watch him from the start in the number 11 car, leading their championship and the overall. He is known to be a fast starter. All right, take a deep breath, everybody. There's 24 hours on the clock. This might be your first time for a little while that you can take a full breath as we settle down in the sunshine. The crowd on top of the pit building, all craning their necks as the Porsche is pushed into the pit lane. Porsche Lorient will have some work to do, and they're going to lose track position and possibly the lead lap immediately. Consternation on the faces of the team as they've had to go to the end of the pit lane and bring it back. There's a decent smattering of spectators underneath us in the grandstand to drivers left. On drivers right, various team members, friends, family and spectators on the top of the pit building roof where the Formula One Paddock Club normally is. Beautiful day in Catalonia, the final round of the European Championship for the Hankook 24-hour series about to get underway, and we're live in sound and vision across the world. And here comes then Patrick Kujala for Barwell Motorsport. Moved back to Scandinavia but born in Spain. He used to live in Marbella. Really excited to be racing here. Mark Lemmer's team, a bit of a wild card entry. They've done a few races in Creventic and the Hankook 24-hour series this year. Very impressed with how they've attacked this, and I think they're pretty pleased with what they've done and how they've been treated here in the paddock. 5 red lights are on. 24 hours about to get underway. It's green, we're racing, and they charge off over the brow of the hill and down towards the first corner. The tight right-left flick. Kajala holds his pole position round the outer side. The Herbeth Motorsport number 93 car trying to make the move, and coming down the inside is Jordan Groger in the Porsche number 24, the Gulf-coloured car. Pretty clean start for the GT categories. The Vortex getting pushed back down the field, the car that was leading SPX, and I think Laura Kreiheimer had a run there to try and take the SPX lead. Meantime, here comes the TCE cars to the start line. They go across the line now, and the two SP3 cars, the BMW and the Crossbull there's a decent start as well. 188 comes round the outside. That's the championship leader. Vincent Rademacher goes forward, immediately goes past the SPX, and they're side by side, door mirror to door mirror for the two leading TCR cars, with Benjamin Luchter in the Autorama Motorsport Golf just slipping into second place in the TCE category. But the pole man, Eric van der Munkhoff, I don't think he looked very confident, to be honest, when Shea was talking to him about having to start the race after one of the younger drivers had planned it on pole position, but he's done an absolutely super start. And already a problem further up the field. The 917 of Richard Feller, the Orchid Racing Porsche, is off and in the gravel. But I've got to say, Paul Trustwell, Erik van der Munkhoff has done a great job there. As I say, it didn't look awfully confident, but he's pulled out 5 or 6 car lengths, as has Patrick Kajala at the head of the field as we come round to complete the lap.
Yes, and it was Matteo Manicelli, incidentally. I mean, he was trying to get up on the inside there, but he found his way through on the inside at turn 1, blocked by Jordan Groger, because Jordan was trying to do the same thing in the Porsche. So Manicelli coming through at the end of the first racing lap, still there in 5th place. In fact, actually, he's gone down to 6th place because he's lost out to Christian Frankenhout. No, sorry, in 5th place. Christian Frankenhout has gone up there in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, and there's been contact out on the circuit as well, I think, John.
Yeah, the number 50 Michael Fisher BMW, the Hoffa Racing car, that's got damage. Also, the Mark Cars Coupe was at the side of the circuit as well. That's the 717. That's Jim Briodi starting his 99th 24-hour race of his career. The 917, I think, has got going again, and that's got damage to the right front. Yes, it has. So dare we say that there's been some kind of BMW and Porsche contact there?
Has to have been, doesn't it, really? And the Vortex is in the pits as well, John.
Well, that had a slow start, Paul, right from the off. It lost the SPX lead going into turn 1. It just didn't seem to fire up properly and get down. 50 BMW is in the pit lane as well.
And that's a problem for them because they are one of the leading cars in the GT4 class, and certainly that was the pole position car in GT4. Torsten Kratz doing the driving of that car, and that's going to elevate, with that car coming into the pits, that's going to elevate Nico Verdonk's Aston Martin, the Pro Sport Performance car number 1, to the lead of the GT4 class.
No, it's the 50, not the 51.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, Kratz has gone through into the lead. This is the Hoffa car, and Shea Adam is down there. This is not a great start for Hoffa. We know what a great team they are, Shea, but they've got work early on at the right rear. Suspension damage, is it?
Massive suspension damage to the right rear of this car. The smell being emitted from the Hankook rubbing against the internal wheel arch is overpowering. This garage, by the way, next door to the 911 Porsche, the 911 championship leaders. As a matter of fact, that car has been pushed back into the garage even further than it was initially. They're having some sort of a gearbox issue. The driver has gotten out of the car, and it looks like he's going out the back. The car's on the hijacks. It's going to be here for a while.
Thank you, Shea. Manicelli then trying to recover. Didn't have the start that he perhaps might have expected. He has gone up a position. He's in 4th now behind Jordan Groger in that GPX racing car. Good news if you're a fan of the Mark Cars Coupe, the second version of Mark Cars. And that car is rolling again. And we'll come round. I think it's already lost a lap, that 717 car. Oh, Manicelli, I think, is just driven into the back. If he wasn't, he was very close indeed on Jordan Groger as they were going through turn 5. My goodness me. Tried to go up the inside, came from a very long way back. The 917 is in the pits. That's got radiator damage to the right front. It's a lovely looking car as well, the Orchid Racing team. One of the Gen 2 machines, and it's leaking fluid. Leaking fluid, and one of the pit crew actually slipping over there, and Shea Adam is down there. I think it was more than just the radiator at the right front there, Shea.
Yep, broken right front suspension as well as the broken radiator, and there's some damage to the left front too. This car has been beaten up already.
Well, 24-hour race, Paul. What do you need to do in the first few hours? Keep your nose clean, bring the car back in without any scratches.
Exactly so, but you know, this is the kind of thing that always happens in racing, isn't it? And it's the perennial Achilles heel, if I can put it that way, of the 991 Porsche, where the radiators are up at the front there, and yes, of course, you have to replace the radiator. There's suspension damage, as Shea describes as well. But often, with heat like this, even doing a lap with the radiator falling off will put a lot of extra temperature into the engine that you don't necessarily want. Manicelli getting very racy indeed, isn't he? They managed to get themselves ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes and Manicelli. ahead of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes and Christian Frankenhout, but Grogor and Malicelli having a good old battle there for third place, whilst Patrick Kiala is making his hay while the sun shines, very much sun shining. 4.5 seconds very nearly up the road has gone the Barwell Lamborghini.
Rather doing a Malicelli, and Malicelli this time at the spot last time around where I thought he was going to make contact with Jordan Groger, goes through and takes the position. That will put the bright red Bohemia Energy Racing Ferrari up into third position from fourth. So Jordan Groger clearly seeing what was going on. I don't think he fought that too hard at this early stage, as they head now through turn 9 at the top of the hill opposite us and down through the sunshine into the braking area at turn 10. So it's Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche for your top 7, and Malicelli will be flat out trying to catch Vincent Kolb for the 93 Herbert Motorsport. Now that's the AM car of the 2 Herbert cars, so leads the AM category, remember. And just a note from the organisers for next year, and we have seen some dates for next year. There's still 1 or 2 I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, so no press release quite yet. But next year, A6 Pro and AM will disappear, at least as classes. Oh my goodness, Malicelli was close, wasn't he? But he backed out of it. That was the lap before he took the third position. Yeah, A6 Pro and AM will disappear as classes. The cars will remain, and Creventic and the Hankook 24-hour series, Paul, are adopting the more globalised view of calling them GT3 Pro,
cars,
yeah,
so
GT3 Pro and AM, yeah?
It'll be GT3 cars rather than having to call them A6 cars. I mean, we get used to calling them, in SP9s if we're in the Nürburgring, but anyway, they're going to be called GT3 cars. Malicelli's certainly on a charge, and you said he was going to catch up with Vincent Kolb. Not only is he caught up with him, John, but he's trying to put the pass on him.
He's got the afterburners on in the Ferrari, and he's already caught the second place car. Unusual to see us talking about a Herbert car in bright colours, red, white and blue for the AM car. Second position at the moment from Vincent Kolb. He's had a smashing opening race, opening part of the race. Not as good as Patrick Kujala, who's 5.5 seconds away. Malicelli's just done a 48.6, which is the fastest lap of the race. But he's going to have to be careful here, because they certainly used their tyres at Brno. Oh my goodness, nearly runs into, that's the BMW with the interesting colours down the side.
Yes, that's the Fun M
of that car, the Fun M car, the 240M IM, and he was darting around. They now go by the Hoffa Racing car, which is back out of the pits, I think. So Alan Jims will be next to come. Cross the line then. Malicelli looking to the inside at turn number 1. Is he going to be super late on the brakes? He is. He'll get alongside. Has he got room to get in? He's forcing the issue. He's up on the curb on the right-hand side. Then he cuts across to the left. Must have just been Rue. Past Alan James in the 676 Honda Synchro car and through into turn number 3, over the top of the brow. Gets the car straightened up nice and early. Heads down to Repsol corner. The long 180-degree right-hander at turn 4. Classic overtaking manoeuvre there by Malicelli. And Jordan Groger was having a little think about it as well behind him in the Gulf-coloured car. So Malicelli now with a gap to the leader of 7.1 seconds when they cross the line. Write that down somewhere. You might want to write it in pencil, because I've got a feeling if you don't, you'll be crossing it out rather quickly. Although last time around, the leader did a 48.7, it was a 51.4 for Malicelli, 50.6 for Malicelli, excuse me. So Kujala not hanging about and extremely consistent. His best lap of 48.7, his last lap of 49.7 in traffic though, and traffic already beginning to play the part, as we have Vincent Kolb and Jordan Groger battling in the 2 Porsches. Behind them, it's the Herbert Motorsport 91 car coming through That's Sven Müller. And then he's just gone past Christian Frankenhout.
Yeah.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane watching the early problems for some of the starters, and we've still got at least one car in the pit lane, Shea.
We've got a couple still here. The Hopper BMW is still in the garage. It too was pushed further back as they fixed the suspension damage to the right rear of the car. I can tell my left from my right. The other car that just came in was the Mart Car Australia entered. Number 717, they came in, Jim Briotti taking brief service from the crew. It looked like they passed him a water bottle while they were doing some work on the right side of the car, but that too has now exited the pit lane. And just an update, the 911 Porsche in the category 991 still in the pit lane, but a lot of its body components lie under the car instead of attached to it.
Change of position between the change of position between the two Herbuth cars is Sven Müller, who was a little peaked yesterday when he lost his fastest lap, which would have put him on the front row at that time. But for track limits at turn 9, he's just gone past his teammate, so Müller now up into 3rd position. Patrick Kajala leads for Barwell Motorsport and the Lamborghini. 2nd, Matteo Malicelli chasing him down. Now the gap went out in traffic to 8 seconds exactly. It was 7.1, remember, I told you to write that down. Then it's Sven Müller. He's another couple of seconds further back, new into 3rd position. Malicelli flashing his headlights for the TCE cars ahead of him, but no fight from the 93 of Vincent Kolb, who has driven very sensibly in this early running. By the way, I did see a moment or two ago that we have got the Vortex running again, so that car is out of the pits and running again, although it has lost some time. Started on pole position on SP in SPX. Currently that's been led by the team clickfirst.de Porsche. Now that's one of the Monti Racing breathed on Porsches, that's why it's in the Cup class, and they've got about a couple of seconds on the SPX 2nd place True Racing KTM. Laura Kreiheimer making up position early on. Paul?
Yeah, just bearing in mind with Vincent Kolb in the 93 Herbert Porsche that he is the AM driver, or one of the AM drivers in that car. The 93 car starting in the A6 AM class. The only pro driver in the car is Klaus Bachler, and for whatever reason, Herbert electing to put Vincent Kolb in the car. Vincent more associated really with Audis and the Phoenix team, but having an outing with Herbert, I don't think he's driven for Herbert before, but enjoying himself. But as I say, very much more of an AM driver, and I think that's why he's been losing places, despite having been able to start up at the front of the grid, courtesy of the time that was done by Klaus Bachler in qualifying.
Max Edelhoff, I think, has just gone by Felipe Fernandez-Lazer. So that's the Car Collection Motorsport number 34, the blue and white car, ahead of the Wochenspiegel Ferrari. So that means a new 7th position car. Lots of overtaking opportunities whilst they're going through big groups of TCE, Touring Car Endurance Series cars that are having their own battles. By the way, TCE still being led, or now being led, should I say, by the RTM Project's KTM Crossbow. Not a great start for that car, but my goodness me, Eric Janis has got that car going. Actually, it wasn't Eric that started that car, was it? We had a quick chat with him. It's one of his teammates that was in that car. Benjamin Leuchter, 2nd place, is the first of the TCRs. That's the 112 Autorama. Then it's AC Motorsport. So what's happened to the... Oh, of course, we saw the BMW having problems. Eric van der Munkhoff, who had a great run in the 310, has now dropped down to 8th position in TCE and 3rd in SP3, because Tommy Lagerson in the Ginettas had a good start and he's pulled up to 5th position there. So the TCR car's starting to cycle forward in the TCE category, but it is that number 224 RTM Project. That's the KTM, what you might call the standard KTM Crossbow. That's the 4-cylinder car. The 2 True Racing cars, Laura Kreiheimer at the moment, having a bit of a battle for the lead in SPX as they go underneath us and down towards the first corner. Well, that is one of 2 True Racing cars, which is not a Crossbow. It looks like a Crossbow GT4, doesn't it? Yeah, it's not. It's a KTM GTX. Got to be careful about that, because that is a car that has distinctively different bodywork. It looks a bit bigger and wider and a bit meaner and nastier And it also has an unusual thrum to the engine notes because it's not a inline 4, it's an inline 5. The all Audi 5-cylinder unit that has been plugged into that car. And this, we heard from Laura over the weekend, that this is a development car for a couple of projects that KTM are working on at the moment. GT2 being one of them, perhaps. Just, you know, see.
Yeah, it was interesting what Brian McLeod was saying yesterday about more car.
Yes.
KTM, the GTX, very much more car. I was talking to one of the engineers down there, and he was stressing how much work has been done on that car. 8 months ago was when the blank sheet of paper started, and the whole of the engine, that the engine management system has all been written from scratch in the last 8 months.
For the KTM?
The engine management system. In the last 8 months. It had its rollout 2 weeks ago and its first race appearance here on track. So it's very much a test session for them, but testing in the heat, literally, of a race situation as well.
The heat of competition, yes.
Keeping fingers crossed that the reliability stays there for that KTM, as you say, a GTX, not a Crossbow.
And if I'm sure Alan Prosser, who is tuned in, hello Alan, good morning to you. As I presume you're back in the UK, so just after 11:15 there, just after 11:15 midday here, Central European time in Barcelona. If Alan can get a couple of decent screen grabs, one of the KTM Crossbow and then one of the so the 224 is what we might call the standard Crossbow, and the 216 or 217 are the KTM GTXs, and we'll see if we can get a screen grab and post that up from Alan, and I'll retweet it as @Spectainment. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, the Twitter handle is @RSL_studio. Josh Barrett says, with the talk of classes earlier and the new GT2 having AND classes heavily in mind, should we expect a GT2-esque class in Creventic next season? It's a fair question to ask.
If somebody puts an entry in, then we'll have it. I'm quite sure of that, John, because that's the way Creventic approach things.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you bring it, we'll find a class for it.
New fastest lap for Manducelli on that last lap. He was a little bit slower the previous lap. The gap had gone out a touch. He'd gone out to 6.8. It's now back down again to 6.3. But all credit to Chiala in the Lamborghini. He's not being caught by Manducelli. He's holding his own up there. That 7-second gap that you told us to write down hasn't really come down in the last 5 laps. We're currently on the 11th lap of the race. But yeah, the new fastest lap of the race then to Manducelli at 1:48.343. A little way from, certainly from pole position. Dennis Linden's time on pole position was a 1:46. Fastest lap of the race last year was by Jake Dennis, would you believe, in an R Motorsport Aston Martin. That was a 1:46.9, so we're a little bit away from that as well.
Bit hot, I would think, in the moment.
A, it's hot, and B, of course, they're still on a pretty full tank of fuel because they will have brimmed the cars absolutely to the top for the start of the race.
That's the GT part of the race here. There is another race going on, the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Series. Rick Yanis leads for KTM Crossbow. Benjamin Leichter is in second place for Autorama's Volkswagen. Then it's Vincent Rademacher for AC, and he's just gone by the Perfection Racing Ginetta. And then there's a great battle going on between 3 TCE cars, headed at the moment by Harry Hilders in the red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra. And I'm going to get that wrong. I'm at some stage, we're so used to seeing Harry driving for another Cupra team.
Yeah, Baz Cooten in the NKPP car. That car is actually in the back of the paddock.
Yes.
He was driving it earlier in the week. But as I say, both Harry Hilders and Guy Bessem have joined the Red Camel crew in that 101 car, which at the moment, as you say, John, is leading that tremendous little gaggle of TCR cars.
That's from third position down in TCR with the Autorama number 114 of Yannick Metzler behind him. Then Andy Buddy in the top car Sport with Baz Cooten behind them. And then the Munkhoff Racing, Eric van der Munkhoff, who started on pole position, starting to get back into his stride now. Now, not in the same class, obviously. He's third in SP3, but he's got an opportunity to have a little bit of a battle there, and anybody out on the track will love that.
In the pits has come the Renault RS01, the car that had the brand new engine fitted all day yesterday, and that car's also got the largest fuel tank in, I was going to say the largest fuel tank in the world, but it's got the largest fuel tank in the race, but they brought it in for a very early pit stop, so I can only imagine that that's come in for a little check after having its new engine installed. Although, having said that, they're going to push it back into the garage, I think. So the Renault number 29 having an early pit stop. Herbert Voss, the fastest driver in that team, being pushed back into the garage at the moment.
Engine problem with the Nismo V6 in the test earlier on in the week, and they didn't have a spare engine. They stripped out the old engine, took all the bits they thought they might need from it, and then waited for a new engine to arrive. Great scrap going on now as Vincent Rademacher has dragged his way up to second position in the TCE series, and this is the TCR class lead. This is Benjamin Leuchter and Vincent Rademacher, 112 Volkswagen, 188 AC Motorsport Audi. So the red, white and grey VW from the black, red and white Audi. On the same platform, of course, these cars, although different body styles. Audi electing to go for the 3-box shape with the boot rather than the hatchback. Has some aerodynamic advantages if you talk to people who are clever. All built by Jordi Jané's Seat Sport concern, who also do the Cupras as well, which shares the same platform in street cars as well as in road cars. So 3 different choices from the Volkswagen AG stable.
Never mind having a
together.
boot. I think putting Vincent Rademacher in it makes it go pretty
well,
much
there
quicker
is,
as well.
In fairness, Paul, that is a good point, well made and perfectly well presented. Yes.
Patrick Chiala opened up a little bit more of a gap on Malicelli that time, and there's a couple of back markers between the two leaders at the moment as well. So Chiala's last lap was 0.3 quicker than Malicelli, and as I say, on this lap, Malicelli's got to overtake a couple of cars as well that Chiala has already got himself by. Those two, though, are opening up the gap very quickly to the 3rd and 4th place cars. Sven Muller in 3rd is a further 9 seconds behind, and then, a further 3 seconds behind, and then 10 seconds behind Sven Muller is Jordan Groger with the GPX Porsche number 24.
And I'm sad to say, Paul, I think it's a longer job for the RS01. That's going up on the high jack stands in the pit lane, and the team rather resigned, I think, to doing a bit of work there. Early stages with still over 23 and a half hours to go. We're 24 minutes down as the leading cars now pushing their way through traffic, and 3 Porsches fighting for position. From Sven Muller in 3rd, from Jordan Groger in 4th, and Vincent Kolb in 4th, and Felipe Fernandez-Lazer. They're separated by not very much, particularly those last 3, under a second between them as they go underneath us. We'll keep an eye on that as we head to Shane the pit lane.
Hubert Voss, it's never good news when you're crawling out of your race car and another driver is not getting in. This Renault, the most beautiful car in the field, but what's the problem with it?
We had a lot of water temperature problems, and that's why we changed yesterday the engine. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't it, I think. So it has to be another problem. But maybe we can solve it. But I'm used to it because I drove 24 hours. 13. And I think this is the 5th time I fell out with a mechanical failure. So, shame.
Well, at least you've driven the Barcelona 24 hours before. You know what this is about. It's not over till it's over. It's not over until it's over.
That's why.
Thank
Maybe.
you.
1, 2, 3, you never know. We are still positive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, they always say if you're going to have a problem in a 24-hour race, have it at the beginning. You've got more time to make up time, but that seems that's going to be a lot of laps.
Great
they're going to drop.
quick battle going on, John, between Felipe Larza trying to get the Fricadelli Porsche up the inside of Vincent Kolb's Hair Bear Porsche. Said earlier on, Vincent Kolb, one of the AM drivers in that car, he was considered to be the standout driver of the Phoenix Junior program. Drove with Frank Stipker a lot, and has
including
had,
at the VLN and the 24
podiums in the VLN series as well. But say Felipe Fernandez Larza putting a lot of pressure. He's going to try and get up on the inside of the Porsche again, I think, as they go down, not to turn 1, but perhaps further around the lap. He had a good look earlier on in this lap, but at the moment Larza in 6th place, Kolb maintaining his 5th place, but they're losing ground to Jordan Groger in the GPX Porsche.
Well, I said it might be a little bit of a breathless start. It certainly has been. All action here. TCE lead in TCR, 2nd place in the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance part of this race. And that battle heads down the hill now, right opposite us, through the little nudgy bit at the end of the track, through turn 16 and on the start-finish line. Benjamin Luchter still leading that, almost urging the car on as he goes across the line, making a few chits. Something's bothering him in the car, and he's trying to swat it away with his right hand. Maybe something loose in the car, and he can't afford to be distracted with Vincent Rademacher right up his tailpipes. Meantime, there's another good battle for class honours going on with the Team Clickverse Porsche and the True Racing GTX KTM. They've been having a battle together, and they're heading through traffic as well at the moment. Laura Kreiheimer in that 216 car, right on the rear aerofoil of the Porsche. Just loses a little bit through traffic for a moment. Down to turn 5, has to go up the inside of the Ginetta, all the way down into 1st for that corner, which we'd normally expect to see them taking 2nd place. Johannes and Ferdinand Stuck, part of that team as well. Hans Stuck's sons. The new GTX looking absolutely fantastic, the new KTM. A little harder edged, looks like a crossbow that's been to the gym and bulked up and really worked out very hard indeed. Now, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and the blue and white leader in SPX. Then the 769, Robin Chanowski, has got his hands full with traffic as he comes past the leading TCR car into turn 13 and back down the hill again towards the chicane at the end of the lap, and Kreiheimer right there having to cross hands massively to get the lock on through that slow chicane. Now getting the power on 3rd, 4th changes up in the middle of the final corner. It's easy flat for the KTM with that downforce. Huge rear view screen dominating the inside of that car. Down towards turn 1, just staying out of the slipstream, interestingly, of the Porsche, maybe trying to get a bit of air through the car. It's longer, it's lower, it's wider, it's meaner, the new KTM. Fantastic looking machine. Really tough through the traffic at the moment for everybody, and some mistakes being made out on the circuit. The Herberth number 93 car, the red, white and blue, losing a position to Felipe Fernandez Lopez. Not quite, actually, a couple of laps ago. So that was a good fight back from Vincent Kolb in that number 93 car. Paul, I'm very impressed so far. I know it's early days, but what we've seen of this new GTX, first of all, great to see another manufacturer, albeit not a massive series OEM, but KTM, very much a niche boutique manufacturer. Great to see them expanding their portfolio and wanting to bring this car out, which we believe is a prelude to a whole new road car program and possibly something in the new GT2 category as well. Fabulous to see it here, testing and battling for the lead right now as they go through turn 10 and 11, right opposite us on the top of the hill.
I don't think anyone's told Laura Kryharman this is supposed to be a test session for them, a development race.
She's having far too much fun.
She's having far too much fun and having a race out of it. But I mean, that's exactly what you need to do if you're going to test these cars. You need to push them, really take them through the ringer and put as much pressure as you possibly can on them. But the other point you make is absolutely right, John. An awful lot of traffic that the teams are having to deal with out there. There's we had 45 cars starting in the end. I don't know whether we're going to get a 46 car starting because the 911 Porsche still hasn't started the race. Came into the pits off the grid, so didn't take the start officially. So either 45 or 46 cars started. The other two that are still in the pits, the Hoffa Racing BMW car number 50 and the 917 Porsche from the Orchid Racing team, those two still being worked on. The Orchid car we saw having damaged the radiator, that'll be there for a while. The Hoffa BMW also with some suspension damage, those two cars still being worked on. But the amount of traffic that's still out there despite that, very close indeed. And again, we see Felipe Larza getting very close indeed to the back of Vincent Kolb's Hervet car. Not quite close enough to go through as they completed the lap, but they were close as they went across the start-finish line. Kujala getting away in the traffic a little bit. But poor old Malicelli lost 3 seconds on that last lap and only managed to do a 1 minute 52. So the gap between the Barwell Lamborghini and Malicelli in the Ferrari has gone back up again, John. 7.4 seconds now.
Couple of things from pit lane. Shea can update us on the work going on that Hoffa car. We'll keep an eye on the SPX lead. Shea, what do you know? What have they said? This is like taking your car in for a service and you know that it's going to be bad news. What's the estimate? Not necessarily of cost here, but it'll be time that the Hoffa guys will be worried about.
5 to 6 hours to repair that car. They have to take the entire back end off to get at the broken suspension and then the other component bits. I talked briefly with Michael Fisher. He was completely distraught. He said lap 1, turn 3, 24-hour race. There was plenty of time plenty of room for all of us. And yet the Porsche didn't seem to think so. Unfortunately, both of them are in the garage. The Porsche doesn't yet have a time estimate how long they'll be here, though.
That is when the service manager comes out. You don't want to hear that, isn't it?
No, quite. Just looking at championship positions, because that Hoffa Racing car is the leading car in the GT4 championship as far as the European championship is concerned, has a 14-point advantage in the championship. So they need to get it repaired and get back out there in order to get some championship points, because otherwise the Pro Sport Performance Aston Martin, I say 14 points behind it, but with 30 points on offer at a 24-hour race, is going to be able to catch and possibly overtake in championship terms.
That was a pass for position there. Car collection, Max Edelhoff 34, just going by Vincent Kolb, and Kolb was passed as well by Christian Frankenhout
and Felipe Larza. Felipe Larza in the Fricadelli car, which triggered it all, and he's managed to get ahead. Now, great battle going on for GT4. I was just talking about GT4.
Well, you were talking about the championship. This is the battle for first position on the track. The number 1 grey Aston Martin gets up the inside, and we get to it at exactly the right time as Zorg Rennsport BMW, which was leading with Torsten Kratz at the wheel. Nico Verdonk has gone through for Pro Sport. Interesting story about this car, Paul. Pro Sport entered, but not actually Pro Sport team car, and I think not even their guys, or not all of their guys for sure, are running that car.
No, it's a Virage run team. That's why it's not in the familiar colours. If you've watched other Creventic races this year, it's not the usual GT4 that Nico Verdonk and Rodrigue Guillon drive, but the Virage car, which was at Portimao, which finished the Portimao race, and being run by the Virage team. The only person from Pro Sport Performance they've got is the race engineer who's come over. Everybody else is at the Nürburgring.
Now, meantime, Malicelli's been caught now by Sven Muller. So not only has the traffic not been kind to Matteo Malicelli, he's now 9 seconds away from Patrick Kujala. Sven Muller's right with him.
I wonder if Malicelli's overused his tyres in the early stage.
Exactly what we were trying to say, Paul, earlier on, wasn't it? That we saw this in the Czech Republic. Malicelli, there's no telling Malicelli to drive at 85 or 90%. He has one speed. It's very, very quick indeed. But there's no dimmer switch on Malacelli. He's a bit analog, isn't he? He's on or off.
Oh no, he's not analog. That's the problem.
Yes, he's digital. Sorry, yes, he's a bit 1 or 0. Yes,
but we are speculating that perhaps the tyres are beginning to wane on that car. But certainly the way that the Herbert car, Sven Muller, he can not only see the Ferrari, but think about getting close enough to him at the moment.
It's good time then to talk about pit stops and also the fueling area, because that is a little bit different from what we've seen here at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya in the past, where you've had to drive into the paddock and do a little circuit. It's now an adjunct to the pit lane on driver's right as you come in. 8 pumps. Because of where they are situated, there will not be any room for queuing. And the organisers in the managers and the drivers briefing has said, if it's full, please, 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 don't queue. We won't let you queue because you'll block the pit lane entrance. So nobody really, Paul, should be going right to the end of their fuel, which means pit stops. When do we think for the cars at the sharper end of the field, let's say?
I would think any time from 45 to 50 minutes in, people will start thinking about making fuel stops. Although bear in mind that because they've gone, the amount of fuel that they can put in is not as much as the full tank. Most of these cars have 120 litre fuel tanks, and most of them are limited to either 90 or 100 or 110, 105 litres of fuel, so they can't put a full tank of fuel in. I would think any time from 45, 50 minutes into the race is when they'll start to come in. But that is when we will see as well this fuel compensation penalty also taking place. Ferrari and Porsche, the A6 cars, the Ferrari and Porsche, will have to spend 7 seconds at each pit stop not doing anything. And that's as they come in for the refueling, the car will have to sit there for 7 seconds, and then they'll be able to start putting the fuel in.
I think we've got a problem for Fricatelli. Look to be going slowly there. Felipe Fernandez laser. Get some tweets in a moment at RSL_studio. Let's see if I can pick him up on the circuit. The bright red and white number 31 car losing a bit of time. Now, was that just a bit of a mistake and he's recovered? Jordan Groger was closest to him, a couple of seconds further back, ahead of Christian Frankenhout, who was right there as well. But that 31 car, I think, Paul, has gone missing in the middle part of the track. If I stand up and look, yeah, it's a left rear puncture. Left rear puncture. Great pickup by our colleagues at TV. 021. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So that is disaster early on for a front-running car. Sven Muller, Porsche driver extraordinaire. Also, by the way, coming into the pits, the number 302 Porsche Cayman. Christian Gloss in the PR&V Porsche Cayman, out of 4th position in its class in TCE. But it's a long, long run back home. That, I think, was early on in the lap, Paul, and he's had 2/3 of a lap to come home with that rear issue.
Yes, and the tyre now beginning to break away off the off the rear of the car there. I just wonder if that's a little bit of inexperience from the Fricatelli racing team with the Hankook tyre, perhaps not quite pressuring it. I mean, Hankook will have given them good advice as to what they should do, but they can put their own pressure or their own camera on the car. But it's unusual to see a Porsche with a puncture in a Creventic race.
Yes, very much so. Opening laps in this heat will be crucial. Every time you put a new set of tyres on, no tyre warming allowed.
Oh no, they are. Tyre warmers are allowed.
Allowed, okay,
yes.
right, okay.
And you can either have electric or
cabinets.
Ovens.
Yeah, okay. Andy Lutz says, love the new KTM GTX. For me, he says, the shades of the wild and wonderful late 90s British GT1s like Centura and Harrier and the like. Do you know what? You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all, Andy. The Quaif as well, of course. Yeah, good point. That sort of angular, wedgy design. Wish KTM the best with that. We're still waiting for Sven Muller, by the way. He's in the last sector now. Going, yes, Larsa, excuse me, for Fricatelli, who's coming in. The battle for the 4th position in TCR, 3rd position for TCR. I think Antti Burry's just nicked that from Harry Hilders. The 131 top car Cupra has gone ahead. Yes, it has. So that still rages on with Yannick Metzler for Autorama in the Golf 114 sitting right behind them in the white and red car. They're going down to turn 10 now.
Here's Larsa finally making his way into the refueling area.
Sorry, exclamation from
a squeal in the background.
Yeah, it probably should have been coming from the tyres of the number 978 Porsche, which is Kyung Liam Lin for Speed Lover, who came from a very long way back on the TCR cars.
So the refueling penalty doesn't work at all because that was 3 seconds before anybody started putting fuel into that Porsche. But anyway, that was what my observation was. Somebody at Creventic will have perhaps watched a little bit more closely. He did go to the final fuel pump in the row, though, so that took him a little bit longer. Anyway, Felipe Larsa getting fuel now. Somebody else is gone off at the chicane. Last chicane. And
that is the 102, Paul. Magnus Holmgaard, yes. 8th in TCR. Now, that is up at the top of the circuit. Did he jump or was he pushed? No, he was having a battle with the tick-tap-top-tick thing. Tick-tap-tot car sport. Oh, yes. That was a bit naughty, coming through from turn 10 to a turn 11. But fortunately, the Holmgaard Cupra has got going, or at least didn't stop, should I say. Vincent Rademacher still unable to get by Benjamin Leuchter for the lead in TCR. And while those two have been fighting, Tommy Lagerson in the Perfection Racing Europe Ginetta has gone past all of the TCR cars that he was behind at the start, now sits 2nd in the Perfection Racing Europe Ginetta, albeit nearly 20 seconds behind Eric Yanis. Actually, I'm fairly certain it's not Eric behind the wheel of that car. In the KTM Crossbow. Now, that is the Crossbow, the 224. So, as Paul was mentioning, the Frickadelli 31 car in the fuel station. Should have parked our car down there, then I would have been able to see it every time they went to the camera in the fuel station.
Nico Verdonk, having taken the lead of GT4 no more than 4 laps ago, has already opened up, John, 7 seconds of an advantage between himself and Torsten Kratz in the Sword Wrenchwart BMW. So Nico's certainly on a charge, and at the moment the leading 3, nothing separating them. There's no traffic amongst them at all. So Patrick Chiala, 8.7 seconds now ahead of Malicelli in the Ferrari. So far from that number coming down, it's actually going up first to second. Sven Muller is kind of holding station 0.8 of a second behind with the Herbert Porsche in 3rd place. And then Christian Frankenhout is the next one up, but he is very nearly half a minute behind now.
Can I just remind everybody, this is a 24-hour race.
I know.
Shea Adam is watching the pit stop for Frickadelli. By no means was it... now that's interesting. Shea, did they only change the tyre that had the problem?
No, they did all 4. They just did it that quickly. When they took the left rear off, they did look into the wheel well. There was some carbon damage to the front portion of the left rear wheel well, but nothing that they're worried about. So they did put new tires on. He stopped at the fuel station, got a full load down there, and now he's back out on the racetrack. And by the way, public service announcement for every time this team does a pit stop, they are not putting front right tires on all 4 corners of the car. The Hankooks are labeled FR for Frickadelli Racing.
Very good. Thank you. That'll save me making that mistake later on. Remind me of that again later, Shea, because when I'm tired later on, I will completely have forgotten that. Well, what a first 45 minutes as the MRS Porsche goes a lap down. Andreas Gulden goes a lap down to the battle between Max Edelhoff in the 34 blue and white car collection Audi and GPX's Jordan Groger in the 24 Porsche with that famous sky blue and a Etruscan orange colour scheme from Gulf Racing. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 27 seconds was the total pit stop time for the Frickadelli Porsche. So that's the time to refuel and to pay the penalty and also to put the new set of tyres on. A little bit of inspection, as Shay was describing as well, but around about 3.5 minutes, then a typical pit stop time, and Felipe Lazo, as a result of that pit stop, has now dropped all the way down to, well, he's 30th at the moment, and still on his outlap following the pit stop. No change of driver though. Felipe stays behind the wheel. And a message on the screen to say that that incident which you described, John, between the two CCR cars is under investigation. That's between the Holmgard Motorsport VW Golf and the car number 123, the Tic Tac Tot Car Sport Seat car number 123. Both have continued, but it is being investigated by the stewards at the moment to see if any further action needs to be taken with that. Just pondering what the situation will be between this battle at the front of the field. Lamborghini, Ferrari and Porsche, those three cars having established themselves as the leading group. Behind, the two cars are in the A6 AM class anyway, so as the race progresses, the AM drivers will have to take more of the time behind the wheel, and that means they won't go as quickly for quite so long, whereas the Pro class cars will have the Pro, in fact, Dennis Lynn gave it away, didn't he, on the grid when he was talking to Shay, and said that the other drivers, basically it's going to be Dennis Lynn and Patrick Kuyala doing the majority of the race for Barwell Motorsport, and so they'll be able to keep their pace up very well. Whether they'll be able to go as far on a tank full of fuel with the Lamborghini as the Ferrari does with its smaller turbocharged engine, we'll have to wait and see, but it may well be that Barwell in the pits, the first of those leading group of cars.
Right turn lover, hello, tweeting at RSL_studio. He says the 24 Hours of Barcelona was already an established race, wasn't it, before it became part of the Hankook 24-hour series? So it was a touring car race as well.
It was.
So additionally, he says it draws some local entries. It has done in the past, RTL, but this year, far fewer, oddly. And I don't know necessarily why that is, although there are a couple of local teams who are running cars for other people, not necessarily under their own name. Monschau in particular aren't running, Monlau, sorry, not running the cars under their own name, but they are here running a car. But what I think has happened since the race was reinvented or repositioned as a multi-class GT and touring car race with the Hankook 24-hour series is that it has become very quickly a race that gentlemen drivers in particular want on their must-do list, and therefore teams want to come and do it, and hence the additional entries from people who aren't in the full series, like Barwell, perfect example. They want to come down because they've got people who want to come and race it.
Absolutely. The one particular local driver, Francesc Gutierrez Agui, has to be mentioned, just in case we forget later on. He's driving, one of the drivers of the Vortex, car number 701, participated in every single Barcelona 24 hours. Right turn lover and anybody else, if you go to the 24H series website, download the race magazine, basically an online copy of the race program that gives you the roll of honour, gives you the winners, and I think first, second and third of every Barcelona 24-hour race that we've had, what sort of car it was and all that kind of thing, so you can look at the history of the race. But it's absolutely right, there is quite a history to this race, continued now by Creventic.
50 minutes in, starting to see some of the A6 pit stops before that gets busy in the pit lane. They're still fueling up. Shea Adam has an update.
There's only one of me. There will be a 46 starter, Paul Trustwell. The 911 that was pushed in off the grid, clutch issues. They said they will be out on the racetrack within 30 minutes time.
Excellent news, well done, and so yeah, we do expect to see that car out. Jean-Ferrat de Moore was the driver who had the ignominy of being pushed off the grid. It's important as well though, because it provides us with an extra car in the 9191 class, and that makes it a 6-car class, which means that you get a medium amount of points for the championship because you're within that range, so 6 cars in the class.
So the Max Edelhoff driven car collection motorsport Audi number 34 into the fuel stop and now heading down the pit lane. Now, I've not seen him go into his pit box yet. I think he's going to go through and continue with the Hankooks on that he started.
2 minutes 11, yeah, I'll go along with that.
I don't think he stopped, so that's very interesting to see. Already problems for Equipe Verschure, as well as that 911. That car back in the garage with overheating issues. Had an engine change earlier this week, hasn't cured that. The very metallic blue and white bodywork sitting glinting in the sunshine at its garage. Some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so down the pit lane from where we are overlooking the pit lane entrance.
And a problem, Charles Espenlaub down in the refueling area there, couldn't get the car out of his pit box or the refueling box because the 88 car collection car was in the way. Has done now, and he's going down. He does get a new set of tyres, and there's going to be a driver change on the CP Racing Mercedes as well.
Yeah, Charles already out and helping bolt in the other driver.
In a way that Max Edelhoff came in for fuel. It was fuel only, quite clearly. Max is going to presumably therefore go for a 2-hour maximum in the car there. And that car, though, is running as an A6 Advantage, so it could have gone to a full 120 litres, chose not to do so.
Problem for the...
That was the
Cupra.
Top Car Sports.
Yes.
Car.
And that was again going through the chicane area. And it might just outbrake itself. The Tic Tac Top Car Sport blue, white and checkered car. Not green, white and checkered. KTM, Laura Kreiheimer, still having this battle, which she's done since about lap 3, for the SPX lead. And that is, in fact, she's gone through. She's just gone through there on that lap and put Robin Chanowski into second place in the 911. I thought that was still the car ahead of her, actually. But on the timing screen, the 216 and the 719. So that she's looking at the back of Tom Dillman now, I reckon, the 991 Team Webheads car. And she's dealt with that 991 Cup car. So a new leader in that category, the SPX, and up to 8th position overall for Laura. And behind her, she's got Jordan Groger behind her at the moment as well. So that's interesting, as Jordan Groger went down the inside of the Webheads car. So Jordan must have lost some ground, because he should have been ahead of those cars, according to my timing screen. He was ahead of Kolb and Steele.
Are they not a lap ahead?
Have they just been lapped by, or about to be lapped by? Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. You're absolutely right, Paul. Absolutely right. So Groger has now gone by Laura and put the lap on her. So Laura...
but what is happening?
Team Webheads, I think, is the first car off the lead lap.
Yes, that's right. Tom Dillman then in the lead of the 991 class in Team Webheads cars, and Laura, as you say, leading the SPX class, and they are in 8th and 9th places overall.
And we have our extra runner on the track, Paul. Short end of the one hit. 911 is out after the clutch swap. That's fantastically well done in, what, 55 minutes or thereabouts. Probably a bit less than that, of course, because they had to get the car pushed back in the garage. So that's really impressive work from that team, the Porsche Lorient team. Porsche Lorient is a garage group, and I'm not sure how much they supply technicians, or it's just a bit of financial support, but whatever it is, it's worked well. Let's head back up to the front of the field now. Barwell Motorsport by 8 seconds, and then Malicelli and Sven Muller, who've been at it for about half an hour or so now. Sven Muller has got to the back of the Ferrari, but as yet Paul Truswell has been unable to get by and take second place.
Yeah, but Sven is as close as he's been throughout the race. Malicelli perhaps still suffering a little bit with the tyres on that car. Kiala has already gone through, completing his 30th lap now, 30 laps under his belt in the first 54 minutes. So we were kind of targeting 32 laps an hour, and we're probably going to get to that in the first hour of the race. Malicelli really allowing Sven Muller a look, and I think for the moment Sven probably is just going to sit there unless Malicelli moves around a little bit more. Looking at the onboard shots from Malicelli, the Ferrari just seeming to be a little bit lively underneath him, moving around a little bit. Of course, that makes fast lap times difficult, but also makes getting past the traffic a little bit more difficult. If you've got a car that won't quite go where you point it, Malicelli, master of car control, but nevertheless he's going to struggle when he does get to the traffic in getting through it, and that's where Sven Muller may get his chance.
Yeah, Malicelli seems to have stabilised his lap times a bit, so whatever was, or potentially was, ailing him, the car, or whatever was causing the performance deficit, he seems to have got on top of it. 51.2 last time around, and will surprise you not at all to hear that Sven Muller did a 51.2 as well. The leader on a 50.5 is still pulling away as that battle for second goes past the Ligier. Another interesting car that I'm seeing for the first time. That's using a Ford V6 Crate engine, 90,000 euros plus tax, that car, and there will be a one-make series for the Ligier GS2R, harking back to the 1975 second place car from Le Mans.
The one-make series already exists, actually, John, so that they have had some races in that series, and Creventic trying to encourage cars to come along to participate in the endurance aspect.
I've been racking my brains all weekend as to what that really reminds me of. There's a few styling elements, of course, from that original GS2 from the 1970s. I see a little bit of original Honda NSX at the back end, but in the middle of the night, it came to me. It reminds me of a Venturi.
Yeah.
Which, of course, effectively started the race promotion career of Stefan Rittel.
And a lot of other things as well.
Yeah.
Some people would say that it kept endurance racing going. When,
in the BPR years, absolutely.
FIA tried to kill it off.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
But so we're not quite an hour into the race, and as yet the only of the leading cars to have come in, Max Edelhoff with the car collection car. We had Charlie Putman coming in, or Charles Espinlau coming in, Charlie Putman taking the car over for CP Racing, car number 85. They've made a pit stop. The other car collection car, 88, has also made a pit stop. And Felipe Larza has been in, although that wasn't a scheduled stop for him. That was a puncture which brought him in. Other than that, we're waiting for the first pit stops, and not quite an hour into the race, and I suspect unless we get a code 60 in the next 10 minutes, then they're going to go as far as they possibly can on the current tank of fuel. A 15-second penalty for whoever was at the wheel of the Tic Tac Top Car Sport car number 123. I think it might have been Isadora Diaz. The car is anyway in the pits at the moment. Came in about 5 or 6 minutes ago, and Isadora has been in the pits ever since, which has also been judged at fault in causing the collision with the car 102, wasn't it? The Holmgard Motorsport Golf.
Big weekend of motorsports here at Barcelona, and it seems pretty much every circuit in Europe's got something going on this weekend. Good morning to just coming to the end of the morning to those of you listening over at Silverstone for the LMS and WEC weekend. Our colleagues over at RS3 covering that for you. But we've got sound and vision all the way through to the end of the race, and whilst we'll be taking a short break overnight, there will be some onboard coverage going all the way through from midnight till 8 AM when we'll be back for the run to the flag for the last 4 hours. Paul will be staying around, of course, as he always does, and charting what's going on, so we'll bring you back up to date after we've had breakfast on Sunday morning here.
And if anything really good happens, then I might even tweet. I don't tweet very often, but you know, so there is a tweet handle worth following there if you want to know goes on through the night. But
Absolutely.
The timing screens from timeservice.nl keep running through the night as well. And if you are online, raceresults.nu is where you need to be in order to get the ever-improving time service service that is provided. They not only provide you with a full list of results, they also have a tracker, they have a statistics page, and new, they also now put messages and the penalties up on the screen. And if you really feel like getting into dynamic BOP, then I think that's available as well. Yes, it is. The dynamic BOP and the SPX and SP3 classes are on that screen as well. So everything you can possibly need to follow the race is all online, so you don't really need to listen to us at all.
So Bohemia Energy goes down to the first corner with Marlicelli, and it was all happening in the traffic at turn 5 a couple of moments ago, with the Herberth car picking the right side of the track, which seemed to be the right-hand side of the track, but then had to drop back in again. Bit of weaving around. Got to the right-hand side again, and it was a forceful move then from Sven Muller, who finally got into second place.
But it's exactly what we were saying, John. Marlicelli seems to be struggling with the car in the traffic. He's okay when there's no traffic, but when there is traffic, that's where he seems to struggle. And as you say, he's lost second place as a result.
1 hour down here at Barcelona. Here's how it looks. It's TCE that we go for first, an RTL project at the front. The KTM Crossbow leads the SP3 category in the TCE race by about 17 seconds. It's been a good run to second place by Tommy Lagerson, who's had to go past most of the TCR cars in that Ginetta G55 from Perfection Racing Europe. Then the TCR battle, still led by Benjamin Leuchter in the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power. The Volkswagen Golf has a couple of seconds advantage over the hard-charging Vincent Rademacher. He's been there for a while, just dropping back a wee bit, maybe getting his breath back in the Audi RS3 from AC. The number 188 car, remember, going for the championship. Antti Burry's up into third position in the top car spot with Baz Koten. The Cupra TCR DSG is another 3 seconds further back. So Volkswagen, Audi and Cupra, the top 3. Then it's the second of the Autorama VWs, Yannick Mettler in fourth position. SP3 leader, Erik van den Munkhoff, who started in pole position in the TCE category, has dropped down a little bit to seventh position, but is holding his own from there and staying a couple of 3 seconds behind the TCE cars and lapping at a very consistent 2 minutes 1 or 2 minutes 2. His best lap is a 2 minutes flat. He's been doing a really good job. Further down and outside the top 10 in TCE is where we have to look for the A3 leader, and that's the Fun M Motorsport car. They're sitting down in, let's see, 14th position. Make that, 14th position, just ahead of Synchro Motorsport and Hoffer Racing. The Tic-Tac-Toc car, sport cars, had a few problems, but is running again. So has the PRMV car. They dropped a little way down, but Hervé Udre is behind the wheel of that Porsche Cayman now, and in fact has just put that car's fastest lap of the race in last time around, a 2:04.201. That's how the TCE entries stand after the first hour. At the end of the next hour, we'll look at the top of the shop and the GTE. Oh, in fact, we're going to do it now. My apologies. Barwell Motorsport by nearly 10 seconds now. Been a brilliant start by Patrick Kajala, who just comes into the fuel stop as we start talking about him. That will allow the Herberth Motorsport car and Sven Muller, who's had to battle through into second position. In fact, he goes and takes the lead now from Matteo Marlicelli, who will go through in third. So a fluid situation as the fuel stops are starting after the first hour. Then it's Hoffer Racing, GPX Porsche in fifth position. Looking down towards the bottom end of the top 10, we've got some of the class leaders in between the A6 Pros and AMS. True Racing Laura Kreiheimer, 9th position for the new KTM GTX. Under development, that 216 car. 9th position overall and leading SPX. Team Webb heads in the 902 Gen 1 991 Cup car, leading the 991 category. Outside the top 10 in GTs, we'll go down to 19th position for the best of the GT4s, and that's Nico Verdonk, who took the lead in the Aston Martin a little while ago now and has already built up something like a 20-second lead over Orchid Racing in 21st position. Laurent Mischbach now behind the wheel of the Porsche came in second in the GT4 category, and Zorg Rennsport, Torsten Krast, who led that for quite some time, he's down in 22nd position in the 451, and he's dropped well out of contention down there. As we look at the cars, if we look at the cars in the bottom end of the top 30 there's been some problems for the Core Racing 717 Mark II V8. They're spun and stalled, but got going again. But there is a little bright ray of sunshine and hope for Equipe Vacher. That car has run some laps. It's back in the pits now, but those laps in the race were the first time they've run in competition this week. Still, the Porsche Lorient Racing car is back in the race. That's good news for them after a clutch problem earlier on. BMW from Hoffa taking some time in the pits, and the Orchid Racing team maybe still with 4 hours to spend in the pits as they need to take the back end of the car off to get to broken suspension. So when we started this update, it was the Barwell car that was leading the race. It's just pulling out of the fuel station now. The yellow and black Lamborghini Huracan, that's the highest place car that has come in to make a regular fuel stop, and Patrick Kajala then, having gone just about spot on an hour pole, is heading down for his teammate to take over the car.
Yeah, that will be Dennis Lind, who's getting ready to get into the car.
I think he's just going to give him a new bottle, actually. No, he is going to change. Shane Adam is down there. I thought they were throwing us a curveball there, Shane, just doing the bottle change.
Dennis had done all his stretching, so it would have been a total waste if all that was for a bottle change. There's a bit of drama going on as the left rear wheel has not yet been changed, and the guy with the airbag had already run back around the front of the car. Now they get that wheel off and the new one goes on as Patrick Kajala, carrying his old and what I would imagine is now empty water bottle, walks back into the shade. And now Dennis Lind being told to go, but there is congestion in the box ahead of him as the Hoffa Racing Mercedes in the fuel station right now will be pitting in a moment also for a new driver. That looks like Kenneth Heyer getting ready to get into that number 10 Mercedes.
Yeah, both Barwell and Hoffa electing to have probably the quicker drivers in the car early on in the race. As you say, Dennis Lind having taken over from Patrick Kajala. Then at Barwell, Christian Frankenhout will be getting out and handing the Mercedes over to Kenneth Heyer. The other drivers of the Hoffa Mercedes, Michael Kroll, Alex Prince and Wim Spinoy, not quite as quick as those two. So, as I say, get the quick drivers in the car first of all, try and establish the car in a good position. The Barwell Mercedes on its way again now, and it spent 3 minutes and 43 seconds in the pits, and this is going to be crucial because, as I say, when the Porsche and the Ferrari, Sven Muller for Herbert and Matteo Malicelli for Ferrari, do finally come into the pits, in fact they've stayed out for another lap now, 37 laps now completed for both of them. They will have to take this slightly longer pit stop because of the 7-second penalty that they have to spend extra time in the pit area before they start refueling, because the car takes on less fuel. So it's a kind of way of evening out the pit stops between the more fuel efficient cars and the thirstier V10s.
This from Alan Prosser. Hello, Alan. Thanks for all your hard work on the screen grabs. He's tweeted at RSL_studio. He says, every now and then I can hear a car that goes by that sounds like it sounds like a Ducati 996 and Honda SP2 in the Foggy and Edwards year, giving it full beans. Can we find out which car that is? Because it sounds amazing. Right, okay, so that would be that would be something with 6 cylinders, not necessarily all on the same car. Let's see what we can do when we find. I'll have a listen carefully to that. There is a variety of sounds here, as well as where the cars look, Paul. The way the cars sound are different, and that is again just underlining the differences between the cars and the classes here in the Creventic series. A little bit of remedial work going on the left front of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes. Whether that was just preventative or maybe the driver had reported something. Christian Frankenhout brought that car in.
Yeah, that car had a lot of damage done on the right-hand side of it. It's got a black front wing, you'll notice, because that car had damaged the right-hand side of the car in free practice. Day before yesterday now, had to be worked on to get the car sorted, ready for practice for official qualifying, and got on its way again now with, as Shay told us, Kenneth Heyer now at the wheel of the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, and rejoins in 9th place. Dennis Lynn still trying to catch up. He's lost the lead lap whilst he was in for the pit stop, and still Herbert and Scuderia Praha Ferrari continuing on their way. Another improvement for Malincelli. He's closed up on Sven Muller on that lap, and they're now 38 laps into the stint.
Hello to Neil Gardner, another artist extraordinaire. Not sure what you're working on at the minute, Neil, but I know you're tuned in. And he's just pointed out something that 24H Series have tweeted. At 24H Series, by the way, should be following that along as well. Give you loads of information on what's going on. Talking about the number 917 Orchid racing car, which had to pit, and I quote, with a broken radiator and knackered suspension. Not the start Richard Feller was hoping for. I think their Twitter person's been hanging out with us Brits probably a bit too much there. Thanks, Neil, for that. And hello to everyone at the 24H Series, and the Creventic organisation, as ever, has been fantastic here at Barcelona. They do know how to put an event on here. Well, if you want to come in for fuel now, there is 2 pumps available, one behind the Praha Ferrari and one in front of the Porsche number 912, the Lorient car, which is at the back of that line. But 2 more cars and it will be full. And they're working away there. Remember, these are just normal pistol grip fuel pumps.
And I've gone to the trouble this weekend of actually checking a little bit more what the fuel flow delivery rate is there. Would you believe it's actually, and Gary Willems confirmed this last night, it's actually less than a litre a second.
Yeah.
It's taking around about 1.2 seconds to deliver every litre, and depending which fueling station you go to at your local garage, have a little count next time it goes through. You get about a litre a second out of your out of a normal fuel pump. So these are slower than a normal fuel pump in a commercial refueling station. There are now all 8 pumps being used, John. So the extra 2 slots that you said were available have now been used. And if anybody does come in, and there is a 911 Porsche coming in,
I think they'll just be able to use. If they just waited for a second there, they might have been able to use the Porsche Lorient one. Because that's nearly done. In fact, it's done now.
The Vortex is done, but they can't get the Vortex started to get it out the way.
So coming in now to the pit, to the fuel station, a BMW has looked into an empty spot.
Yes, that one coming in last then 451.
And that's the that was the Webhead. That's the leading 991 car that was struggling there to find an empty fuel pump. So that has caused a bit of consternation there. That's the 902 car, which was started by Tom Dillman, of course. Also into the pit lane now, the number 91, Sven Muller, and he's into his own pit. So Herbert in the pit lane with the 91, and Vincent Kolb, doing the long early stint in the AM car, has gone through and been scored as the leader.
Yes, of course, the AM car, a slightly lighter car. One of the penalties of running in the pro class is that you have to carry an extra 30 kilos of weight. So for Sven Muller, sorry, for Vincent Kolb in the AM class car, that is a 30 kilogram lighter Porsche, so it doesn't use as much fuel because it's not such a heavy car.
So I reckon the leader of the cars that have stopped is Car Collections Audi with Max Edelhoff. And remember, he didn't take tyres.
Exactly.
And because tyres and fuel here are split up, they're happening in different parts of the pit lane, there's no fueling in front of the pits. So not taking tyres gives him a time advantage, and he will come through at the end of this, and he will have a decent lead.
And also, he didn't take on a full tank of fuel because he came in early.
Good point.
So the amount of time putting the fuel in,
Good point.
The Audi was less. So yes, that will enable the Car Collection car to come through at the end of this sequence of stops. It should enable him to come through at the end of this sequence of stops in the lead of the race, except that it won't, because it'll put an SPX car into the lead, and I suspect if Laura Kreihammer doesn't come in, and I don't think she has done yet, that Laura Kreihammer in the KTM...
Edelhoff's ahead of Kreihammer. Edelhoff's ahead of Kreihammer
okay,
already.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact, we said that before, didn't we? Yeah, so he's got a lap ahead already of the SPX class cars.
So Vincent Kolb now comes in from the lead in the 93 Porsche. He's now in the pit lane. That's the red, white and blue Herberth car with the Quantum sponsorship on the side. The psychedelic Porsche as well is it's the 415, isn't it, that car? It's
the other Orchid car.
The second of the Orchid cars, yeah, that's the lime green and purple car. Oh, and a problem for the Aston Martin, which had been leading the number 1 GT4 car. Fluid coming out of the back of that car as it's pulled off the fuel pump. Now it's in the pit lane. I don't think they got the fuel flap closed properly, but there is definitely a line of fluid behind that car as it ran back into the pit lane, and it didn't rejoin the pit lane in the right place. It sort of made a bit of a detour, and one of the safety crew have gone down and done a Bradley, stuck their hand in what was on the ground and had a sniff of it, trying to work out whether it's water or something more flammable. So that was a bit of a drama there.
Meanwhile, Yuri Pisaric has taken over the wheel of the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He's the AM driver. Jochen Krumbach has taken over the Wochenspiegel Ferrari. And my money, it'll be interesting to see whether Krumbach is actually quicker than Pisaric and can get past potentially the Scuderia Praha car. Back in the number 22 Team Wochenspiegel car, and as John rightly predicted, new leader of the race with 39 laps, with 40 laps now completed, is Max Edelhoff in the A6 AM class Car Collection Audi.
In fairness, it just told me on the timing screen I didn't have to do anything really exciting.
Yeah, he told us about it.
Well, yeah, all right. Hindhoff reading timing screen correctly for a change is actually a headline. Let's be honest on that. Eric Yanis, if it is he behind the wheel, that's certainly what our timing screen's been seeing from the start. But I'm pretty certain Shea spoke to Eric before the start of the race. But the KTM Crossbow leads SP3 and therefore the TCE series from Tommy Lagerson. 34.5 seconds now, that gap. The best of the TCRs. Now Antti Burri, who finally has got ahead of not only Vincent Rademacher but also Benjamin Leuchter, who is now in second. So the 131 Top Car Sport with Bas Kuiten. Cupra leads from the Volkswagen of Autorama and the Audi of AC Motorsport. Right, drivers who have done their first stint have had a little bit of a breather. They're starting to rehydrate, which means that Shea Adam can speak to Sven Muller down in the pit lane.
Sven, it's not fair. You drive an amazing first stint, pass a half a zillion cars, and a lot of them other Porsches, which is hard too, and you're barely even sweating. How hard were you working out there?
I'm really sweating. It was really hard out there. Barcelona is a really technical track, On plus, it's like really hot. We are not trying to use the air condition because we are losing power. So, yeah, we go all in. I mean, was a really nice stint. Good fighting out there on track. Also nice battles with the Ferrari and all the cars in front. I think all competitors are really close. The race is going to be really excited. And yeah, our first pit stop went also quite good. Car balance is amazing to drive, so just keep the car running and then we see how it is.
With 4 drivers in the car, how long of a break are you going to before you have to get back in?
I mean, on daylight, we're going to single stint because it's really hot. So yeah, 2.5 hours, half hour before the stint, I'm ready in the garage, in the shed to be ready in case of full course yellow or something. And in the night, maybe we do double stint because then it's much cooler. So yeah.
Well, Sven, go find a pool to jump in and cool off. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy.
So the pit stop there for Herbert Motorsport, one of the quicker ones, 3 minutes and 30 seconds for those two, compared to 3 minutes 45 for Barwell, 4 minutes though for Scuderia Praha.
4th position now for Laura Kreiheimer in the True Racing KTM GTX. Eicher asking for a look and a listen to that new KTM GTX. You've asked, we'll see what we can do. Let's see what we can do with the noise from the onboard of Laura Kreiheimer and see if you can catch a little bit of that 5-pot engine. Got to say, it's a little bit quieter than I was expecting.
I could hear the brakes.
I can hear the brakes and I can hear the turbocharger. Down into turn 4. No, that's quite a quiet car considering she's sitting in a carbon fibre bathtub effectively. I thought that would be being reverberated around. Down into turn 5, having to cross the wheels right over second gear in normal circumstances there. She's got a clear track ahead of her. Now down through 6 to 7. Turning nice and early. Don't take too much curb on the left, but you can ride out on the right, which she does. Now straighten the car up for turn 9 at the top of the hill. 4th gear through there. And now building up to the biggest stop and the squeakiest brakes, I think, on the circuit for Laura. Down into turn 10. All the way down to 1st gear. Misses the first apex a little bit, but gets the car hauled over to the left-hand side. Now into the stadium section at the top of the hill. 2nd, shift up to 3rd, just on the brow. Balance the car. 4th, back down to 3rd, and then 2nd. I think I might leave it in 3rd there. Not risk the extra gear change. All the way down to 1st. Not many cars going down to 1st for the slow parts of the circuit. Even the GT3 cars using 2nd. Been a great run from Laura Kreiheimer in that True Racing GTX KTM. That's the new car this weekend. 2 of them being tested in the heat of competition, literally as well as metaphorically. Actually, I think it sounds better outside the car than it does.
I think what we need to do is to hang a microphone out the front of the commentary box to hear that car. But anyway, some good onboard shots coming from the KTM GTX.
And Eicher, who asked us to have a look at that car, she said, "Ooh, thanks very much. Very quiet. I've got goosebumps on the downshift though. Very Quattro-esque." Yes, it is, isn't it? Particularly with that twittering wastegate there. So Eicher, thank you very much indeed. At RSL_studio, Edelhoff, Allemann, Lind, and then Laura Kreiheimer. That's A6 AM leader, A6 Pro leader, A6 Pro second, and the SPX leader. That's your top 4 at the moment.
Yes, and at the moment, Max Edelhoff with a prospect of leading this race until the end of this next hour, because he's got a 2-hour driving time limit, and so he'll be able to go through pretty much until 2 o'clock here local time, which is another 35 minutes, and I think that he's going to be able to keep at bay. The gap he had at the last time around was 24 seconds between himself. Daniel Alleman has taken over the Herbert Porsche number 91. Dennis Lind with the Barwell car, I was going to say is closing in, although that time, last lap time, actually Alleman did a 52.7, Dennis Lind doing a 54.0 in the Barwell car. So Patrick Kiyala really did have that car by the scruff of its neck.
Oh yeah.
Dennis Lind not yet going as quickly as Kiyala was going. So Lind has to do the chasing now, and Laura Kryhammer, as John was saying there, in 4th place with the KTM GTX, and although she has yet to have her first pit stop.
So what I should have noted is how far back the 34th Max Edelhoff was when he came into the pits, because he's turned that into a 30-second lead over Dennis Lind, and he wasn't right up the tailpipes of Lind. I don't even think he was in 2nd position when he pitted, so that's been a big turnaround for just not taking tyres and having a slightly shorter fuel stop. So at the moment the track position battle is going to Car Collection Motorsport. Shea Adam is down at the number 11 Ferrari Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha pit.
The most fun guy to watch off the start of any Creventic race is Matteo Malicelli. Matteo, how is the 11 Ferrari today?
It's hot. I think for the moment it's really hot, and the race is 23 hours more, so it's really easy and hard at the same time.
Single stints during the day, do you think, because it's so hot?
Yeah, but we are only 3 drivers, so we need to administrate also our car, but also our drivers. So for the moment, we are just going.
How important is it to remember the championship while you're out there on the track battling for the lead?
Oh, you never know, in 24-hour race we just need to finish. So it's easy and it's early to think about the championship. I mean, we just need to finish 23 hours.
In your first stint, was everything all right with the tires, with it being so hot? Were they consistent?
Yeah, we had not a problem with the tires. If you push too much, we start to lose the rear because the temperature is too high. But I think that's for everybody.
Thank you, Matteo. Go cool off.
Thank you.
Matteo Malicelli with Shea Adam down in the pit lane, live from trackside. Sound and vision, live and free, as we're here at the Circuit de Catalunya.
And you do get the impression, don't you, listening to Malicelli there, not only the physical aspects of driving the car, but also the mental strain. You know, he clearly sounded as if it had been a bit of a mental strain as well on him. Just interrupting myself because Nico Verdonk in the number 1 Aston Martin back into the pit lane, John. And actually,
that's not right, is it?
Nico, because that was the car that just made its routine pit stop. And it's Rodrigue Guillon now behind the wheel of it, coming straight past the refueling area and now heading up to his pit garage, which is last but 1, I think, right up at the end, very far end of the pit lane. But Guillon then, unscheduled pit stop in the number 1 Aston Martin.
And a really bad ticking noise coming from it as it came down the pit lane on the pit lane speed limiter. It's being wheeled backwards into the garage now. There was also a fine wisp of white smoke coming from the back of that Aston Martin. But I do have good news. The Renault garage is empty. It's back out on the circuit.
Sneaked out without us seeing that. Remember that Aston, when it came in under the auspices of Nico Verdonk, it filled fuel and then pulled off to the left-hand side, and the car had a problem. It was leaking fluid, which is now all evaporated, bar a little bit of a mark on the pit lane. So maybe that started a wee bit earlier on for that car. She's on her way down there to do a bit of investigation. But the Equipe Vacher car back out and into the race after its overheating problems earlier on in the race. They changed the engine, and that didn't solve the problem.
So that's the vortex that the screen was showing.
Yes, sorry, I was on a different mental path there.
It was the right thought, because the Equipe Vacher Renault is back out on the track. The screen just happened to be showing as the vortex at that moment when we saw it. Saric going through with the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He has kind of settled down there in 5th place. He is 20 seconds behind Laura Kryhammer now. They are all on the lead lap, but Laura Kryhammer, as we said a moment ago, still owes us her first pit stop in the KTM GTX. And then Kenneth Heyer is the next one up in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, and he is a further 10 seconds behind Jiri Pisaric. But Kenneth Heyer is lapping 2 and a bit seconds faster than Pisaric. So I think within the next couple of laps, we could be getting another battle on there between Pisaric and Kenneth Heyer. And we've also got back into the pits. Now, this doesn't quite seem right for Max Edelhoff. Now, I say it doesn't seem right. The car was in the pits about
45
minutes ago.
So that's spot on.
Yeah, but it should be doing more than 45 minutes on a tank full of fuel. So,
but maybe he's coming to the end of his tyre life, because remember, he didn't change his tyres.
It could well be tyres, I'll grant you that, but it doesn't make sense from a tactical point of view to do 2 45-minute stints, even with Max Edelhoff behind the wheel of the car. So I don't quite see what they're trying to do, unless possibly they've got a fuel pickup problem and they can't get all of the fuel out of the tank, something like that.
I'm not an engineer, and certainly I haven't done my Aston Martin apprenticeship share, but from what I can see down in the pit lane with you, I would suggest they've got an overheating problem.
There's a man holding a big bottle that says agua desalante, cooling fluid. Not good.
And they're blowing out everything they can with air hoses at the front. So I wonder then, when Nico Verdonk was standing at the fuel area for a couple of minutes, that the heat soak on that car got to it, and that was overflow, which is why the pit lane marshals weren't overly worried about it. It wasn't fuel, it was coolant that had overflowed. Starting to get the TC R cars coming into the pit lane. Harry Hilders has brought the Cupra 101, the bright orange car, in. We've had the Peugeot in as well from Nordschleifer Racing. That's Philippe Steveny in the Peugeot 3 Racing Club Cup from Nordschleifer Racing. 1 of 5 team managers being asked to go to race control. That's GSR by Speed Factory, the Audi. Arudas Leclausas behind the wheel of that car.
The other one that's been reported, John, is 717, the Always Racing Mark II V8. And a 10-second penalty has been given to the car collection Audi, not the blue and white one that's in the pit, but the number 88 car. I'll call it the Pierre Caffer car, but at the moment 88 in the hands of Simon Reicher as Max Edelhoff completes his refueling. Now he gets new tyres and a new driver, and I'm afraid for car collection fans, nobody in that team is as quick as Max Edelhoff. So we've seen the best of that car, but certainly when Max drives it, it goes quicker than anybody else drives it. Although Elmar Grimm, Ingo Vogler, no slouches, but they are both AM class of drivers.
Well, maybe that's another thing then. They're saving some time for Max. Then the battle for the lead then passes over to Daniel Aleman in the 91, the black and pixel Porsche. So used to that car being white or almost white, all white. Dennis Lind for Barwell, just half a second behind in the yellow, black and bright green. That's the Huracan from Barwell. And Paul Sitting car in second at the moment.
I think my money would be on Dennis Lind with that one, although Dennis taking a bit of time to dial himself in, but having dialed himself in, apart from a slight clout on the curb there as he went into the chicane, Dennis now beginning to get himself into a position where he's going to challenge. They go past one of the BMWs, and as they head down the straight, Daniel Aleman moves the Porsche over to the right-hand side of the track and makes Dennis Lind go to the outside.
Made a second move. Made a second move, went back to cross the other side. Lind's going to have to be very careful here. Barely an hour and a half gone, Paul. You don't want to be ending up in the gravel here.
Dennis Lind knows what he's doing. A lot of experience of the argy-bargy that sometimes happens in British GT racing, where he regularly competes, not generally for Barwell, but as a Lamborghini supported driver. Barwell has his services this weekend.
Spin for the 907 Porsche GT, 902. Now that was the leader. Then it had problems in the fuel, and who took over the...
It's JM.
Is it JM?
Yeah.
In the Team Web Heads car. He's dropped down to second. He's got a point in the right direction. He's fine. Now, earlier on, we saw the Aston Martin leaking some fuel after Nico Verdonk had been fueled. It's now back in the pits with an overheating problem, and Nico is down there and is talking to Shea Adam.
It wasn't actually fuel leaking from the car, it was water, which Nico Verdonk just informed me. Nico, the car being in here, the crew hard at work trying to get it fixed, overheating issues, yes?
Yeah, as you know, it's really hot out there, but when you lose some liquid, some water, it doesn't help. And yeah, it's a shame because it was really going well. I started second, and we just gradually moved up forward, and the car was really performing well, and I was able to overtake the BMW and then just build up the gap with second position. Obviously, when we have this, it doesn't really help for what we build it up, but still, you know, it's very early in the race, so hopefully we can get out and solve the temperature issues, but for some reason the ventilator wasn't working in the beginning, so it's never something what you want.
But this started when you were in the fuel station. It wasn't out on track. Was the car giving an indication of overheating while you were actually out there?
Yeah, indeed. While I was driving, I was monitoring and reporting all the time when and where and how much the temperatures were giving back information. And whilst I was refueling, there was a marshal pointing out at the bottom of the car that there was some liquid coming out, so I was afraid it was fuel. Luckily it wasn't, but obviously losing water is never good. So yeah, when we pitted, the guys were looking at it, and whilst we're doing the driver change, we could see there was more water coming out. But yeah, afterwards Rodrigue went out and he reported about it, and then he came in. But yeah, now we're looking to see what we can do.
Thanks, Nico. Still a long way to go.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you.
Shame he fought well to get to the front of the field. Another problem for the 451 Zinziger BMW. This is the Zorg Rennsport run BMW M4 GT4. So this a direct competitor to Nico Verdonk, who was just talking to Shea Adam there.
So who's left in GT4?
I don't know. I think if I get the Fiat Estate car out, we've got half a chance here. GT4 at the moment, in all honesty, is being led by, believe it or not, the Orchid Racing team. That's
a psychedelic Porsche.
It is Massimo Salamanca. What a great name to be in the psychedelic car for the Orchid Racing team.
Massimo Salamanca.
Oh yes, Massimo Salamanca. Yes. He really should be a Bond villain with a name like that. And he's got a good lead in SP4 at the moment, and sits in GT4 at the moment, sitting pretty inside the top 30 overall, behind some of the TCR cars. So doing a little better in the GT field.
Yeah, so the Zinziger car 451 comes into the pits, avoids, doesn't go down the fueling lane, goes directly to its pit garage with whatever problem has to be investigated there. I think this is a heat problem. I think there's a lot of cars suffering in the heat, and apropos of that, we've also had the Renault RS01 back into the pits again. So we heard earlier on that the problem with that car might have been overheating. Seems to be a similar problem hitting that car once again. Dennis Lynn challenging for the lead on the inside of the Porsche there of Daniel Allemann.
That was going down the hill through turn 6 to turn 7, and now they'll head up over the brow of 9.
This is the Denny and Danny show, isn't it?
Oh, is it ever? Now heading down towards the heavy braking. Will he try up the inside at turn 10? The left-hander is going to have to come from a long way back. He sort of does and sort of gets alongside, and Allemann has to eventually give way. I tell you what, he's a braver man than I am. Big slide as well from Lind as he goes through. I think there was a bit of frustration there from Lind. Didn't commit. I liked what Dennis did there. Didn't commit straight away. Made sure that Allemann had seen him and wasn't going to just blithely turn across the front of the Barwell car. Good driving from Lind and from Alleman as well. Clearly realised that he wasn't going to be able to hold that Barwell Lamborghini Huracan back too much longer.
And I think, yeah, Dennis's experience in British GT in the Lamborghini helped as well there, even though he doesn't drive this Lamborghini, but experience for him there, already opening up a gap to the Porsche. So that moves us, what we had an hour and just over an hour and a half of the race.
Hour and 40 minutes.
And that is the 5th change of lead already amongst 1, 2, 3, 4 different cars. So the 2 Hairbert Porsches have both led the race at some point. We've had the Max Ehrhoff car collection Audi has led the race, and also the Lamborghini, which was being driven by Patrick Kiala, now with Dennis Lind at the wheel, leading the race again.
Hello to Moni Elysium, left Daytona early this morning on her way to Atlanta and tuned in. Cracking race here in Barcelona, plenty going on at Silverstone as well over an RS3, and welcome to the broadcast and to the race for the first time to Andrew Marriott, who's down in the pits with Vincent Rademacher from the 188 Audi of AC Motorsport.
Indeed, he just climbed out of the car and he is absolutely out, as you can see. Brake up hit here, so let me dive in. That was very hard work.
Simply too hot. Simply too hot. It's too hot. For security, it's really strange to leave driver in the car like that.
So you're obviously not happy. I'll let you recover and come back later. So he says it's just too hot to race. I'm not sure about the rule he was talking about. Maybe Paul could throw some light on that.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear what Vincent was saying there, but yeah, certainly a very hot and exhausted Vincent Rademacher there.
Great overtake for the lead from Dennis Lind down at turn 10 a couple of laps ago, and he's already pulled out 2.6 seconds. This is, I mean, it's IMSA have got a rule, and I think the ACO and the FIA-WEC have a rule about how many degrees the cockpit temperature is. Now, I don't believe that is in force here in Creventic racing.
No, I mean, there isn't a regulation, but clearly, you know, the drivers can do what the drivers can do, and it's up to the teams to create some kind of airflow through the car to stop it from getting too hot. The other problem that 188 car has, or Vincent Rademacher and his team have, this is the AC Motorsport car, and Andrew could perhaps give us some more information on that, is the indisposition of Stefan Perrin. This is the car that James Kay is due to be driving later on during the race, and James, the current championship leader, co-championship leader in the Drivers' Series with Stefan Perrin. But Andrew, what can you tell us about Stefan?
There was a very nasty incident last night when Stefan Perrin was waiting to get in the car during the night practice, and the GT Extreme Porsche, which is at the next pit, or the next one pit, actually knocked him over and he crashed to the ground unconscious. He's got 2 ribs broken, lacerations and so on. He is in the hospital in Barcelona now, so he is obviously out of the championship and not racing. Puts a lot more pressure on the other drivers like Rademacher. We're just wondering if Rademacher was feeling that the stint time was too long. Maybe they thought they'd left him in too long or something, but I've never seen a driver quite as wiped out as that.
Yeah,
they did start with 5 drivers, of course, in that car, so they are only down to 4. Now,
could be worse. Yes.
It could be a heck of a lot worse. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And Mathieu Detry has taken the car over, and Mathieu is one of the quick drivers in the team. Taking nothing away from Vincent Rademacher, because he's a very quick driver as well, but Mathieu is also very quick in the car, so they do still have quick drivers at potential to drive that car, but it may well be that there's just a little bit of a problem with the getting the air into the car. Nothing to stop them having air conditioning units, of course, although they are heavy and take a little bit of the power away, but mainly the teams try and do it by getting air to come into the car and direct it in the driver's face to keep him reasonably comfortable. TCE currently being led by Fabian Dance in the top car, BARCELONA car, the Cupra, number 131. He has 7 seconds of an advantage at the moment over the next car up in the division, which is the leading SP3 car, the KTM Crossbow, car number 224, which Peter Lisa is currently at the wheel of. And then the next car up in the class is Erik van den Munkhoff with the BMW M4. He is a further 30 seconds behind. And then it's Ralf Hengler with the Autorama VW Golf next up in the TCR class. So it's quite a big gap in terms of the TCR class within the TCE division. But that's the top 4 at the moment. Hengler just going through there, a further 20 seconds behind van den Munkhoff, but only 3 seconds, just under 3 seconds ahead of Mathieu Detry, who is closing in on Ralf Hengler. So he's going to be in a position to overtake, I would say, within the next couple of laps. Back to the front of the field, Dennis Lind having now completed 55 laps for Barwell Motorsport, and he's opened up 3 seconds of an advantage now over Daniel Alleman in the Herbert Porsche. The car collection Audi, car number 34, which was leading the race in the hands of Max Edelhoff, has been handed over to Elmar Grimm. So Elmar has taken that car over. If you want a driver to drive the car when it's terribly hot, Elmar's probably the man to do it. Certainly a very strong driver, and he has rejoined in the car collection car in 11th place, just behind Charlie Putman with the CP Racing Mercedes, and they are in 4th and 5th places in the A6 AM category. The leading A6 AM class car at the moment being that of Kenneth Heyer in 4th place overall. Yuri Pisaric losing ground on the race leaders in the Ferrari, and also an
is it, Yuri? Because we've got conflicting information here.
Right. You think about Josef Kroll?
Yes.
Okay.
It does say Yuri now on the screen, in fairness.
What makes you think it might be?
No, it's all right. I was just looking at something else.
Right. So certainly the times suggest it's Yuri.
Yes.
What isn't clear is that the Ferrari spent much longer in the pits at its most recent pit stop than either the Herbert Porsche or the Barwell Lamborghini. And whether anybody from Bohemia Energy will tell Andrew Marriott quite why the Ferrari pit stop was a little bit longer, I don't know. But if anybody will find out, Andrew will.
Yeah, and he's down with Max Edelhoff at the moment. And just before we go down there, just hearing from BMW number 50, 5 to 6 hours to fix that car as well in the pit lane. So we've got a couple of really big jobs going on. Andrew, down at Car Collection.
Yeah, with Max, who did a fabulous job in qualifying, had a great first stint. You double stinted the tyres, you took the car into the lead.
Yeah, it was a very long stint with a very aggressive beginning at the start. All the pro drivers did a very good start, and they do some maneuvers which are very aggressive, and it's not so easy to start with the pros in the front of the field. But yeah, the car was very good. Then we had a little bit of bad luck with our refueling. We thought that the TCE car was in the gravel, that could be a Code 60, then we decided to come in. The Code 60 didn't came, but I think we are still on a good pace, and the car feels still good.
So when you came in for your second stop, you were almost out of fuel.
Yeah, yes, we had a lot of fuel remaining in the dashboard. We had a little bit of problem with the fuel station, so it took very long to get fuel in the car. So we could not drive longer. Yeah, that's also a bad luck at this moment.
How were the tyres on the second stint? I mean, that was great to keep them going, but were they almost shot?
Yeah, the tyres from the beginning was very good. In the middle, yeah, we had to get a little bit slower from the speed, but at the end the tyres was still good.
Super job, well done, Max.
Thank you very much.
Smashing lad, isn't he, Max Edelhoff? And very, very impressive impressive driver down through his relatively short career.
Yeah, why he's still down as an AM? Well, I can see he's an AM driver, but there are certainly different grades of AMs, shall we put it that way. One of the fastest cars on the circuit at the moment is Nicky Pastorelli in the GPX Porsche, the Spa 24-hour winning car, which is currently in 8th place. That car also having had a long pit stop when it had its first stop for, who was it who started it? Actually, who did start the 24 car? I need to go back and check that one. But Nicky Pastorelli currently at the wheel of it and is, as I say, in 8th place, but one of the quickest drivers out there, 1 minute 55, 1 minute 51.2 on his last lap. The person who's close to that is Jochen Krumbach. Said he would be a man to watch in the Wochenspiegel Monschau entered Ferrari, run by Rinaldi Racing, and he goes through in 5th place overall. 6th place is the 93 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, now in the hands of Edward Lewis Browner, car number 93.
I've just talked to Joseph Kral, so he's definitely not in the car, and he tells me the slow pit stop was maybe the pump. They just thought that particular pump was very slow. They can't explain it any other way. That's what it was about. He's relaxing in the back of the garage at the moment. He's virtually asleep, actually, so I didn't want to bring him to the front, but Joseph Kral resting at the moment. I'm sure he's going to be very quick a little later. And just going back to Max Enderhoff, remember that Imola, was it last year, they were the first ever A6 AM car to win a race outright. They won the 12 hours there, didn't they?
Yeah, very well remembered, Andrew. That's a well put together team who big stalwarts of the Hankook 24-hour series down through the years, always running one, sometimes more cars. I remember at Zandvoort as well. They had a good run at Zandvoort the first time we went there. Really good run. Got a feeling they had a problem right near the end. It cost them an even better run.
Yeah, so
let's go back to the action on the track where the number 10 Hoffer AMG has just moved up into 3rd position. Kenneth Hyatt has hunted down and now passed Yuri Pisalic in the Ferrari 488, the number 11 championship leading car. Like Yuri might have had a little bit of trouble getting past the number 188 Mathieu Detray in the AC Motorsport car. Just cost him a little bit of momentum up the hill through 10, 11 and 12. And at 13, the deed was done. Sorry, Paul, I interrupted you there in a thought you were about to say.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the thought was. I wanted to say that I'd looked up the, it was Jordan Broger who started in the GPX
yes.
Porsche, car 24, but as I say, that car now being handed over and driven by Nicky Pastorelli as Dennis Lynn goes through, completes 59 laps, and he's not pulling away that much from Daniel Alleman. He's got a car into the lead, but I think, keeping the car in the lead, his lap time just 4/10 of a second quicker than that of Daniel Alleman, and that means that the gap first second is 4.8 seconds. Back to 3rd place, where Kenneth Hyatt, as John rightly observes, has just got himself through into 3rd place, but very nearly a minute down the road, so half a lap down the road before we get the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, still leading in A6 AM. And so that car number 10 having a good solid race so far.
About 8 minutes away from our next hour of racing completed, and the 11 car has got back in front, the Ferrari back in front of Kenneth Hyatt. So what's he done? We'll have to keep an eye on that out on the circuit. So he's barely ahead for, in fact I don't think he was ahead for a lap. Talking about stalwarts of racing with car collection and stalwarts of this series, no bigger stalwart than the man who is with Andrew Marriott now down in the pit lane. Andrew, what a character you're standing next to.
Yeah, it's Jim Brioni from America, a lot of Trans Am racing back 20, 30 years ago, doing his 99th endurance race. He's just a year younger than me, actually. Jim, this is a fantastic, he says he can't hear, I can't hear much other. Fantastic achievement, 99 races.
Yep, well, this is number 99. I figure my career is coming to an end. I'm 75 years old. I'm still fast. If you're going to get out while you're on top, not when you're at the bottom as an also-ran.
You're going to do Kota. That will be 100. That will be it. Hang up the helmet.
Yep, that'll be it. I've been doing this thing for 54 years. It's time. It's time.
And what would be the standout race, the standout victory? I know you had quite a lot of success in Trans Am and so on. What was your favourite race?
It's hard to tell. You know, you've done 99 24s. A lot of the 24s are memorable. A lot of the club races I did when I was way back in the 60s and 70s. I mean, there's a lot of memorable ones. I just can't. It's kind of hard to put my finger on just one.
Now, you had a bit of a problem at the start. Is the car going all right now?
Yeah, the car's running great now. We don't know what happened as I went into turn, down along the back straightaway, went the gear down and everything went black. I looked around, steered off, safe, trying to figure what the hell went wrong here. So I saw a master. I tried a number of different things, it didn't work. Then I saw a master switch, I pumped it, lights came back on. Okay, we got it. Fired it up, started coming back, and it just wasn't running right. And somehow I hit the pit limiter. So I snapped that off, and all of a sudden it came to life, and I kept going. Then we had a problem with the ABS. Brought me in, they readjusted that, and then after that the car was perfect.
Right, well, congratulations, the evergreen Jim Briody.
Yeah, 100 races next time around. He's going to get asked that question again. So, Andrew, you better tell him. You better start thinking about some memorable moments from his career, because I've got a strong suspicion the guys at Creventic will be asking him about them, and so will we. What a career, over 50 years of racing, and you can only imagine, Paul, the changes that Jim will have seen from his club racing days in the 60s and 70s to GT3 cars and that Mark Cars coupe that he's driving now. I mean, almost unrecognisable, the racing and how people go about racing nowadays to when he started.
Well, and as well, when you get stranded out on the circuit, what do you do? What you'd have done back in Jim's day would be get out of the car and start fiddling with distributors and points and all kinds of things like that on the car. What you do now is you find the big off switch, turn it off, turn it on again, and
hard reboot. Yes.
But yeah, so it was interesting. I think it was Paul Oyser was having a chat with Jim at one point, saying, how do you actually get to 99 24-hour races? And Jim just told Andrew Marriott he's been racing for over 50 years. There's only 2 races a year, 2 24-hour races.
Yeah,
a year.
exactly.
But he's done considerably more than 99 races altogether. This is 99 24-hour races.
And over the last certainly decade or so, the opportunity to do 24-hour races, Paul, has increased exponentially, because people like Creventic and the Hankook 24-hour series, I mean, they have done already this year 24-hour races at Dubai, here, Portimao, and there was one other as well, wasn't there?
Not 24
not 24. And they will do another 24-hour race, albeit with a split in it, at Kota this year. So, you can rack them up if you go and do them, yeah.
As I've been doing again as well. The Hoffer and Passarich Scuderia Ferrari battle continues, and once again Kenneth Hire goes past Yuri Passarich. We've said that before, John. So Kenneth Hire then has got back past the Ferrari. Dennis Lind, meanwhile, goes through. It's a slightly quicker lap for him in the 49s that time, a 49.9 for Dennis. I suspect what he's done is to play the tyres in nicely during the first part of the stint. The team has said don't wear the tyres out early on, and then they'll last you nicely for the full length of the stint. Of course, the problem is, as Malicelli you mentioned, that if you do overuse the tyres, then the rear grip starts to go away, or at least Malicelli was describing that as being what happened to him when he was driving the Ferrari. The gap first to second has now gone out to 9.1 seconds then between Lind and Alleman.
And then the battle for third is that Hoffer red, white, black car and the bright red Ferrari, which is going down towards, that battle is going down towards the turn 10 braking area now. Yuri not giving this up by any stretch of the imagination. They've just gone past the 717. It's Einar Thorsen behind the wheel of the Kurt Oyser racing car. We're just coming up to complete another hour of racing. We'll do the standings for you in a minute or two. Remind you, audio on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network. Audio and vision on www.24hseries.com.
Just a quick one, because I've seen it on the screen and also just seen it go past me. The 101 Red Camel Cupra, Gijs Bessem has had an extra pit stop, and as a result of that has slipped down to 9th place in the TCE division. So perhaps when we go to the hourly rundown, Andrew Marriott can have a little ferret around the Red Camel Jordans.nl garage just to see why Gijs Bessem came in for that extra pit stop in the 101 car, because it was not on the schedule that I was expecting that car to come in. The 101, the car that will be driven by Ivo Breukers later on in the race, but Ivo hasn't actually been in the car yet. It was started by Harry Hilders. Gijs Bessem has taken it over, so it's been a bit of an NKPP dominated crew so far, as they seem to be running all right now, and Gijs putting in reasonable lap times, is very close indeed behind number 102, the Home Guard VW Golf, which is just ahead of it in the TCR class.
So we are coming to the end, in fact have come to the end of another hour of racing, with just under 22 still to go. Let's take a look at the standings here at the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya, for the final round of the European part of the 24-hour season, Hankook season by Creventic. And it's Barwell Motorsport that leads. Nearly 7 seconds, the gap now between Dennis Lind and Daniel Alleman in the Herbeth Motorsport number 91. Kenneth Heyer in third position is the Hoffa Racing driver in the Mercedes AMG. Lamborghini, Porsche, Mercedes and Ferrari in fourth position. The number 11 championship leading Bohemia Energy's Scuderia Praha car. Yuri Pisadi's just gone through underneath us. The Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car is now up into fifth for the 22, the second of the Ferraris. The white, merely white with red writing on that car. In fourth in A6 Pro and sixth overall. Then it's Herbeth Motorsport in the second of the AM cars, the 93 Porsche. GPX Racing in seventh with the 24 blue and orange. Car Collection Motorsport with the 88, the bright orange Audi, in eighth. And the top 10 made up by Fricadelli's 31 Porsche, which had been running much higher but then had that left rear tyre give way, of course. And the CP Racing number 85 is in 10th position. Should just mention that Fricadelli in 9th have just come into the fuel stop. Felipe Fernandez Laser coming to the end of his stint. As far as the other classes are concerned, Shadi Shami is behind the wheel of the True Racing KTM GTX in 12th position, that leads SPX, their team car, the 217. Hubert Trunkenpolz is driving that car in second position, down in, where are they? Down in 15th position overall. 991 class, Race Union having taken that over that lead with a slight spin from JM Littman in the 902, the Webheads car. That had been the pole position car with Dillman, Tom Dillman qualifying that. And at the moment, there's a bit of a gap between those guys, just over a minute actually between first and second in that 991 class. GT4 Orchid Racing in the dark purple and lime green, psychedelic coloured Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport MR. Mantai Racing, that's the number 415 car, and that seats in 19th. SP4, haven't mentioned Nordschleifer Racing for a little while. They are in literally a class of one. That SP4 Ligier JS2 sits in 20th position. Outside the top 20, Kurt Oyser Racing, the Mark II V8. That's one of the SPX car ahead of the Vortex, which was leading that category, but now has dropped down behind the other big V8 engine car. In GT4, Zorg Rennsport, the 451, despite a couple of slow laps, still running in second position in a GT4 class that's been pretty decimated, to be honest. And the Pro Sport Aston Martin went in with some overheating problems earlier on. The Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport car still several hours away from getting back out, as is the 917 Orchid Racing team. A clutch problem early on for that car. No, take that back. It was a suspension problem early on for that car after some damage to both ends of that car. The radiator gone at the front. That's the GTs. The TCE still at the moment led by the... Oh, no, it's not. In fact, that's just changed. 10 seconds the gap between now. It's Fabian Danzin, the number 131 Top Car Sport with Baz Kutin Cupra. So a TCR now leading the TCE series from Petrolisa in the RTR Projects KTM Crossbow. That's the 4-cylinder car. That leads SP3 second in the touring car endurance part of the race. Then it's AC Motorsport, 188 Audi. The two Autorama cars, 112 from 114, as Marcel van Perlo has just taken over the Munkhoff Racing BMW M4 GTR, now down into third position behind the Ginetta of Michael Klosterman, the Perfection car that sits in sixth in the overalls. In the A3 category, we have to go outside the top 10 for Hoffa Racing's BMW 240i Racing Cup car. Volker Piepmeier. Piepmeier driving that car. Harold Rettich is his nearest competitor, 14 seconds back in the Fun M Motorsports. Synchro is third position in there. Matt Neal has just taken over that car. Problems early for the PR&V Honda, for the PR&V Porsche, and for the Tic Tac Tot Car Sports Seat TCR Valvaro Rodriguez Sastre, the 1, 2, 3. That's how it stands after 2 hours. It's still Barwell at the head of the field and in GT as we're live from trackside here at Barcelona.
Yeah, well, Eric van der Monschhoff's just climbed out of his BMW, looking very hot, Eric.
It was. My God. The last 20 minutes, it was really hot. I wanted to push, but not every round was very perfect. So I lost some seconds in some rounds. But anyway, I think a good stint.
Car going very well. You've got the youngest Van Berlo boy driving with you, of course, and he always goes well.
Yes, of course. The one, Glenn Van Berlo.
Glenn, yeah.
He is, but he's driving a night stint.
That's what you've decided, is it?
Together with his father do the day stints, and he is doing the night stints.
Good for a young boy.
Yes.
And you're very happy with this BMW. It seems to be a very good car.
Yeah, it was nice to be on pole, and I hope we do our best to come on the finish from the 24 hours. Last year we had an engine brake, so we hope that year it will go better.
So what's so special about a 24-hour race? Does it mean something extra to you?
24 hours is really long for the drivers, for the car, and all. Yeah, it takes a lot of from the car, especially when it is so hot. So it's really amazing when you come over the finish after 24 hours.
And you have to be clever as well.
Of course. You can't win it in the first round.
Absolutely. Sensible words there from I go and let him sit down because he really has been working hard here. Thanks very much. I love the smile on his face. You can see his passion, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think this heat is taking its toll. Fantastic opportunity for KTM to test their new GTXs. Laura Kreiheimer did a fantastic first stint, got up as high as 4th position in the number 216 True Racing car. Sadie Samni is in the car now.
Yeah, Sarmony actually down to drive both cars potentially, but as I suspect that because he is as the 5th driver for the 217 car, he'll concentrate on the 216 car. So, as I say, they've already got 4 drivers in the 217, and Sarmony is the 5th driver in that car. Talking of the heat, though, both Felipe Fernandez-Larza and Simon Reicher in the number 88 car collection car coming into the pits, as you said, John, whilst we were going through the rundown, because they came to the end of their 2-hour driving limit.
Right, yes.
That wasn't because, well, it was because of fuel. They took fuel on. But because, of course, Larza had that puncture, so came in early, he then reached his 2-hour limit, and that was why he came in at the end of that, just as you were doing the rundown.
There will be people who will be saying, but hang on a second, Hindhoff was doing that rundown after 2 hours, so they must have been over their 2-hour limit. Well, more than 2 hours had elapsed, but in terms of driving time, not so.
Correct, yeah. The way that Creventic counts driving time, some series do this, other series don't, and it's important for race engineers to know which version of the rule is in place. But Creventic says as soon as you come across the pit lane entry timing loop, then your driving time stops. As soon as you leave the pit lane, the pit exit, the timing loop, the time starts again. So if you do a double stint, if you stay in the car, through a pit stop, the time that you actually spend in the pit lane doesn't count towards it. And in the case of Felipe Larza, he was in the pits for 3.5 minutes, so he was just under the 2-hour driving time limit. And as I say, the same applies to the orange car collection car, the number 88 car, which Simon Reicher started. They had a slightly earlier pit stop as well. It was interesting to hear from Max, though, and well done to Andrew for getting the information out of him, that the car coming into that early stop, which I didn't understand, and I stand by it, but they thought there was going to be a code 60, in which case it would have been a master stroke because they'd have got a full tank full of fuel, whilst there was a code 60 in place. But as Max said, unfortunately the code 60 didn't happen. Into the pits now comes the race leader, Dennis Lind. Then is no longer the race leader, but he was the race leader when he came in, and so he's coming in for a tank full of fuel. 33 laps completed. Well, actually, it'll be 34. He hasn't quite crossed the line for completion of his 34th lap.
Are you happy with that? Is that about the right time for Barwell?
Possibly 1 lap early. Patrick Chiala managed 35 laps, but of course Patrick Chiala started with a full 120 litres in the tank.
Yes, good point.
The Lamborghini is allowed to take on board 95 litres, so they can't actually fill it up to the brim. They can only put 95 litres in under normal race conditions. So that's a good long stint for Dennis Lind. And say the good thing for the Barwell team is that they can start refueling the car straight away, as opposed to Herbert and Scuderia Praha, who have to stop, wait 7 seconds before they can start putting the fuel in. So that will help Barwell and enable them to do slightly quicker, they hope, pit stops. Although their drivers aren't quite so used to getting in and out of the car quickly as Scuderia Praha's drivers are.
I think they're not here to make up the numbers, Barwell, are they? They came very, very close at Mugello earlier on in the season. Perhaps didn't quite have the speed of the number 11 Ferrari, just going through turns 1 and 2 now. That car, which is sitting down in 4th position. Daniel Alleman, by the way, for Herbert Motorsport, number 91 car, the black and pixelated car, that is the leader at the moment. But Mark Lemmer, who is the team principal, team manager, general factotum down there, very clear about the fact that they're enjoying what they're seeing here. And Andrew is down at the 77 pit at the moment.
Yes, I am, and Dennis Lind is going to stay in the car. The Hankooks go on quickly. A water bottle handed to him by the team, but he is staying in the car. And what I can't understand about Dennis Lind, he's about 6'3", and his cousin, of course, is Kevin Magnussen, and he's about 5'3". Anyway, the car has gone down the pit lane, very efficient pit stop, as we would expect from Barwell. and I suspect this car will lead the next hour of the race or so.
Well, it'll go back out in, I think, still in a top 5 position, maybe top 6. It just depends who's got the pit at the end of this one.
Yes, last time there was some 4 or 5 laps between the Barwell pit stop before we saw either the Scuderia Praha Ferrari come in or the Herbert Porsche come in. So we may see a similar gap this time, but it was certainly a quick pit stop by Barwell. All credit to them. They turned the car around 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Now, I think they haven't got back out in front of Elmar Grimm, I don't think. And the 34 car is the first of the leading group, remember, to stop the Car Collection Motorsport car. So I've got a feeling that they didn't quite get back out in front of that car, but they're on the 34 Car Collection car on a slightly different strategy. The man with his name above the door, well, not literally, because he's not called Mark Barwell, he's called Mark Lemski with Mariotti.
Yeah, Lemski, he's saying on Hindhoff. I was talking to you off camera about Dennis Lynch staying for a second stint in this heat, and I said, have you got aircon? And you said no, but you've got something else.
Well, yeah, we've got a helmet blower which is attached to a little heat exchanger unit, so it's a little sort of aircon unit, but it doesn't cool the whole cockpit. It just provides cool air to the drivers' heads, which does help, but it is tough out there.
Historians will remember Keke Rosberg winning a Dallas Grand Prix with actually a water-cooled skull cap under the helmet, but I've never seen one since, so that's a very interesting idea.
Yeah, you know, the idea is if you can cool the head, the blood will cool the rest of the body. But the biggest problem we had with Patrick, is that when you come into fuel and the airflow stops, the heat soak is horrendous. So actually these guys can be pretty close to passing out while they're sitting waiting for 2 minutes in the fuel. Once the airflow gets going again, it's not so bad.
Wow, but meanwhile, so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good, but look, it's a tough race. It's tough on everything, but so far so good.
Thanks very much. Lemski.
Yeah, the Corvette guys had blown helmets a few years ago in IMSA competition, and we have got a driver in IMSA competition at the moment who has got a balaclava that is linked to his cool suit. Shea, remind me who it is? Nick Galante, thank you. And he's also got a sort of a portable affair, so that when it's hot but he still wants to be on the grid and doing, you know, signings and meeting, that he sort of puts it on a belt pack, and it still powers the capillaries within his cool suit. It's very clever.
The cool suit is and it's an interesting theory that Mark Lemmer has, that you keep the driver's head cool and that will cool the rest of him. Cool suits themselves, vests that have hopefully cold liquid running through them, is a very good way of cooling you down as well.
As long as they work.
Quite, yes. But there is a theory that actually does better than cooling the head down. But anyway, into the pits has come Daniel Alleman.
From the lead.
Again, a leading car into the pits. Daniel Alleman having done again, a normal kind of stint length for him. 33 laps it will be by the end of the stint. And as I say, this is the effect of having the car that you can't quite fill with fuel at every pit stop. It's constrained by what the rules limit you to doing.
Just a final thought on cooling drivers down. Spoke with Alex Zanardi a couple of years ago, and actually one of the major parts of your body that the body uses to cool you down and circulate your blood and cool you down is in your legs. And that's a real problem for Alex. As you know, he lost his legs in an IndyCar accident, Champ Car accident at the Lausitz ring. And he finds when it's warm in the car that he really struggles to keep his core temperature down. And I've often wondered, Paul, you know, everybody concentrates their efforts on cooling head and torso. Nobody ever thinks about the legs, and I wonder if there's something that you could do with that.
I think the theory is that it takes a certain length of time to get the to get the blood around the body, you have less body. There's less area to cool down. So just to kind of watch the GPX portion also just come in for its pit stop. Also note in passing that the team manager of GPX was asked to go to race control about a quarter of an hour ago, so he should have been there by now and done what he's had to do.
A very quick pit stop for the Porsche, the Herbert Porsche with the pixels on the side. Now, are they just pixels, or is that a crossword puzzle on there, Andrew? I didn't see you getting in there with your Sharpie to do 15 across there.
Daniel Alleman just climbed out of the car. Robert Renauer went into the car. And Daniel, of course, wears a sort of rally driver style open face helmet. And I just wonder if that helps a little bit. He's taken the helmet off now. I'm going to try and grab hold of him, bring him to the front of the garage. He's no spring chicken, Daniel. I think he's 59 years old. So just taking on some water, looking a little bit red-faced, but looking relatively good. He's just got a nice white wet towel around him now, and a good stint by Daniel there. That was hot work. I don't think you've done many races as hot as this, have you?
It is, yeah, very hot. It's very hard, but we have acclimatization. It's not so big problem. But the tires, the tires will be too hot, and a lot of traffic. You must be careful, but the car works.
Did I understand? You've got air conditioning in your car?
Yeah, we have air conditioning. Yeah. But just by braking. Just by braking.
It works okay?
It's okay. Yeah. For old men. It's just for old men.
You won this race. You know how to win this race. You know how to win this race. I think you won it twice before, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. I believe we look for that we win again. Yeah.
I'll go and let you have a rest. Congratulations. Nice drive. Nice drive. Well done.
Yeah, it's very beautiful. Thank you.
Very beautiful. That's nice. His English is not that great, actually, but I found that in the past. But he's a lovely fella, and for an amateur, he does so well. He came out of the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland in the amateur B class. That's where I first came across him. But he stepped into this excellent team run by Robert Renau and his brother Alfred, and they do such a good job with fairly limited resources, to be honest.
Very interesting that Renat and Muller saying they're not using the air con. Daniel is. He says it's only for old men. I like that. The hop sweets, by the way, for Daniel. Yoda's uncle has tweeted at RSL_studio, so I'm going to put Andrew onto this. He says earlier in the coverage this year, it was mentioned that this weekend would be the last race for the number 10 Hofer car. Has there been any word on this subject over the meeting so far? I haven't heard anything, Paul. I don't know if you have.
It's come back. I mean, the problem was the chassis had been damaged at a previous race, having been bounced over one too many curbs, and they weren't in a position to repair the chassis. Quite where this has come from, whether it's been a full repair of the chassis or whether it's a brand new one that they've somehow acquired from somewhere, I don't know. But it did take a fair old hammering as a result of the accident that Christian Frankenhout had in the test session on Thursday. It was a bit of a touch and go moment, I think, at one point for Arthur, but they have been able to repair it and get on its way once again. Another thing that you'll be used to by now if you're watching Creventic races is the sight of a Synchro Motorsport with its rear panel hanging off. This kind of seems to be a feature of the Synchro car, that the towing hook holds the rear panel on and eventually it falls off. But that's happened again on the 676 Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic.
Yeah, it gets it gets hit with tyre debris from under the rear arches, I think, and eventually works it loose. And that's the problem. Hoffer Racing number 10, the very car we were talking about, into the pit lane. Fairly standard stop going on there. Right Turn Lover says, have you heard anything about whether there are plans to make the KTM GTX a road car? Looks meatier and neater than the Crossbow. I think that is the plan, certainly from what we were hearing from Lara Kreiheimer earlier on in the week, that this is a development car. Both of these cars are development for the new project for KTM. Their 5-cylinder engine releasing more horsepower. There have been mutterings about a potential GT2 car which needs to put out somewhere in the region of 700 horsepower, and the 4-cylinder engine, whilst it can get there, it tends to be a bit volatile. He said this diplomatically, is what I'm hearing from sources near to the manufacturer. The 2.5 inline 5-cylinder makes a great noise. Not very loud at the moment in this car. And the GTX, significantly different all around. Different front end treatments, a little bit wider it looks to me, certainly a bit longer. And some clever work on that car. Bad news for Munkhoff. Paul sitting in the TCE car, what, a couple of hours or so ago, and that car is being pushed into the garage, having dropped down the field at the start, but then was doing really, really well. And
it was a good long stint. I mean, it was a good 2 hours that Erik van den Munkhoff drove in the car, and he was telling Andrew how well the car was going, and how the idea was that Glenn van Berlo was going to be driving the car during the night. Well, it's going to need some work doing to it, I'm afraid. Marcel, father of Glenn van Berlo, has brought the car into the pits, and I'm not quite sure if we'll find out quite what's going on there, but that car has now been pushed back into the pits. The pit stop from the Hoffer Racing team has happened, and Wim Spinoy has now taken the number 10 car back out into the race. It did lead the race for a lap, actually. Kenneth Heyer, before he came in, did lead the race, and as I say, that car now back out with Wim Spinoy. Andrew Mario, you've got an update for us, I think, with the BMW.
No, I've got Kenneth Heyer with me first, and then I'll go to the BMW. Kenneth, that was a hot stint, but you look pretty fresh. Have you got aircon?
No, we don't have aircon. We just need every power. When the two pros are driving, we switch it off, so we need all the power we have. It's very tough, the tires, the car. It's so hot, you really have to manage the tires. It's not so easy, really, really tough stint.
Your car is a bit of an old stager. Are you going to have a new chassis for next year? What's the plan?
Yeah, I think it will be a complete new car. It's not fixed yet. Yeah, as you know, Hofer, they want to do endurance. Chantal is pregnant, she's getting a baby, so we got a new Hofer family member later this year, so we will see if the beginning of the season or we do it like just this year, come from the middle.
There's an Evo version of this car coming, yes?
Yeah, I drove it in Portimao. Next step, yeah, as we know, AMG is just building cars who win 24 and 12-hour races, so everybody expect a good weapon, and yeah, we're looking forward.
See, your dad's here. It's so hot, he's going to take his Bavarian hat off.
Yeah, just in this weather conditions, I think. In Spain, it's not so mandatory to wear it, I think. It's really hot.
Okay, well, that's his father, Hans Heyer, was absolutely top driver in the European Touring Car Championship. Did a tiny bit of Formula 1 as well at one stage, but that's another story.
Yeah, another story for another day. Thank you, Andrew.
I have to admit, I didn't recognise Hans because he came out in a baseball cap when I was down here earlier on this week. And into the pits has come another race-leading car, because Jiri Pisaric actually was leading the race, but he now has come into the pits. So we cycle through race leaders, each of them coming into the pits, and counting the Ferrari in as it came there. I think it was probably adding some of the pit stop refueling that it didn't take on a previous occasion. So the 7 seconds of non-refueling did happen for the Ferrari this time, and I'm sure Josef Kral, Andrew told us was going to be getting into the car, will be ready to get into the Scuderia Praha Ferrari this time as it comes down the pit lane. And yes, I can see Josef Kral standing down there ready to get into the car, and Pisaric, good stint, coming in to hand it over.
Haven't spoken about the TCR and TCE battles for a little while. Fabian Danz leads TCR and TCE, Touring Car Endurance, by just 6.5 seconds now, as the RTR Crossbow, the 4-cylinder KTM, is closing back in. Then it's AC Motorsports Audi, the 188. Then it's the 112 of Autorama. And we've got to go down to 5th position for Red Camel Jordan NL, the second of the Coopers, excuse me, ahead of Vaporu Motorsport, who have quietly pulled themselves up into 5th position as the Scuderia Praha Ferrari goes out without stopping at its pit box. So you're...
Yes, it
no,
did.
yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. Yeah, all right. No, that's fine.
It's early in the pit lane is the problem.
Right, okay.
So it stops very early in the pits.
So Dennis Lind has gone back, cycled back, as I thought he would, to be followed by Robert Renard. Is the other Renard here this weekend?
No, we don't have to get confused.
Right, excellent. Joe
The only
Bradley
reason we have to
based.
get confused is that when Andrew was talking about Daniel Alleman having won this race before, and that's absolutely right, he has, twice before. But last year, when the Herbert car won the race, it was Alfred Renauer without Robert who was driving the car. This year, it's Robert driving the car without Alfred. But it does mean, as I say, we don't have to get confused between the two Renauer twins. Not quite sure where Alfred is this weekend, but Robert is the only of the two Renauers here.
The other Herbert car, by the way, has just come in from 3rd position, so it's Lind from Renard by 10 seconds with the pit stops on again at the sharper end of the field. Let's take a Herbert update with Andrew.
That's Scuderia Praha, actually. I'll not go to Herbert after this. Jiri Pasaric got out of the car as I arrived at the pits. He went straight out of the back of the pits and into his obviously air-conditioned motorhome. So I'm hoping he's going to come out here a bit later and grab a word with the energy entrepreneur. His company is Bohemia Energy. Because they haven't won this race since 2014, I think is the last time they won this race. Of course, they've been winning everything else, but not this one.
Unbeaten in the European Championship this year for the number 11 Team Prague car.
Yes, it's 2014 when they last won this race. 2015, it was a Mercedes win. 2016 and 2018, both Herbert Porsche wins. Quick history of what's happened. 2017, of course, was the year that it was a TCR-only race when Creventic organised 2 separate championships, one for the TCR,
oh, yes.
One for the
I was thinking for that.
GT cars, and Barcelona was only for the TC E division cars. And that was won by a Ginetta, the Lils Montserrat team, a local team.
Yeah.
And their Ginetta did a very good run indeed, a team of very young kart drivers to win the racing. That was 2017.
Question from Michael Hetherington, and I actually meant to ask you this earlier on in the week, but got sidetracked about a bazillion different times. Is Laura Kryhammer related to any other racing Kryhammers?
Like a Dominic, yes.
Yes.
I think she's a sister.
Sister. There you go, Mickey.
Sister.
Yeah. Very good drive for her in that KTM to start with. And certainly seemed to be enjoying that car. She's raced in the KTM Crossbow Cup, hasn't she? Because she was at Mugello earlier in the season when we had a couple of rounds of that, which is a mix between the different power outputs of the open-top cars and the GT4 closed-top car, and stepping up into the new development GTX KTM. Paul is calculating something.
No, I was just looking because Nicky Pastorelli is in between Dennis Lind and Robert Renauer. Unfortunately, he's a lap behind. So Nicky Pastorelli with the GPX Porsche is a lap behind and is in 4th place overall, but is lapping just as quickly. So whatever afflicted the GPX car, as I say, it is now 1 lap off the lead lap. It's done the same number of pit stops. Everybody's done 2 pit stops in that leading group of A6 cars. And as I say, Pastorelli lapping just as quickly, but is already a lap behind.
And just to finish off on that True Racing 216, Paul, that is an all-Austrian crew in that car. Laura was the Crossbow Battle champion in 14 and has been racing the GT4 with them, and she does work in marketing at KTM, and quite a lot of the drivers who come into the KTM and end up doing some of these races have got other jobs at KTM, including the guy who designed the car, of course. He's been known to get in the car. In fact, he's here this weekend. Andrew has stayed at Team Prague, and Jiří Pesařič has cooled down a little bit, rehydrated, which means he'll be able to answer some probing questions from Mr. Marriott.
He has cooled down, but not that much. He said to me just before you came to us, it was hell in there.
Absolutely hot in the car. It's absolutely hell.
Can you remember it being as hot as this?
Actually, I remember that last year I was not able to finish the race because I did the last stint, and we did a second position, second place, and I was not able to go for the Pokal. So really crazy weather.
Of course, you've got a big company to run, haven't you? You've got a big company to run. You can't spend every day in the gym.
Yeah, we are only 3 drivers, so we will spend each 8 hours in the car. So I hope it will be dark soon.
What I was saying, you run a very big company, so you haven't got lots of time to be in the gymnasium.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, congratulations. You haven't won this race. You won everything else, but you haven't won this race for, I think, 5 years.
Oh yeah, we will see if we will be able to finish all 5 races on the podium.
It'd be fantastic. Go and have a lie down again. Well done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Well done, Andrew. Well done as well to, yes, clearly still recuperating Jiří Pesařič. And as I say, it's, well, only 2:30 in the afternoon here in Barcelona, and it's going to continue to stay reasonably warm, I would suggest, for the next 4 or 5 hours or so. Even the nighttime temperature is only predicted, according to my forecast, to go down to 22 degrees C. So it would be quite a pleasant afternoon in England at that temperature. So that's the minimum temperature that we're expecting overnight, 22, and then back up into the low 30s again tomorrow, and that might as well prove to be only difficult for the drivers, but also for the cars as well, as they have to deal with these hot temperatures. We're not that far away from getting a battle on for the lead, because Robert Renauer, actually on that last lap, Robert's lap was a little bit slower than Dennis Lind, but Dennis Lind doing a 49.8, it's got the gap back up again to 9 seconds. It had come down to 7 seconds on the previous lap, with Robert Renauer having done a quicker lap than Dennis, but Dennis Lind, we saw this in his earlier stint, a little bit gentle on the tyres early in the stint. Even though he stayed in the car, the team did change the tyres and send him on his way. So it was a new set of Hankook tyres for the Barwell team, but Dennis Lind not wanting to wear them out early. What Dennis is going to have to do, though, is to be aware of his driving time, because there is a 2-hour driving limit, as John and I were discussing a moment ago, that has the pit stop time taken off, but 2 hours
Hans Reiter, who's developed this KTM
time. And so he
Hans Reiter
has another 34 minutes on his stint before he gets to the end of his 2 hours.
Well, I'm down here at KTM with Hans Reiter of Reiter Engineering, who's done all the development on this new car. We know it's got the 5-cylinder engine. Tell us more about it.
Well, actually, yeah, it's the evolution of the Expo. It's now got an Audi 5-cylinder street engine with 420 horsepower, and seems to work. It's our very first race. We did quite some long distance testing, but haven't done a race yet. So good experience, and we see how long it will last. We hope to make the 24 hours.
Obviously, you're developing this for racing. Will KTM develop it for the road, do you think?
How do I get around this question now?
Sorry about that.
No, you're look. Mr. Pira once told me in KTM the philosophy is to test and approve something on racing, and if it succeeds, then consider or think about it, having it on the street. First, this car has to be a proper, good long-distance race car, and if this development is finished then we can discuss further steps.
There's talk of a new GT2 category. This car's probably perfect for that.
Well, actually, I wouldn't want now to decide for any category. It is what we can exclude. It's definitely not a GT4. You know, we will continue with our GT4. We will have a facelift. We will have an engine upgrade. But this is for one level higher, whatever that means.
And how closely do you work with Dallara? Because I believe Dallara built the chassis, didn't it?
The original chassis was built in 2008 by Dallara.
Not now.
No, it's the same chassis. And I must say they did a fantastic job, because this chassis still, for me, is one of the best chassis you can have. You know, it's just, everything is right with it. You wouldn't want to change it, you know?
Writer Engineering, you're still working with Lamborghinis as well?
No, unfortunately not. This is finished a few years ago, and so we opted for KTM, and we are extremely happy with our choice.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for a nice interview. Hans Reiter, I think I've heard of him for so many years. It's the first time I ever talked to him. Nice man.
And right turn lover, and all his questions answered there for a level higher, the GTX, whatever that might be. That was a very diplomatic way of answering it. Hans Wright, a smashing guy. Known him for a long time and seen him at various races. Peter Cox, of course, been involved with development programs down through the years, and that's how I originally met Hans. And KTM is a very exciting company at the moment. The man at the head of KTM is the sort of guy that when he reminds me a bit of a European version of Dr. Don Panos. When he sets his mind to something, Paul, he won't be deflected from it. And the 217 True Racing car out there at the moment in the hands of Hubert Trunkenpolz, providing a perfect sound and vision backdrop to talking about KTM. In motorcycling, they're moving very quickly. They're developing their MotoGP bike. That has been making great strides. They're bringing Husqvarna back as a racing brand in its own right. That's another brand that they own, and not just a rebadging exercise, we are told. And the leadership at KTM, the sort of thing whereby if they need something making and it's very specialist and they don't feel as though they're getting the right service, then they're quite likely to go and buy the company out and say, right, we're going to bring you in because we need you to build this widget here or that thing there. I was quite impressed when I was talking to some of their race engineers earlier today, and one of them didn't proudly say, his colleague pointed to him and said, and this guy did all the engine management. So, you know, the engine management system developed in-house by a software engineer. So, you know, as you say, if it can be done efficiently in-house, then why ever not? And, you know, I think it's an exciting car. The other one, 216, the one that on board we are not, is in the pits for fuel at the moment. So that's a scheduled pit stop for the 216 car, whilst we continue to ride on board with the 217. Just want to draw attention in the 991 class, because J.M. Littman, having had that slight hiccup earlier on in his stint, now leads the class in the 991 Cup car, number 902, the Team Webhead's entered car, having just had stayed out there. He kind of owes us a pit stop. He'll be coming in fairly shortly, I think, and that might be interesting to see whether or not JM, in fact here he is now, JM, whether he's worked up a sweat or not driving the Porsche, but they are in a bit of a battle with the Race Union MRS car, which has just made its pit stop and will or will not, depending on how quick, be able to go through and take the lead back, whilst JM is in the pits at the moment. And I'm guessing from what JM told me before that he will be getting out of the car and that Joachim Bolting will be getting into it. Certainly seems to have caught the attention, the new KTM GTX caught the attention of the audience both here at the circuit. Plenty of people posing for pictures with that, almost as many as the old 458 Scuderia Praga car that's here as well on display. But certainly lots of questions coming in on Twitter at RSL_studio, different headlight design, the integration of LED front lights, changing the bodywork that is thrown on that Dallara chassis.
Well, it was quite interesting a moment ago. Both cars were in the pit, sorry, not both KTMs, but one GTX and the Crossbow were in the pits together, and that was a good opportunity to compare the differences. And apart from the treatment of the front end, the most striking difference is the size. It is physically a bigger car. It is more car.
More car,
And I always thought the Crossbow did look a bit too diminutive somehow. And this GTX, an amazing car. And interesting, Hans Reiter saying, stressing to Andrew that it is the same chassis, but totally different, all brand new suspension, dampers, the whole geometry is brand new, and the aerodynamics.
I mistakenly, when the Crossbow came out, sort of put it in the same area as an Ariel Atom and some of those other highly cleverly engineered. But you know, this is a car that the Atom is a tube frame car, and it's a fabulous piece of engineering, and I've had a lot of fun in them. The original Crossbow, full carbon fibre chassis monocoque on that car. Then when they put the roof on it for the GT4 car, that changed the personality of the car, and it made it look a little bit more car, a little bit more grown up. But this new GTX, when I walked past it the other day, I did a double take because I hadn't realised it wasn't just a different tune of the car. And I remember saying to you, Paul, man, that's changed a lot, that Crossbow. And you rightly said to me, well, that's because it's not a Crossbow, it's a GTX. Spinning Porsche at turn 5, off to the right-hand side of the road, just being passed by the Autorama Motorsport Wolf Power Racing car.
I think that was the 917 Orchid car.
I think you are right, the one that had the clutch problem earlier on.
So, it's not that many completely boring white Porsches. It's not the Orchid car, it's the 978 Speed Lover car, which is completely white. And has Nigel Farmer amongst its driving lineup, and it was in the 978 at the moment.
Reversing onto the track. I don't like the look of that. What we've got is a Marshall.
Dominic Bastien.
Well, that's unusual for Dominic to make a mistake, yes.
Yeah.
We've got a Marshall who's walked out to the edge of the track to give hand signals to Dominic to say when the track is clear, it's clear now. Dominic needs to flick turn it or move it as quickly as he can. He's going to have to go back in the gravel if he's not careful. There's nothing worse than being spun across the track, and now he needs to be watching the Marshall again as through goes the leading psychedelic Porsche in its class. That one's always easy to spot. There's another gaggle of cars coming through, and finally, with the reduced lock on that car, Dominic gets it turned around, and with a few bits and pieces of Barcelona Circuit de Catalunya gravel on his Hankook tyres, he's back down the hill to turn 7.
Yes, I thought, no, maybe not. So Robert Brent, I'm just looking at the gap for the lead, because the gap between the race leader Dennis Lind and Robert Renauer was coming down, but again Dennis has managed to put in a quicker lap, and he's opened it up again now, so it's 6.2 seconds first and second now.
Down to the pit lane, GM Littman's just brought the Webheads car in. It was leading its class, started on pole position, of course, earlier on. A little bit of a mistake for GM earlier on, then he put together a pretty good stint, Andrew, to be honest.
He did, but he climbed out of the car and literally collapsed on the garage floor. He's virtually crawled himself down to another spot now. He's being rehydrated, a lot of water. I'm going to see if he's ready to be interviewed. I can see he's not in a great state. Maybe not the time. Just, you know what a pro he is. He's in front of a fan now, cooling him down, and I don't think he'll be too pleased to see me, really. I just see what a pro JM is. JM, I'm not going to... Can you spin round a little bit? It's going to... I told you he's a pro. There you are. How was the sauna?
You have no idea. The hardest stint I've ever driven, hotter than Mazzano.
in the TCR are just exhausting. Physically exhausted.
I'll perk you up a bit. You came in the lead of the class.
No way, do we?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, man, it's difficult. You know, as usual, it's after the GT3 drivers because they are so considerate to us and everyone, the TCR guys. You know, everyone gives us each other room. We all know it's a 24 hours. I accidentally squeezed my friends in car collection. Sorry, guys. But, well, I don't know. What do I do? An hour and a half?
Something like that.
That was probably about an hour and a half too much.
You probably lost a stone.
I lost more than that. In Dubai, we had a nutritionist with us, and we did some weight before and afters, and I lose about 3 kilos in 2 hours normally, you know. So I probably done 3 kilos and probably lost 3 litres, something like that.
You had a little spin at the beginning, didn't you?
I know. Yeah, I was going.
Cold tires?
No, I'm an idiot. My fault. I just was going past someone and just braked a bit a little too late and should have just run so I could make the corner. And yeah, silly mistake, but stayed out the gravel and didn't lose too much time. But you know, every second counts. So Sunday night I'll be kicking myself for that spin. I don't like making mistakes, but talking to you, I feel a bit better now. Maybe that first does it. Hey, listen, Tom's doing a great job. Joe's in now, and our good friend, team owner here, Andreas, he's been superb all weekend. He's put up with our moaning and complaining. He's done everything we wanted. So we're trying to do our best.
I'll let you go and take a rest, but also congratulations, Webheads. Creative digital branding, it says on it, are now a sponsor of the series. Well done for that.
We are doing. It's great to be here, and if anyone wants to talk about web, come and talk to me. But maybe give me time.
That's enough.
Yeah, maybe give him half an hour to get his breath back as well. Autorama VW in second place in the Touring Car Endurance Series. Second to Fabian Dance, who's just gone into the pit lane. So when he comes round next time around, that 112 car he was 1 minute and 53 down. So yes, next time around, will he go into the leads? Yes, he does, as he goes through. Ralph Hegler in that car with Fabian Dens in the pit lane. So we're starting to see some pit stops.
Yeah, as ever, the TCRs, the longer the race goes on, persevering, enduring, and moving to the top of the TCE division with some problems affecting the SP3 class cars. Just go back to JM. JM Lippmann's driving time was 1 hour 25 minutes, very nearly 1 hour 24:43. So very nearly an hour and 25 minutes was the driving stint. 42 laps on the stint. So it was a good long stint, as Andrew and JM were discussing there. Compared, incidentally, to only 38 laps that Tom Dillman did at the wheel of the car. I suspect that's partly because Tom Dillman a little bit quicker, a little bit thirstier as well, and that used up the fuel a little bit more quickly on the Porsche there. As John's been saying, it's running as a Gen 1 991 class car, as opposed to, I think, virtually everybody else in the class, which are the Generation 2 cars. Still the battle for the lead between Dennis Lind and Robert Renauer. Dennis still having nearly 20 minutes to go, just under 20 minutes to go on this driving time. And theoretically, when he does come in, the refueling won't take quite as long because it won't quite need a full tank full, although he'll still be able to get 95 litres into the tank. Much running around down in the fueling station as the KTM GTX that we were following on board finally makes its way into the refueling area. That was Hubert Trunkenpoltz, as John was saying, driving that car, now bringing it into the pit lane.
Hendrik van Danwitz in the 13th position of the GTs, the Race Union MRS GT
that car
Racing number 980.
Yeah, that's just retaken the lead of the 991 class as a result of the pit stop for JM Lippmann. Joachim Bolting, as JM said, has gone out in the car, but as a result of the pit stop, it did drop behind the 980 car. So the MRS car back into the lead of 991 class now.
So Matt Hendrick locked it up there on the downshift going into turn 10, sitting handily just outside the top dozen, by the way, of that battle. That's 13th position overall for the leading 991 car. Just a little bit further up the road, the Trunkenpolz car, as Paul says, in the pit lane. That's the SPX leader. Best of the AMS is Elmar Grimm for car collection number 34. It's the blue and white car. The SP4 leader is the Ligier GS2R. Going well for Sebastien Dusoleil at Nordschleife Racing. SP3 leader, KTM Crossbow. RTR Projects, the 224. SP3 that is, rather. GT4, Orchid Racing. 412, Emmanuel Bello in the hippie car.
I think that's the only car left in GT4.
So the only one that hasn't had any massive issues, isn't it?
Yes, it's had, don't want to wish any ill on it, but within the GT4 class, we've had the problems for the Pro Sport Performance Aston Martin, which incidentally is still in the pits. It had that overheating issue as described by Nico Verdonk a little while ago. That car's still in the pits. And also the number 50 car, which stopped on the end of its first lap, having had damage. That's a GT4 car, and that's still there in the pit lane. So two GT4 cars in the pits, and then the other car is 451, and that car is now out and circulating. This is the Zorn Wrenchwald car, the Zinziger sponsored car, but that has lost some 8 laps on the class leading car, the Orchid Racing car. So only one car really in the GT4 class. We've only had 2 hours and very nearly 3 hours of the race gone.
In comes the 217. This is the Hubert Trunkenpolz GTX KTM. Up comes the bubble. On goes a new set of Hankook tyres. Driver is already out, and underneath that canopy is effectively an open top car, so you're climbing around and through the rolled cage, so it's quite an interesting way of doing things. Meantime, the Vortex has had a spin, the V8 engined car. That is the number 701. It's the blue, sort of metallic French blue, red and white car. 5th in its class, 22nd overall. Philip Grau behind the wheel of that car. Oh, now, did he get a little nudge from the Ginetta as he was coming through turn 10? Might have been a little helping touch, but immediately got it turned around. There's plenty of room down there before you go into any gravel. Left-hander at turn 10. 135 Cupra is the white and almost a purple car for Baporo Motorsport. That's 3rd in its class and in its division, being the TCE, Tune Car and Endurance. And the 102 is a little bit further down, the red and white Golf.
Yeah, the 102 being the home guard.
Yeah, we saw that car with a problem earlier on, didn't we? Got pushed back into its pit.
That had a 4-minute pit stop, slightly longer than perhaps it would have expected. The Vortex also had a couple of longer pit stops. That's why it's fallen so far back. The 701 car, not out of contention by any means, but certainly that Vortex, again, a car that doesn't have a great reputation for reliability. Into the pits has come Elmar Grimm out of the, he was leading A6AM, you mentioned a moment ago. Well, as a result of the pit stop that Elmar has now had, or is in the process of having, he's done the refueling part and heading is now down the pit lane towards the team. and I would expect this is a driver change that Elmar will be handing the car over.
Well, undoubtedly one of the fan favourites earlier on has been this new GTX from KTM, getting its competition debut on development here. Hubert Trunkenpolz was the last driver in the 217. We saw that car come and go. He's out of the car. Andrew Marriott is there.
Yeah, but just saying first, he's the main board director, of course, of KTM. He's the chief sales officer of the company, selling all the motorbikes. You are on the main board of the company, and you're practicing what you preach, racing your own product. It's fantastic.
This is how it has to be, I think, and everything what we sell, we prove by ourselves on the hardest conditions, and this is the best race series for amateur drivers, and as we are, so that's the right playground to test it 24 hours around the clock.
What's the philosophy of this new car with a bigger engine and so on? You're hoping to sell a lot more of these?
We came to the conclusion that the previous GT4 car is a very good GT4 car, but it came to the end of its performance facilities, and we learned a lot with this car, so therefore we put everything what we learned in the new development as the GTX car that we prove under these conditions in the SPX class. And as it now looks, the car is really so nicely to drive, so easy to drive. It's fast, and it's hopefully reliable as well. And after this race, we're gonna discuss in which direction we're gonna move forward.
I think you probably know. I'm sure you're going to be building a lot more of these.
We have some ideas, but I think it's early to speak about it. But for sure, Creventic will be one of the first ones we let know.
Now tell us. It's very rare for a motorcycle manufacturer to become a car manufacturer. You're the biggest European bike manufacturer.
We are the biggest European bike manufacturer since a couple of years, and we are car manufacturers since 10 years. We produce more than 1,000 crossbows over the time, sold it everywhere to car enthusiasts. We had our own crossbow battle. Now we start the crossbow trophy in the United States. So we think four wheels is also a very good playground to prove what the brand stands for: ready to race, purity, performance. So this is why we're doing it.
You've also expanded in motorcycle. I believe you bought Husqvarna and you're going to bring them back into racing, because we all remember what I call the scramble bikes.
Yes, we were lucky to have a chance to acquire Husqvarna a couple of years ago, and this brings us into the position to position the brand totally different to KTM. It opens up new customer groups, and this is the reason behind.
I suppose I should ask you what it was like out on the track. It was hard work, eh?
It's incredibly hot in the car, so I will give everything for air condition and a cold drink inside, but yes, it's the same for everybody, and it forces us to stay fit over the year.
Well, Hubert, thanks very much for your time. We love KTM and we love the new car.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Brilliant stuff, Andrew, and great to hear from Hubert Trunkenpolz about all the good things, all the things coming from KTM, and we wish them all the best. I suppose that we should be asking them to borrow a motorbike or two, shouldn't we? Let's start with TCE after 3 hours for the touring car standings, touring car endurance standings. Autorama leading the number 112 Volkswagen from the 131 Top Car Cupra. Bapora in third position, another one of the Cupras. Best of the SP3s is the more regular crossbow in fourth position and leading its category ahead of Perfection's Ginetta, which is got right amongst the TCR cars in sixth position. A3 leader is now the Synchro Motorsport Honda, 10th position and leading its class, and that could be very important when we start adding up the positions and the points for the European Championship a bit later on. They're ahead of the Hoffa Racing and Fun M Motorsports M240i, so that works really well for the guys from the Swindon Honda plant. Been problems for Munkoff Racing at the bottom with their BMW, was pushed into the garage a wee while. It's losing some laps. So that's the Touring Car Endurance Series. What about the GTs at the front of the field? The gap is now just 1.3 seconds at the head of the field. And that's Barwell versus Herbert. Big names there. Dennis Lind has got Robert Renard closing him down. Lamborghini versus Porsche. That does mean that Robert has got past Nicky Pastorelli in the GPX Racing, the Gulf-coloured car. Josef Kral continues to circulate steadily in the Bohemia Energy Racing Ferrari, the number 11 car. Maybe they're thinking championship now. Tough to say at the moment. As far as the best of the AM cars, that's down in 6th position. That is the second of the Herbert Porsches. Stefan Aust behind the wheel of that car. Just outside the top 10, which is now all A6 Pro or AM cars. We'll get some more class leaders for you. In 12th position, Race Union by MRS GT have the leading 991 Cup car. And that is Hendrik von Danwitz, who's just gone across the line. True Racing's development project, the 216 KTM GTX, is leading SPX. It's got Johannes Stuck behind the wheel of that car. Second is the other car, Arthur Christ, behind the wheel of the 217 car. In SP4, just inside the top 20, Nordschleifer Racing have just come in for fuel. In fact, the red and white Ligier is there at the moment. It was Sebastien Desoulé who brought that car in and holds on to that SP4 lead. In GT4, it's the Orchid Racing Porsche, Emmanuel Bello, who is leading that category in 21st position in the GT category. Vortex have had problems. Most of the GT4 field have had problems, including the Aston Martin down in 25th there with overheating early on. The Equipe Fischer Renault is back in the pits again. I can tell that because its bodywork is sitting out on the pit apron, and the two cars having the most work done on them at the moment, the Hoffer Racing by Bonk BMW in 27th, the GT4 car, that's got another hour or more in the pit lane, as has the Orchid Racing team, who are working to replace the suspension on their number 917. That's how it stands then after 3 hours. At the head of the field, it's Barwell Motorsport, but they're being closed down by Herbert. So just under 21 hours to go. And we started off in bright sunshine. We continue in bright sunshine. Good take up for the grid walk. Shea Adam mingling with the spectators as well as the teams. Double start here in the heat of Barcelona with the GTs leading off. It was Barwell on pole position. Perhaps not quite the best start that Matteo Malocelli has ever made, but he did force his way through the field later in the stint. Seemed like he may have pushed a little bit too hard, too early. Fricatelli Porsche was well up until it got a left rear tyre issue. Still haven't heard what was the cause of that. Fan favourite, definitely the new KTM GTX. It was all a bit robust in the passing department, with one or two bits of paint being traded down through the field. But the big story in the first 3 hours has been the heat of the day. With the sun at its highest, drivers have been struggling, and doing double stints for getting on for an hour and a half, 2 hours, has really been taking it out of some very fit drivers indeed. And I suspect that quite a few of them will be making sure that they get rehydrated before they go back in the car. And it's going to be down to management of the drivers. The Monkhouse car back in the pits for some remedial work, and the battles at the front of the field finally came back to Barwell. Car collection went off everyone else's strategy when they thought there was going to be a code 60, which didn't come. It hasn't hurt them too much, although that 34 car is just outside the top 11 now. Ingo Vogler behind the wheel, with Barwell still leading, but by under 2 seconds. And the story, Paul, is all about getting drivers rehydrated and get their body temperatures down. Andrew Marriott, where are you at the moment? Down at Ligier?
At Ligier, and Sebastian Desolé, I don't know if you've got him on screen yet. He is absolutely desolated. His left foot is absolutely fried. He's had to take his sock off. I would try and drive it and get some work, but right now I don't think I'm going to get any sense at all. Just literally climbed out of the car. And a little Ligier, of course, a lovely car. As we said during the qualifying, it's a new machine. It's based on the design ideas of the chassis, and well, not so much the chassis, but the body, come from the Ligier JS2, which finished second in the 1975 Le Mans 24 Hours. It's a lovely looking little car, and it can go quite well. It's got a little Ford engine in the back. But Sebastian Desolé still receiving a bit of a treatment here and trying to cool down. But as you say, John, the big story really is the heat and how the drivers are able to cope with it.
Leader in the pits again, Dennis Lin, coming to the end of his 2-hour drive time limit, into the pits, and comes down to the refueling area. He'll get the fuel on board, and then he'll trundle down the pit lane, and we'll see whether or not it's Adrian Amstutz or Leo McKinsey who's going to be the next one to get into the car. So that has handed the lead to Robert Renauer, who was within 2 seconds. You said that gap was coming down. You're doing the rundown. Robert Renauer was going great guns in the Herbert car, matching the lap times pretty much of Dennis Lin, if not going a tad quicker than Dennis, because he actually brought that gap down from about 10 seconds.
I thought that was a very measured drive back from Renauer, because he was gaining, but it didn't look like he was having to, it didn't look like he was having to lean too hard on the car or take too many chances. So
you don't need to tell Robert Renauer it's a 24-hour race. He knows that you don't necessarily have to take the lead when you're only 2.5 hours into the race, and you kind of let the race come to you, and then you start to push when you get to the last few hours. I posed a question some time ago about the 101 Red Camel Jordans.NL Cupra, which had that extra pit stop and has now slipped back to 15th in the TCE division. The reason he came in was Harry Hilders brought the car in with a broken flipper on the steering wheel. They sent him out and he shifted with the stick. Meanwhile, Ivo Breukers went off to the NKPP garage, or to the car, where the car is on the back at the back of the paddock, got the spare steering wheel from the NKPP car, and then put it on the car.
That was a smart idea.
Now Gijs Bessem has taken over, or was at the wheel, but it's now been taken over by Luke Breukers at the wheel of the 101.
So Dennis Lind has finished his fueling, and he's down with Andrew outside the Barwell pit.
Well, the car has just got to a stop in front of me, and in fact, the ex-GP3 driver, the half Spanish, half Finnish driver, is getting back into the car for a second stint. They're sticking with their pro drivers at the moment here at the Surrey-based team, and everything seems well with this pit stop. And just Mark Lemmer just watching it, arms folded. It's got other people timing it. It's off the jacks. The Audi fires up and off it gets, and Derek goes, sorry.
Dennis.
Dennis, thank you very much for that cue. It's getting pretty hot down to my brain here. Dennis Lind is going to take his crash helmet off. He's got bright green Lamborghini-style racing boots on, and he's just puffs a lot of air out of his mouth, takes off his balaclava, but as you expect from a pro driver, he looks pretty good. He's just got a wet towel, and the top part of the race suit is being pulled down and revealing his name and, of course, the flag of his country, which of course is Denmark, and he's going to walk to the front of the garage with me, and we'll get a quick word. Just get the cameraman to get ready, and wow, it's hot.
It is super hot out there. Well, the worst point is not driving, it's actually sitting still at the fuel pump waiting. That really takes it out of you. Now, just came in from a double stint now, Car felt great. The track conditions are a little bit interesting because the track is super hot. Everything is mega hot. Brakes are mega hot. Tires mega hot. Inside the car mega hot. I'm mega hot. So it's a hot experience right now.
Robert Renau was pushing it really hard.
Sorry?
Robert Renau was really pushing hard.
Yeah, he was pushing hard. I don't know which one of his car is, if it's the Golf or the other one, but the Golf came up and it seemed like it was slowing down a bit. So maybe they dropped out of the window of their tires. But after that, it seemed pretty good. We seem to be very strong towards the end of the stint. So,
Mark Lemmer told me you've got a special thing to cool your head or cool your helmet.
Sorry?
You've got something to cool your helmet.
Yeah, air conditioning.
That's for your helmet.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all you need.
Everything, yeah.
You look as fresh as a daisy, as we say in England.
Sorry?
In England we say you're fresh as a daisy.
Yeah, well, I wish. In a couple of hours I'll get back in and it'll probably be harder, so no. Nice.
When will your AM drivers go in the car?
I actually don't know right now. I think we're gonna get a bit of me and Patrick's driving time out of the way so we can relax for a bit. Yeah, so at some point we get a 4 or 5 hour break each of us and we can go relax, do whatever, so we'll see. As soon as we start giving up on track, then we can go out.
Now, Creventic's quite a new series for you. How are you getting on with it? Do you like this series?
I like this series a lot. It's a funny sort of mix on the track, mix of people, mix of skill, so it's really interesting sometimes. But no, I like the whole Russian roulette down at the bottom with the bumps. That's a bit funny. There's a lot of strategy gone into it to make sure that you actually have a space. It's 50 cars out there and there's only 8 pumps, so it can be interesting.
It's working so far. I don't understand this. You're up here, and your cousin, little Kevin, he's down here.
Yeah, Neil, he's also a lot more pale and blonde than I am, so.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. No, how is he doing this weekend? Do you know?
Q1's just started. Huh? Q1 has just started.
Okay.
Over at.
I'll go watch that then.
Well, we know who we'll be cheering for anyway, don't we?
Yeah, actually, his Uncle Jan's there as well at Spa this weekend. There's nothing going on at Spa at the moment. Mercedes are scrambling to fix Lewis's car that was completely destroyed in FP3, but very fortunately for them, Williams, who used Mercedes engines, says Hindhoff, already peddling a conspiracy theory, they've just had one of their cars explode in the most massive way and it stopped the qualifying session. So Lewis's car has been rebuilt, and as it goes green now at Spa, he will get out in the session, which he would not have done had the Williams not blown up. So that's how it stands in F1 at the moment. We've got FIA WEC and European Le Mans Series at Silverstone this weekend. Our colleagues at the trackside there over on RS3, sound and vision from here.
To say nothing of the 24 hours at Barcelona.
Well, exactly. You're spoilt for choice this weekend. We've got IndyCar on Sunday night as well from WeatherTech Raceway.
Interesting to hear from Dennis Lind.
It's Portland this weekend.
Clearly doesn't have his finger on the pulse of the Creventic races because he doesn't know that Robert Renau drives a Herbert Porsche, which
not the Gulf car.
As he did realise, the Gulf car was behind him, but the Gulf car wasn't pushing him because he was a lap behind. Nicky Pastorelli has now brought the Gulf-coloured car into the pits. The GP Extreme, the GPX racing car, has come in for its routine pit stop, and I'm guessing that'll be a driver change for Nicky Pastorelli. But Robert Renau in the Herbert car was the one who was closing in on him once, as Dennis rightly observed, Nicky's pace just seemed to go away just a little bit. But so Robert Renau now in the lead of the race, and one can only assume from what the other thing that Dennis Lind was saying that he and Patrick are going to share the driving until the presumably until the temperatures go down a little bit. Perhaps not until it actually goes fully dark, but until it gets into the evening time, the cocktail hour, as you might call it.
Oh, what a good idea.
And
what are you having?
That's when Dennis and Patrick will go off and have their cocktails, and Adrian and Leo will then do some driving for Barwell. But as I say, Dennis gave the game away at the beginning of the race by saying that Adrian and Leo were probably only going to do a couple of hours each behind the wheel.
Perhaps this will not shock people. Time penalty for going wide at turn 2 and rejoining unsafely has been given to Matt Neal in the Synchro Motorsport Honda FK8 Civic Type R, leading A3 at the moment by a decent margin, but they'll be on the phone to Matt to tell him to remember he's in an endurance race. In fairness, actually, that isn't fair on Matt because he's done a lot of endurance racing down through his years. We must get him, if we get time in the later part of the race, to tell him his Nürburgring story about cars appearing from nowhere that hadn't practiced down through the years.
Another car in the refuelling area, and one probably for Andrew to mark his card. Jochen Krumbach. This has been a good stint from Jochen Krumbach at the wheel of the Wochenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari. That is Team Monschau, not to be confused with Monlau.
Yes.
And that's where we get the confusion from. But Jochen had a good stint there, and at one point was battling with Jiri Pisaric at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha car. And although the cars are practically identical, the two 488 GT3 cars, the Wochenspiegel car not usually battling with the Scuderia Praha one, but it was for a little while in Jochen's hands. He was up into where was he? He was up into 4th place before his pit stop, and as I say, now dropping down whilst the fuel is going in to that car, and I'm assuming that we're going to get Hendrik Still into the car at some point. It's probably Hendrik's turn behind the wheel of the Wochenspiegel car, just making its way out of the refueling area now, and Jochen has actually done a double stint. Oh no, it's Hendrik who started the car, now Jochen's done a double stint, so again they may be putting the car back to Hendrik Still, or maybe giving Leo Weiss, young Leo, a chance. See what happens in that pit stop.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm down here, Paul, and it is Leo Weiss who is getting into the car, the youngster, and Krumbach gets out of the car, gives the thumbs up to the camera. He's going to take his helmet off, and another tall man. Our cameraman is just going round filming this pit stop, and then we'll get Jochen, takes his gloves off, his helmet comes off. One of these drivers who actually wears glasses, I noticed. But a very good stint indeed.
Yes, it was in effect, it was a double from Jochen Krumbach, being constrained in the end by the 2-hour driving time limit in the Ferrari.
That's Ironman stuff in this heat, isn't it? It really is.
Well, it's. I mean, Dennis Lind did the same thing and was perfectly able to hold a reasonable conversation with Andrew at the end of it. An hour and 25 minutes we had from J.M. Littman, and he was clearly a bit exhausted after the end of it. But it probably is the difference between people who have businesses to run during the week, as Andrew was saying, and can't get to the gym, whereas others are professional racing drivers who do take their driving much more professionally. And
yeah, I'm here with Jochen. 2-hour stint, hard work, but you look pretty fresh.
Yeah, I must say, if you have a good car, it's a little bit more easier, honestly speaking. It's fucking hot outside, yeah, but our car is easy to drive, still fast, and you know the Ferrari has a good air conditioner, so it's okay. The competitors are fair to each other, so yeah, it's a good race, but it's also a good competition so far.
Okay, well, let you go and take a rest, and obviously have to apologise for his language there.
Andrew down in the pit lane. Robert Renau now comes in for fuel in the Herbert Motorsport number 91 car. That's the crossword car, as I'm now going to call it. And again, thanks to Alan Prosser, I have had a closer look at that, and it really is a crossword. So
it's a design that Precoat have picked up from the ADAC GT Masters, where Herbert Motorsport do a lot of their activities, as well as in the Creventic series. And I think that's where the kind of original idea for it came from. 991 class leader back in the hands. We mentioned it a little while ago. Hendrik van Danditz driving the MRS 991 class car. That's still running nicely in 13th place overall. 1 place behind Johannes Stuck, junior, who is in 12th place and leading the SPX class. Still, I have to say, the way the KTM's GTXs, not putting the kibosh on them, but certainly in the past, KTMs have been a little bit unreliable, and considering these are development cars, they've gone very well indeed thus far.
Let's go to Andrew down in the pit lane and pick up some of the stories and update as we go through. We've still got 20.5 hours to go, so it's 3.5 hours in. And where are you now, Andrew?
Right at the pit out with GPX and Nicky Pastorelli. Nicky, how was that stint? Time seemed to drop off a little bit towards the end. Were you running out of tyre?
Yeah, the stint was great. I did a double stint. It was a good first stint. We made a small adjustment in the car. The second stint was even better. Then the last 3-4 laps was kind of difficult, so we decided to stop, change tyres, change driver, and go again.
Now, I saw you a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone on the Classic. You were driving all sorts of things like Lola T70s, but it must be quite difficult to get back into modern racing after that.
Absolutely, because it's completely different. I mean, there's one car has nothing to do with the other, but I like that. It's a challenge. It's difficult, but it keeps you trained as a driver.
And what's the plan now? Will you continue, go back in the car in about 4 hours?
Yeah, we don't know yet, because apparently the strategy changed compared to what we thought beginning of the race. So I'm gonna check it now, and will be maybe 1-2 hours of rest, and then I go again.
The strategy is being called by Spanish guys.
Sorry?
Who's calling the strategy? Monchal?
Yeah, I didn't get you.
Yeah, who's calling the strategy? Is it the Spanish team?
Yeah, it's the whole team. We do it all together.
Very good, Nicky, and go and take a nice rest. Well done, Nicky Pastorelli. A few years ago, I remember him racing over in the kart series with Rocket Sport. You know, he got very close to Formula 1 at one time.
I think he was another one who was in that RS 01.
Yeah, he drove for GP Extreme in the RS 01. He also has driven
win the championship,
in Dubai for the Corvette team. The
oh yes,
yes,
V8 Racing.
Yes.
I'm taken by the designs of their race suit as well. I noticed they've moved to a number of the Porsche guys have moved to Adidas race suits, and I'm a big fan of those. Very, very comfy and lightweight suits they are. I've had mine for a few years now, and it's still very, very good indeed.
So all of those pit stops have re-elevated the Scuderia Praha Ferrari to the lead of the race again. Remember that happened to Jiri Pasaric at the end of his stint, came into the pits in the lead of the race. Well, Josef Kral has also now come into the pits in the lead of the race, or hasn't come into the pits yet, but he is in the lead of the race. Ralph Bone has been inserted into the Herbert Porsche and has taken over from Robert Renauer. I thought Robert might do a double stint because they have been fairly popular, although up until now Herbert have stuck to single stints, Sven Muller, Adleman and Robert Renauer having been the drivers thus far, and so Ralph Bone, the fourth driver of their crew, now getting a go behind the wheel of the Herbert Porsche. But as I say, it's Josef Kral who now leads the race for Scuderia Praha.
Let's go back to Andrew.
Yeah, you were talking about that Porsche that Nicky just climbed down and saying in the Golf colours. It is actually a Golf liveried car. There are Golf stickers on it. Remember that people behind GPX come out of the world of commodity brokers. In fact, one of the owners is one of the biggest commodity and oil brokers in the world. So I'm sure they've got some sort of deal with Golf. So it's in the same colours, just very similar to the Mike Wainwright car that's racing over at Silverstone.
Thanks, Andrew. See if you can blag me a race suit, will you, while you're down there? I'm just on the large side of medium, I think, probably. Andrew Marriott down there in the pit lane. She had him on her way down there for our quick driver change. It's got noticeably cooler outside which is great news for our camera operators who are doing a fabulous job. Ladies and gentlemen, we salute you in that heat this morning. And the reason is because the sun has been blocked out by some very threatening clouds that are coming in from the mountains up to the north and west of us here on the coast at the Circuit de Catalunya. Now, we had this yesterday, a little bit earlier in the day, around about lunchtime, maybe an hour or so earlier, and it didn't turn into anything. It all just blew by. I think we got the onshore breeze that managed to take it away from us.
Yeah, my little forecast actually predicted a sprinkle of rain yesterday when this happened, and it didn't, as you say, it didn't come to anything. Today, the forecast doesn't predict anything, so I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I don't think a rain is exactly what we want in Spain at the moment, but it certainly has. The cloud cover kind of doesn't really come over. I'm not quite sure how much the temperature has gone down. Remember, we're in an air-conditioned booth in here, but when the sun goes in, the air conditioning suddenly stands a bit of a better chance. Certainly the weather not ideal here. The car collection Audi number 88 is stationary in front of the fuel pumps, and it's been stationary in front of the fuel pumps for now 3 minutes, which is a lot longer than it ought to take to fill it with fuel. So quite what's gone on with the car collection car there, I'm not sure. Somebody did say earlier on that some of the fuel pumps weren't quite as quick. Or it may be that they just can't get the car to start, but I would have thought under those circumstances they would have started pushing by now, not necessarily to get the car started, but at least push it back to its garage where it can receive some attention. But at the moment, the car collection crew I think they have finished refueling it now, and they're trying to get that car going again, but it's not wanting to play ball. The number 88 car then stationary in front of the refueling pump, but not going anywhere. And it's not a penalty. The Audi doesn't even have to take the penalty. So bit of a mystery what's going on there. Now they are resorting to pushing it. Or are they? No, decided not to push it. It's fired up. And
of course it has. As soon as they decided they were going to push it. Problem for the Fricadelli car, Paul.
Again.
Alex Muller.
I say again, that car was the one that had the puncture earlier on, remember?
I think it may have another one, Paul,
Felipe
if I'm
Larsa
honest.
was driving it.
Meantime, there's a penalty for the car collection number 88.
The car's just spent 3 minutes sitting in front of the fuel pump. And yes, this was a penalty which it was assessed earlier on for, I think, exceeding track limits. No, yeah, it was, yes, overtaking beyond the limits of the track circuit was the penalty that it was assessed
yes,
for.
I remember seeing that come up, yes.
So that car having a bit of a torrid time. There's Tim Muller who brought the car in, but at least now it's got to its garage and can be worked on by the car collection crew. That's the 88 orange car. And now into the fueling area comes Josef Kral with the Scuderia Praha Ferrari.
And it is another left rear puncture for the 31 Fricadelli Porsche. This time, as we mentioned, with Alex Müller at the wheel. Now, what are they doing that the other Porsches aren't? Or what part of the circuit that are they using that the other Porsches aren't?
Yeah, I mean, there is one area of the circuit I noticed. I did a couple of the laps around the circuit in the rental car earlier this week, and there's a couple of points where you can go over the curb and you then get that ragged edge on the outside of the curb. But I would have thought it is probably something to do with car setup, and that Hankook and somebody from the Fricadelli team need to have a quick word with each other and say what are the recommendations, because clearly Hankook are here to provide equal service to everybody, but it is a similar puncture that's affected now the current driver of the 31 car, Alex Müller. Preponderance of Müllers, what with Tim and Sven and Alex. Alex Müller is the driver of the Fricadelli
Jürgen
Porsche
Dirk.
No, they're not here though.
No, I know, but you could have two full cars of Müllers, couldn't you?
Fuel going into the Josef Kral Ferrari then, and that has elevated now Ralph Bone to the lead of the race. So the Herbert Porsche has sneaked ahead of the Barwell Lamborghini through the pit stop cycle. That's what's happened. Remember, Robert Renauer brought the Porsche in 2 seconds behind the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini now is behind the Herbert Porsche.
And Robert Renauer is down in the pit lane. We say good afternoon to Shea Adam, who rejoins us.
We can always expect the Herbert Porsche to go well when Robert Renauer is the driver of it. So how comfortable is it in your car when you're not running the air conditioning?
I mean, we are running air conditioning in the new GT3R. That's a big advantage compared to the old spec. Yeah, I mean, under these hot conditions, I mean, they all struggled with the tires, with the complete car. But yeah, we're doing very well so far. It's a good fight against the Ferrari, especially the Lamborghini. So we have a lot of fun. All the drivers doing perfect job so far. Yeah, even the gentlemen, they were really quick. Daniel Alemann, so really happy about the race so far. And yeah, we'll see.
It's weird to see you without your brother at the track, particularly on a Creventic weekend. Where is Alfred this week?
He went to Spa for the Porsche Super Cup this weekend because we support the Team Australia. But now he's coming today evening to support us here. I mean, he couldn't do this race because he had problems with his back. So unfortunately, he passed here. So we got Sven Müller in the car. Very happy about that, thanks to Porsche. And yeah, it's a good compensation to Alfred.
Well, hopefully you're still in the lead by the time he gets here. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
So Shea Adam back in as Andrew takes a little break. Paul Trustwell and John Hindhaugh in the booth as we continue to count down. Now under 20 and a half hours to go. That first, I always think that getting the first 4 hours out the way is a bit of a milestone for everybody, and different teams do it different ways, Paul. You know, but they're looking to break it. If you actually think about, oh my goodness me, we've got to go 24 hours, you'd never even start it, never mind finish it. You've got to break it up into manageable chunks somehow.
Well, I take it one step at a time, one lap at a time almost. You just you never think about. I very rarely look at the time to go clock. Only in the last hour or so do I look at the time to go clock. Up until that point, I'm looking at how long has elapsed, because to me that's just an easier way of recognising the race. I'm also looking on tiptoes because Patrick Kujala has taken the Lamborghini very close to the back of the Herbert car, and he's taken the lead of that. Thought he might have done on that lap. So Kujala goes through back into the lead of the race then for Barwell Motorsport. His last lap time there, a 1:49 compared to Ralph Bone's time in the Herbert car, 1:50.642. Now, of course, we heard it from Robert Renauer just there. The AM drivers have been driving the Herbert Porsche, whereas in Barwell, it's only been Kujala and Dennis Lind. Kujala, strictly speaking, is a semi-pro, whereas Dennis Lind is a pro driver according to the Creventic categorization. But Kujala then, still a very rapid semi-pro, and he and Dennis Lind have been the only drivers who have driven the Lamborghini thus far, whereas at least Herbert have given Daniel Alemann and Ralph Bone a shot behind the wheel of the Herbert car. But it's leading to the Barwell car being able to get ahead, and I suspect now we're going to see Patrick Kujala opening up the margin between himself and Ralph Bone.
I mean, that goes back to something you were talking about earlier on, Paul, about when you put the guys in when it's a bit cooler. I'm looking at these conditions now, and if I haven't had my gentleman drivers in at the moment, I want them in at the next stop, because what you don't want to do is give them the first experience of the race either when it's dark or when it's just getting dark. And a lot of those drivers don't like driving in the dark as well. I love the dark. I love darkness driving. I don't have any problems with it. I find it actually very relaxing. I find I can concentrate. There's less extraneous nonsense going on that I get distracted with.
You're not easily distracted, are you, John?
Oh, look at that over there. What were you saying? So Shea's telling us that although the temperature's dropped a little bit, but it's very, very stuffy and humid out there. And
yeah, I think from the point of view of the driving seat, though, the fact that you're not in bright sunlight at
Correct.
the moment might mean that it's not necessarily going to be quite as warm for them in the driving seat. Sunset here tonight just before 8:30, and it's just gone 3:30 at the moment. So there's still plenty of time before it does go dark. But as Dennis Lind told us at the start of the race, they're intending to give Leo Makitsky and Adrian Amstutz around about 2 hours each. So there's plenty of time to do that in the car just yet. And so at the moment, Patrick Kujala is going great guns. He's been in the car for a little under half an hour and has done, he's on his 15th lap of the stint now. So before him, Dennis Lind did 34-lap stints. Ralph Bone not lapping as quickly. Third fastest is the GPX Porsche, and that now has Benjamin Goethe behind the wheel of it, having his first go behind the wheel, and Matteo Malicelli back at the wheel of the Ferrari now. And I think I'm right in saying Matteo is the first starting driver to get back in the car for his second stint. The Scuderia Praha guys, as ever, just having the 3 drivers, and Malicelli having handed over to Pisaric handed over to Kral. That's now gone back to Malicelli. I mean, we know this team very well indeed. They very rarely do double stints. But with just 3 drivers, it means they have shorter stints to drive, and then they get whatever, basically double the time to rest between stints. But it does mean you don't get a long break. You do get lots of short breaks. But it seems to work well for Scuderia Praha, as we've been saying. They've won virtually every other race this year. Dubai was the last Creventic race they didn't win.
Down in the pits, the 345 Janetta is getting a penalty for Klaus Klostermann.
Track limits.
SP3 second position and 8th in the TCE series. Meantime, Stefan Aust brought the Herbeth Motorsport Porsche in. And that is that's the 93 car, the leading AM car. Shea Adam is watching that one. Stefan getting out of that car, Shea.
He did get out of that one. I didn't see who got in, but he did have Mick Shark written on his fire suit, so I'll have to do a bit of digging around with the team, and I'll see if Stefan is up for a conversation as well.
We haven't yet had Klaus Bachler driving the 93 car.
I think this is very interesting tactics from these guys.
So actually it's probably Zelko Drimic who's got into the car. You'll recognise Zelko immediately if you saw him without his helmet, Shay, because he has a big shaggy beard. But as I say, if he had his helmet on, you weren't necessarily going to see that. But I'll take a guess that it's Zelko Drimic who's taken over at the wheel of the 93. Or is it Edward Lewis Browner? No, the screen is telling me it's Edward Lewis Browner who...
Well, he's been in that car before.
Has been in the car before.
Yeah.
And in fact was in the car immediately before Stefan Aust. So that is an unusual
Right, no, it's Zelko in the car. Shea's just... so is that finger trouble on the driver ID in the car, Shea?
Yep. It's definitely Zelko, that's what the team said, and Stefan has walked straight out the back of the garage, helmet, Hans device, everything's still on, and he is going to sit in a pool out back.
I noticed there was a few of the team share have inflatable, sort of children's inflatable paddling pools out the back, and I thought that was for just them having a bit of fun earlier in the week, but they may come into their own right now.
Well, that's what they were bought for, to help cool down the drivers and the crews. If they need a quick way to get their body temperature back down, go sit in the pool. Even if it doesn't have ice in it, feeling a little bit of water is a nice difference. Just a quick question. Since I've come back down here, I haven't noticed. Did you guys mention that the Renault is back in the garage, no work being done on it, up on its high jacks,
no.
And the crew just sort of standing around?
Right, I mentioned it was back in earlier on when I did one of the updates, because I can see the bodywork on the apron. What I can't see is into the garage from here, so the fact that it's up on its high jack's bad. the fact that nobody's working on it even worse. Yeah, that's a very forlorn Renault RS01 for Equipe Vacher. Did complete some laps, but not very much. This all goes back, if you're just joining us, and apologies if you've been following along all the way through, this just go back to very early on in the week and the optional test session when the car was showing signs of overheating. It's been pretty warm all week this week, in fairness, up in the 30s, minimum in the 30s during the day. So we saw a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius as we were driving down from the airport on Thursday. So overheating being shown on that Renault RS01 with the Nismo V6 twin turbocharged engine. So the team thought that probably the best thing to do would be to get the engine out and put a new one in. And the problem was they didn't have another engine and they had to wait a wee while for one to get here. And so they stripped the old engine out, they stripped all the bits off it that they thought they might still need, and then they threw a new engine at it when it came, fired it up, it all looked all great, everything's connected, and then it started overheating again in the early laps of the race. So they haven't really got that sorted out. Synchro have also got an ongoing problem that we've seen a number of times with the rear, one of the rear grills on this car behind the right rear wheel. Seems as though there's that every time any bit of tyre debris gets thrown up off the back, it hits that and pops it out. There's been a bit of side-by-side contact as well towards the right rear of that car, because there's a bit of trim hanging off the right rear. Matt Neal driving that car at the moment and having to remember to change gear with his right hand with a gear stick.
The good news with that car is that they don't actually lose the grille because the towing hook holds it on, so they can pull it off and then keep it for another day and put it back on again another day, which is, I think, what Synchro end up by doing. In other news from the pits, the number 50 BMW, remember the Hoffer car, the GT4 BMW, Hoffer Racing by Bonk BMW, which came in at the end of the first lap with damage. That had a very long pit stop, but is now out on the circuit again. That car is back out. It had 3 hours just over in the pits, and we've had 3 hours and 45 minutes of the race elapsed. So the Hoffer Racing number 50 GT4 car is back in the race. The number 1 GT4 Aston Martin, I'm afraid, still in the pits, and that was another car that was suffering from overheating.
Yeah, after its first stint, I think that started to show its ugly head. The other car that had the problems early on, of course, was the 911 car, wasn't it?
That car had problems on the grid.
Yes, it didn't actually take the green flag with everyone else. We think that was a clutch problem from Porsche Lorient there. Porsche Lorient do run their own race shop, Andrew tells me, and they are a group of Porsche dealers in northern France. So they had the ability to get that done, and that car has been running fairly consistently since it actually joined the race.
Yeah, since then it's not had a problem, touch wood. That car having been running okay since that point. Whilst we deal with cars with problems, the 917 Porsche, the other Orchid car, the Orchid car that runs in the 991 class, that car was having a clutch fitted, I think you said, John, didn't you? The 917 Orchid.
Was it the 917? No, it was the 911 that had the clutch problem. I think the 917 had the suspension
that had the suspension on the front radiators that were damaged in contact on that first lap. I just wonder if that car, as a result of running a lap with the radiators spewing all the water out, has had an engine damage, and whether that car is already a retirement. Because that car, as I say, completed the first lap and hasn't done a lap since, so is a long, long way back in the race now. Other than that, the 46 cars which started, everyone else still running, so the one possible retirement, as I say, could well be that Orchid Racing Porsche. On board with the Joachim Bolting Webhead-sponsored Porsche 902, currently second in the 991 class. because Henrik van Danwitz, who also has an onboard camera, the 980 MRS Porsche is the car that leads the 991 class. It's going to be an interesting battle, actually, John, to see whether 991 class cars can beat SPX class cars. Because at the moment they're running in 11th and 12th places. Johannes Stuck at the wheel of the KTM GTX, the Reiter engineering car, is 11th place overall, leading SPX, and the leading 991 is one place further back in 12th.
Share with an update in a moment. Lightning off to the north and west. That was proper fork lightning. Now, we don't have exactly similar rules here as we do it in the States about the proximity of lightning, but certainly now storm clouds gathering over on the hills to the north and west of the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. The Munkoff Racing 3-1 kart. Let's have an update. We've been talking about it. At least there's work still going on there, Shay.
There is. There's a lot of components in the front of this car that are askew, put it that way. Gearbox trouble for the car. The team is hoping to have it back out within 30 to 45 minutes for the pole-sitting car in the TCR race.
TCE,
yes,
to give it its correct title. TCR being one of the classes within the TCE division. And the TCR class TCE division currently being led by the Baz Kooten Seat Cupra. How many times have we said that over the years? With that's the car number 131, which currently has Julian Apostolos at the wheel of it. That's the car that Antti Buri is also a driver of. Fabian Dantz, also a very rapid driver. So that car has managed to work its way up to the lead of that division. And in second place is the KTM Crossbow from RTR, which is an SP3 class car and is 35 seconds behind the Cupra.
Let's have a look at a couple of, catch up with a couple of bits and pieces that's been happening recently. Close call for Scuderia Praha cutting its way through traffic, had to go down the inside of the 114. That's the Autorama Golf coming out of 4 and heading down to 5. And the 216 GTX KTM just scattering a bit of dust in the air from the left rear of the Hankooks, doing a bit of extra grass tracking. Now, Shea Adam is, we've had nobody with any problems for ages. Shea comes back on and it's like, beware the Ides of Adam, isn't it? I mean, what's going on here? Shea is down at Fricadelli. 2 left rear punctures, Shea. They've got the back end of that car off. Do they think this is a bodywork problem, a setup problem, a driving over the curbs in the wrong place problem? What's the news?
The news is that the flailing tires have damaged the floorboard on the left rear of this car. There was some carbon damage from the first puncture. There was a substantial amount more from the second, so they're taking some time. They had a bit of a saw out to try and cut things back. They're going to fix it and then put it back on. Lance David Arnold now strapped into the car for Fricadelli. I suppose you're going to blame me for the lightning too, John, because there's been a lot of that on the races I've covered this year.
Well, me too, yes. We haven't had the best of luck with weather in our travels
Apparently it
this
never
year.
strikes twice.
Well, maybe not. It's been raining at Silverstone as well for the
Excellent. That means it might have rained in
weekend.
my garden.
Well, yes, I was thinking that too. It'll save me having to do it on Monday when I get home. Coming up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, things cooling down in the air significantly with the cloud cover coming across the Circuit de Barcelona here at Catalonia. And the KTMs continue to circulate in this development run. Behind the wheel of the 217, Arthur Christ for True Racing is second in SPX. Their team car with Joe Stuck, Johannes Stuck behind the wheel, is leading, and 11th in the GT category, and therefore overall, problems.
Due a pit stop for us, Johannes Stuck.
Off the track for the 345, Benny Rasmussen Perfection Racing Europe Ginetta G55. There's been a lot of incident at the far end of the circuit, and there's another one that's coming up the hill to turn 9, and really just didn't get it right on his own there. What I don't know, and maybe Shake and ask one or two of the teams and see what they've got to say, they might not know either, of course, is just how quickly the track will cool down. It's quite a light coloured surface. It's not brand new and therefore very dark and therefore retains heat.
Into the pits has come the 991 class leader.
Thank you, yes.
Number 980, the MRS entered Hendrik van Danwit's 991 class car. This is the same cycle as we had last year. That car comes in a little bit before the Webheads car, so it's done 36 laps for Hendrik, and Joachim Bolting has been out for, well, he's on his 34th, so he'll have a couple of laps in the lead, but as I say, it's got a slightly later pit stop, and after Joachim Bolting, according to what JM told us, it will be Andreas Riedel who is getting into the car. Andreas being the man behind the sponsor on the nose of the car of the 902 car. JM Lippmann, of course, being the man behind Webheads, who's also stickers appear all over that car. And also, it has to be said, Webheads putting stickers on everybody's cars this weekend. On the back of the car, all the cars have Webheads stickers on, thanks to a deal between Creventic and JM Lippmann. And just getting a shot there of the Hoffa Racing BMW. That was the car that came in at the end of its first racing lap. Normally, one of the GT4 leading cars, that number 50 car. Certainly the car is one of the fastest in GT4. Michael Fischer, Michael Schrey, and Thomas Jaeger, that's the Austrian Thomas Jaeger, before you start saying which Thomas Jaeger. Thomas Jaeger, the Austrian BMW driver, and as I say, that car number 50 running well now. But
all you have to say is either is it the BMW Jaeger or the AMG Jaeger?
I suppose so, yes. I always think of them as being the Austrian one and the German one.
Right.
But that's...
And what Paul and I are talking about here is there is a Thomas Jaeger who is German and part of the AMG organisation, instrumental in getting so many AMG GT3s and GT4s into particularly the US market. Came across very aggressively the last couple of years. I mean that aggressive in sales. We're not threatening people that they had to buy these cars. And set up a fantastic hospitality area at Petit Le Mans a couple of 3 years ago. And after the debut of the GT4 car at the quarter event in 17, has sold 7 cars off the back of it, which is not an insubstantial number. Looking forward to quarter again this year, 15th to the 17th of November, and once again we'll have full live coverage, early sessions, audio coverage, radio coverage, and then sound and vision for the race. And that is, of course, a split race, so by far the majority of that will be covered live.
So Jim Briody shouldn't really count it as his 124-hour race.
Probably got a couple like that, to be honest. Johannes Stoke has brought the leading SPX KTM GTX into the pit lane, and Shea Adam is watching that pit stop.
Stuck hands over to Stuck, and Adam commentating on it. That's a bit funny. Yeah, Ferdinand taking over, so brother strapping in brother, as Joe will be staying in the pit lane. A nice clean of the windshield, which is actually quite hard to do because the entire windshield pops up so that the driver can get back in through the clamshell opening. And the guy who was pushing on the windshield to try and get enough force to clean the bugs off was also sort of closing the clamshell on the driver assistant, trying to belt in Ferdinand. 4 tires have been changed. All they are waiting on is the drinks bottle to be attached, the final lap belt to be secured, and of course the air vent to make sure it's pointing in the exact right direction. now getting out some zip ties to help secure down that air vent. This is car number
Also
216, one of the KTM GTXs. Just waiting on that air hose. It seems that it rattled loose, John, during Joe's stint, and now they've got it strapped down. They've got it aimed in the right direction. Ferdinand has given his approval. Car comes off the air jack, clamshell closes.
And that's the car that Laura Kreiheimer was driving at the beginning of the race. And the significance of Stuck and Adam? Better tell the listener and viewer.
I was going to save it until I find Johannes and let him know as well.
All right.
So stand by. Don't tune away.
Right. Don't touch that dial. It's getting more and more.
I'm completely in the dark, I'm afraid.
It is, well, we're all in the dark here with the threatening clouds. They look to be going to the land side of the racetrack and blowing by us.
I'm going to be optimistic as ever and suggest that it's not going to rain on us.
No, I don't think it's going to rain. Exactly the same happened yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to be all right. Getting some onboard shots from the 902 Team Webhead's car, which is now in the lead of the 991 class. Joachim Bolting has done a good stint. Just looking through the onboard there, there's a strange piece of trim that's at an angle which doesn't quite look standard from Porsche. John will tell us whether it is or not, but it's on the passenger view of out of the windscreen of that car, so shouldn't affect drivers' vision at all. TCE still being led by the Cupra of Julian Apostolos, but Daniel Slasicki has brought the KTM Crossbow, the SP3 class car, this is the four-cylinder car, into the pits for a routine stop and will possibly lose second place as a result.
Well, with the weather slightly threatening at the moment, let's have a look at the standings after 4 hours. One of the first major landmarks here at the Hankook 24 hours at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Barwell leading by 7.5 seconds. And that's gone up by about 6 seconds since the last time we were talking about this. It's the Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91 in second. Patrick Kujala from Ralph Bourne. Matteo Marlucelli is the next car back. And it's off the lead lap by a lap, Paul. Yeah, is that correct? Yes, I get the thumbs up from Paul. Then it's GPX Racing and Benjamin Gotha, also a lap back, a further lap back, or just the one lap back from the leaders?
Sorry, also one lap back.
Thank you. Behind them, Wochenspiegel with the Ferrari, 2 laps back. Herbert Motorsport, 2 laps back. We'll go down the top 10 here. Ingo Vogler in the car collection, 3 laps from the lead. And 8th position, Alexander Prince for Hoffer Racing's number 10, Mercedes MG, 3 laps back. And rounding off the top 10, Jürgen Herring for car collection, 4 laps back. And Joe Foster for CP Racing in A6AM, also 4 laps back. If we go outside of the top 10 then, we'll see some more class leaders. True Racing, first and second with Arthur Christ and Ferdinand Stuck, separated by a lap between them at the moment, yes, as it stands. That's the SPX first and second. Third is down in 18th position. That's the 991 Cup MR Porsche car from Team Clickverse. But other class leaders, well, we've got Race Union by MRS GT back at the head of the 991 Cup class. They have about an 8-second lead on Joachim Bolting for Webheads, the 902. And then in third, it's Speed Lover, who's just come through as Porsche Lorient Racing's 912 has just pitted. So Speed Lover 978, third in the class. Outside of the top 20 in GT, should mention the in 20th position. I did just see it there on the screen. It was the Orchid Racing team, who are leading GT4. My apologies. In a GT4 category that has been really last man standing at the moment. Outside the top 20, there have been problems, including for the Vortex V8, although that SPX car is running fairly cleanly now. Frickadelli, 2 punctures in the 31 car, and now having repairs to the floor at the back of that Porsche. Zorg Rennsports 451 BMW back out in GT4 after its problems. The 911 that didn't take the start for Porsche Lorient Racing, that was a clutch problem there circulating. Still no sign of the Aston Martin Racing #1 from Pro Sport that had been in the lead of its class and then started overheating, possibly terminally now. The 50 BMW is circulating again from Bonk Motorsport, but the Equipe Vacher Renault RS01 still in the pit lane and looking rather forlorn there with no work going on it. We think that one's done. Similar, we think, for Orchid Racing team. We'll send Shea down to have a look at the 917 after its accident damage early on in the race. That was GT, so let's have a look at TCE, and it's TCR in the top 2 positions. Top car with Baz Kooten Racing. Their Cupra leads from the Volkswagen Golf of Autorama in second, 131 from 112, and there is a full lap between those cars at the moment. In third position and leading its class, which is SP3, RTR Project KTM Crossbow, the 4-cylinder car. That is in third position in the touring car endurance race. Then there's a whole slew of TCR cars, and the only other SP3 car in the top 10 is Perfection Racing Europe's Ginetta, number 3, 4, 5. Outside of the top 10, we go down to 11th position for the leading A3 class, and Synchro Motorsport, Matt Neal, have just pitted, so they've just lost the lead in A3 to the 11th place Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. There was a penalty as well for Synchro, Matt Neal going off the track a couple of times and attracting the attention of the race stewards. Beyond that, a couple of more TCR cars, Autorama and Red Camel. Fun M Motorsport dropping down the order with their BMW, and problems for everyone behind that. The Seat Leon of Tic Tac Top Car, although that has been running all right for a wee while. Porsche came in SP3, and Munkoff, that car went back into the garages a little while ago, and I haven't seen the 310 back out again, but we'll check to make sure that is happening. And the leader is in trouble, I'm hearing. Yes, it is. So just right at the end of our update, the leader and Patrick Kajala has gone straight on at the end of the back straight and is coming into the pit lane. Kajala into the pit lane from the lead of the race at a 10-second lead. We'll wait to see. He's lost that. Ralph Bone's gone through. So there's drama here as we're inside 20 hours to go, and add to that, heavy rain expected in an hour's time. We're live from trackside. This is Endurance. This is the 24 hours of Barcelona at the Circuit de Catalunya. So we're being told it was a puncture for the leading car, which is now in the fuel. Patrick Kajala with a left rear puncture on a Lamborghini. We've seen left rears on Porsches today, but not on the Lamborghini, although we have seen Lamborghinis in Dubai with rear punctures, Paul, but
yes,
not here today.
No, that's right. And in fact, Barwell had a puncture earlier in one of the test sessions, and the guy, the lollipop at the refueling station there, just taking a look at the tyre as Patrick Kajala brought the car in. He was 28 laps into his stint, 29 laps into his stint.
Which should have been?
Which should have been 33, 34,
so
something
not
like that.
a massive disaster.
Exactly. Depending how much time he lost on his in-lap, they will probably keep him in the car and let him do a double stint, much as they did with Dennis Lind. And then as I say, it might not be a massive disaster for Barwell, but it's not like they've got a huge amount of time in hand over the Renauer Herbert Porsche, currently with Ralph Bone at the wheel of it. But Kujala then brings the Lamborghini down the pit lane. He's got a full tank of fuel aboard the car now, and the Barwell team will be leaping on the car. Actually, I can see another driver standing by ready to get in. So it does look like there is going to be a driver change, and that's Adrian Amstrutz about to get into the car.
I think they might want to have a look at the left rear of that car as well. Shea Adam is down there, and there's a bit... It just looks to me, Shea, as if the bodywork's slightly deranged, but they'll be worried about what's going on underneath the fender and the wheel arch.
It's more of an illusion than it looks like initially, John. One of the bolts has been knocked loose on the engine cover on the left-hand side, just right at the back. But honestly, a screwdriver might be able to put that in proper once more. It looks a lot better than the Fricadelli the second time it came in with the Zeus fastener just a little bit loose. They don't even waste any time paying it any attention. Send Adrian out for his first stint, and that's noticeable and notable because it's the first time a non-professional driver has driven this Lamborghini in the race.
I'll just say Kujala is a semi-pro according to the Creventic regulations. You're right.
So that means he's part of a pro. He's not all of an AM.
He's not all of an AM.
There
exactly
you go.
Right. And
surprised they didn't just stick the flat-bladed screwdriver on that. Maybe they didn't notice it. Hopefully that won't pop up. Shea, absolutely right. It's called a Zeus fastener, DZEUS, and it's a quick release mechanism. It's a spring-loaded fastener that you put a flat-bladed screwdriver in, pop it down, and turn it. And underneath there's a catch that holds, and when you want it off, you undo it. Remember, lefty loosey, righty tighty, and it pops out, and it's used to keep bodywork on. Been around for years, worked well.
And it was a very quick pit stop indeed from Barwell then, just over 3 minutes for their pit stop. So the actual pit stop time, they didn't lose any time on. I did say it would depend as well what the in-lap time was, and the in-lap time for Barwell was, it will tell me in a second, that screen. It was an in-lap time of 1 minute 51, so not at all a slow in-lap, perfectly respectable. So I think pretty much Barwell won't have lost very much. But John, pointing at the screen, what they do have to start doing is looking for things now, don't they?
Yeah, actually, it's not Fricadelli Racing, that's front right and front left.
That's Fun M.
Yeah, so that there are rain tyres, grooved Hankooks being readied. The local maps say that it's likely to stay inland of us and move to the south and west. A lot of lightning in the area at the moment, but as yet no rain. But what I can't see is what's coming down the pipe, as it were. So I can't quite see far enough to my right-hand side. Heavy rainfall expected at 1700 CET, say the circuit. Please check all setups of pit lane and paddock are properly and securely attached. Are we all securely attached, Paul?
I am completely securely attached.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well done. Shea's got her rain gear on. Oh, no, she hasn't. She's wearing shorts. But that's all right, Shea, because your skin's waterproof.
Yeah, it's just the white t-shirt that I'm wearing, but the pink undershirt that'll turn completely see-through. It's all good. No, the one thing I was going to say is the teams preparing for the rain tires are the TC runners. And TC cars, John, we've seen in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, tend to do very well and pass some of the faster cars when it starts to rain. So I think if it does start to rain, our TC teams are the one to blame.
That's a good point. You get your front tyres up to temp and pressure much quicker on a front-wheel drive car than you do the rear tyres. I know those are the driving wheels. Than you do the rear tyres on a rear drive car. And if the car does start to slide, you steer into the skid or into the direction you want to go, and just keep your foot in, basically. great fun, a front-wheel drive car in the wet round here, I can only imagine. Particularly if the backs aren't quite up the temp, it'll be drifting everywhere. So, as it stands then, rain around the area, but not yet falling here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Paul Truswell, John Hindhaugh and Shea Adam on this shift, with Andre Marriott taking a well-deserved rest. So the KTM number 216, if you remember when it went back out, Johannes stuck at the wheel. I've said that and I think I'm right. No, it was Ferdinand now. As soon as I said that, I knew. Ferdinand was very particular about getting the cooling pipe pointing in the right direction, i.e. towards him. Unfortunately, the silver flexible cooling tube wasn't there for him. It was for our onboard camera. And there's in fact an air vent right underneath that. So if we start to overheat our onboard camera on the 216, we'll know why. That's Ferdy's doing.
Yes, but I think Ferdinand is slightly more important than an onboard camera. It's nice to get the onboard shots.
Well, it depends what happens if the onboard camera gets overheated and what it does to the car.
Don't actually want to catch fire. No, I take your point.
That could be racing karma, couldn't it?
Oh dear. So Ralph Bone in the lead of the race now, and he is the only car on the lead lap. He has a lap of an advantage over the rest of the field. He's with the slightly earlier pit stop than was expected for Patrick Kiala. Kiala having relinquished the seat to Adrian Amstert, so a driver change for Barwell, and that has elevated Matteo Malicelli to second place and Ben Goethe to third place. However, Ben's going to be the first of those cars to stop, Malicelli the last of those cars to stop, so Malicelli by rights will be able to take over the lead of the race as and when Ralph Bone comes in for his routine pit stop, which will be in about 15 minutes or so. We'll be expecting that car to come in and probably Sven Muller to get back into it. So the Herbert Porsche 91 leads by a lap, but he'll lose the lead because the pit stop you actually lose more than a lap when you come in for fuel and tyres and driver change. And as I say, that will give Malicelli the chance to lead the race, but it won't be a lead that he keeps for very long because he'll be having to come into the pits himself. After that, what has happened is as a result of the pit stop that Adrian Amsterdam with the Barwell car has fallen behind the GPX Porsche. So that's kind of the Lamborghini now back into fourth place with the Wochenspiegel Ferrari number 22, which we told you Leo Weiss has now taken over, is in fifth place.
Another bank of cloud coming over from the mountains, but I can see the mountains again in the distance, which I couldn't 5 or 10 minutes ago. And so the first cell has passed inland of us to the west and is heading south of us now. Nary a drop, exactly as yesterday. I'm very happy with that.
Yes, we did have some heavy rainfall and some strong winds earlier in the week. On Monday or Tuesday before I got here, but those the weather was expected, but it was the strong winds as much as anything. So I just wonder if that's what the message on the screen, rather than worrying about rain tyres, they're really just making sure that things don't get blown away when the storm passes through. The pits now comes the car collection Audi number 34. Ingo Vogler has been out at the wheel of that car. I'm not quite sure. We told you that Ingo has got into it, but Ingo Vogler is the current driver, but coming towards the end of the stint for the car collection car number 34, the blue and white car. And passing him on the track is the orange car, which Jürgen Hering is currently driving. Jürgen, who had a slight whoopsie into the gravel earlier on in the race.
Tell you what, Paul, we've got a decent race here at the front of the field. Not door to door and scraping along each other, but the top three are still.
You don't want it to be.
No, absolutely.
Door to door and scraping.
Well, not till the last lap.
No.
I always think, last 10 minutes, then you can have a bit of door banging. But the top three are incredibly evenly matched. I know there's gaps between them now, but if you look at the best laps of those top three cars, Herbert's, which is the lead car, has done a 48.7, 48.3 for Bohemia Energy Ferrari, 49 flat for GPX, and add Barwell into that as well, because they are very much in the fight. 48.7 for those guys as well. So it's not a huge amount. That's the potential of the cars, and in fact their theoretical times are even closer. It's very tight indeed here.
Yeah, I mean, as ever, the Creventic balance performance does seem to work quite well. And they're all pro-class cars, so they have to have, at the very least, an AM driver in the car. Even a pro-class car has to have. Just check, make sure I'm not 6. Yes, you do have to have the minimum of one AM class driver, even in a pro-class car.
Absolutely right.
And the sum of your AM class drivers has to be at least 2 hours. So apart from that, it's all fairly free and up to you what you do in a pro-class car. But yeah, I mean, the way that Malicelli can go in the Ferrari, I think any of the top 4 could quite easily end up winning this race still.
Now, Nigel Farmer, now your name I associate mostly with Lamborghinis. Driving a Porsche this weekend with Speed Lovers, second in class. You've just been watching the Formula One. Is that how you get yourself excited for your session?
I'm already excited. I don't really need Formula One, to be honest. It's actually quite confusing. You're looking at Formula One and you're trying to concentrate on what's going on here. So it's probably not a good thing, to be honest.
Well, the weather here, a bit like Spa. We're hearing bad stuff coming in. You keep looking at the sky.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting session I've got, I think. So I'll be keeping out of trouble. No heroics. So.
Do you enjoy driving in the rain?
Yeah, I like it actually. It's good. So, but on wet tyres, not on slick tyres. So.
What brings you to Creventic? There's many places to be racing, but what brings you here?
I like it. We have, there's 3 of us who do a few events, so if we can make the dates work, then we'll do it. We enjoy it, so it's good camera, a bit more relaxed. It's good fun.
Well, good luck in your stint. Car number 978, Speed Lovers, second right now. I bet you'll pull it to first.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's the Speed Lover, Richard Verburg, driving that car. 991 category, second place, being led by Raulino Kreis Jr. with the Race Union car, the number 980. A little flurry of pit stop activities as we're getting towards the end of another tank of fuel for various cars, including the 969. Sorry, excuse me, the 769. That's the Click First car. Another little drop of a wheel on the grass for the GPX version of the KTM a few moments ago, 980. We were talking to their driver a moment or two ago.
Good way of ensuring that drivers don't exceed track limits, isn't it, doing that?
What, grass?
Having grass on the edge of the track and making something that makes the car go sideways.
Yeah, odd that, isn't it?
Adrian Anstut's going through, completing another lap. 1 minute 52 for him. So certainly not as quick as either of the other 2 drivers that have been driving the car, Patrick Kiala or Dennis Lind, but nevertheless still as quick as Ben Goethe, not as quick as Malicelli or Ralph Bone in the first and second place cars. Talking of cars coming towards the end of the stints, Ralph Bone and Ben Goethe coming towards the end of theirs at the moment, so I think we'll be getting them into the pits certainly within the next 5 minutes, would be my expectation, with the GPX Porsche coming in before the Herbert entered car. And as I said earlier on, that will elevate Malicelli in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari to the lead of the race, but that will be a short-lived lead.
Yeah.
And the Ferrari, through a couple of longer pit stops, which don't seem to have any good reason, but has had, yes, they had one 4-minute stop and one 3:20 is not too bad. They're just the one longer pit stop.
All right, okay. They do have that standing still, not fueling thing to do in the Ferrari, don't they?
They do, yes. And that seems to be managed by the team themselves, but there have been a couple of messages on the screen asking team managers of those cars, Porsche and Ferrari A6 cars, to go and see race control. And I just wonder if that was why we saw one Ferrari having a slightly longer pause at the beginning, just to compensate for that.
Leading, Ralph Bone, Herbert Motorsport, big red #1 on the rear 3/4 window, and it's in red. That tells you he's leading in GT. And he's got a decent gap, but this is the ebb and flow, or the rhythm, if you will, of an endurance race, Paul.
Yeah, coming up to lap the sister car from the A6 AM class cars, Elko Drmic in 6th place in the race overall, but leading the AM class because it's 5 pro cars in the top 5 places, and then the AM leader in 6th place, which, as I was just saying, Ralph Bone about to come up to lap Elko Drmic in the other Herbert car. Second in the AM class at the moment is Alex Prince, driving the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, and it was Andrew who was talking to somebody from Hoffa, Kenneth Heyer, wasn't it, saying that there is every intention of coming back next year with Hoffa with a new Mercedes, and possibly with Chantal back in the car as well, depending what her motherhood responsibilities are.
I'm sure they can get an AMG branded child seat.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have it in the car. So it's a good way to get to go to sleep.
Yep. Success ballast, maybe.
Although ours never did.
What, when you were driving them around?
Never go to sleep in the car.
Keep them awake.
Yeah.
When I was a baby, we didn't have a car. We couldn't afford a car. I had to send the pony back as well at one stage, the pit pony. It's no good. Just on that, the new car from AMG was being tested out, another sort of development drive. That was that copper-coloured car that we saw earlier in the year, and 1 or 2 customers got to go in that car.
Yes, it was unveiled at the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Yes, but did not race there.
Didn't race there, but was ceremonially displayed. Was it the Nürburgring 24 Hours? Or was it Spa? It was the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And then appeared in Portimao and had a proper race there for in the 24 Hours at Portimao with, I'm going to forget now, but Rick Roykers was amongst the driving crew, as was Kenneth Heyer, as was Christian Frankenhout.
Yeah.
So, yes, potential customers were...
I thought that was a really, really smart thing to do from AMG. Right, here's the car. We're going to give it a run. We want to get some miles under the wheel. They could have brought their test drivers. They could have brought some, hired guns in and given a... No, you guys run our cars. Are you available to do this for us this weekend? Oh, all right then. I thought that was a great idea.
Exactly so, yes. I don't disagree with any of that.
Matteo Malicelli back in the Bohemia Energy Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Now reeling the laps off. Got down to a 51.3 last time around, which is pretty good. And would have been the fastest lap of anybody last time around, had it not been for the fact that Ralph Bone did a 50.6. And he's been in the car for just over an hour. But Malicelli for just under an hour, 52 minutes to be precise. So that gap not coming down at the moment. Traffic will play its part, of course. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, Saturday afternoon back in the UK. We're coming up to 4:30 Central European time. Wherever you're joining us from in the world, either in sound or in sound and vision, good to have your company. Headlights just starting to show a little more now with the gathering gloom, which is not due to the sun dropping. That's 4 hours away in terms of official sunset. It's a stunning sunset here because it goes down over the mountains to the far side of the track, just on the left of centre from where we look across the track.
Into the pits then comes Ralph Bone, suggesting that he'd be in around about 1/2 the hour. 28 minutes past the hour is when Ralph Bone does come in. Just going back to the point about that Mercedes new spec, the Evo, wasn't Christian Frankenhout. Kenneth Heyer it was. Rick Breukers it was. Charlie Putman was the other driver which was brought in to have a go in that car, as well as driving the CP car.
Well, I was going to say, presumably all of those drivers were still doing their own driving duties in their own car because they'd want to stay in the championship hunt.
Rick Breukers wasn't, because he does other things. Kenneth Heyer was driving the Hoffa car wasn't there, so Kenneth Heyer didn't have other duties. Charlie Putman was the only one who had other duties, and then it was Hubert Haupt and Maxi Book, the other two drivers of the car. So they did have two, what you might regard as professional Mercedes drivers, but Kenneth Heyer, Charlie Putman and Rick Breukers, the other ones which were in the car.
4th place, Speed Lover 991. The number 978 car, 4th place in 991 category. Just soaking up a penalty there, Richard Verberg bringing that car into the pits. Have you got a handle on that? It might have happened some time ago. Oh, spin for the KTM, the 217 car, just coming through up the hill to the stadium section, and it looks like there's no fire in the 5-cylinder engine. This is second in class for Jared Kiska, who is the independent designer, who is the man behind a lot of 2- and 4-wheel designs for KTM. He's got the car refired, it's pointing in the right direction. That's good news. Was that 7, was it? Oh yes, it was.
The message on the screen is telling me turn 7.
I'll buy that, yeah. It was. Down at the bottom of the hill.
Ralph Bone still getting fuel. The 978 has gone on its way, having served its penalty. I wasn't told why it had a penalty. I did, however, have a message saying that the team manager had to go to race control. So whatever happened was obviously not good news that the team manager got when he got to race control. Fuel done on the Herbert Porsche. Off he goes, 20 kilometres an hour until he gets to the marshal's post, who waves him on. He can accelerate up to 40 kilometres an hour and then comes to a halt. And very rapidly, we want to get Sven Muller into the car now, I suspect.
I love the marker light share on some of these Porsches. The GPX car has Gulf orange ones, whilst this one has, what colour would you call the 4 dots on the 91 car?
Thoroughly purple. As Sven Muller leaves the pit lane, and I can no longer stare into the depths of the headlights. At Le Mans, we've seen the 4 factory cars run red, blue, yellow, and green to distinguish each car. Purple's a new one for me, though, John.
Purple Minion. They only come on when somebody's been set to stun cheer. That's what they use. That means they're fully lit at that point, I reckon.
Kind of thing saying they're charged. Remember you used to get a little light on the back of your flash to say that it was fully charged.
I remember that.
So that car loses the lead as a result of the pit stop, and Ralph Bone then out of the car and has been handed over to Sven Muller. So he's the Matteo Malicelli was the first driver to start the car and then get into his second stint. So Sven Muller was the start driver for Herbert, and he now gets in to do his second stint behind the wheel of the Herbert car. Malicelli then takes over the lead of the race, and he will lead for probably about 3 laps before we'll get Jack Ferrari coming in. Ben Goethe is in the refueling station at the moment for GPX, as also is Leo Weiss in the Rockspiegel Ferrari, and also in the pits at the moment is the car 701, the Vortex car, getting fuel with Francesco Gutierrez Agui behind the wheel, and it's nice to possibly talk to then to Shea when those cars complete their stops, because Ben Goethe with the Porsche, but it was also good to hear from Francesco Agui and some thoughts on all the Barcelona 24-hour races that he's done over the years. Never missed one.
Really?
He's done every single Barcelona 24 hours, long, and every single one, not just since it's been a
that's what I took you to mean. Yes.
So the car having been refueled, this is the Vortex going on its way once again. Not so far up with such strong SPX cars in the entry this year. The KTM GTXs, of course, the Mark II V8. All running very strongly in SPX. The Vortex task is that much harder. Anyway, that's heading down towards its garage. Just up ahead of it is the GTX car, which Ben Goethe will be handing over. I think it's probably about time Stuart Hall got into the GPX car. In fact, it is Stuart Hall. So
yeah, just taking that car out. The Webheads, Andreas Riedel, 902 has just gone past us and started another lap. That car is in 3rd position now behind the Porsche Laureate Racing 912 and the 980 of Race Union. I don't think we've had a word with the guys from CP Racing, so let's put that right straight away. Charles Esplanade is out of the car and Shea Adam is down there.
Getting ready to get into the CP Racing Mercedes. Charles, you're a fellow Floridian. Rain doesn't faze us, but what's it going to be like to race around here in the rain?
You know, Darren and I were just talking about that. We're like, it looks pretty polished. There's probably a pretty decent rain line around here. It'll be a learning experience for us, of course. I was doing the WRO race at Sebring a couple weeks ago, and it rained like the whole time, so that was really fun. So I'll have a good time, but yeah, it'll be a learning experience for sure.
How's it been going this weekend with Darren Law joining the organization?
Oh, great. You know, I mean, he's one of the good guys like Shane. We've known him for years, raced against him, raced with him. And, you know, he's just a great guy, as you know, and fits in with the team well and a jokester, and it's been pretty fun.
Now, we still have one Creventic race to go this year, taking place in the U.S., but are we likely to see the team back in Creventic next year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're already solidifying their plans. Mercedes again, I think, for next year. I don't know if I can say it officially or not. And then, yeah, you know, we love the series. Charlie's having a great time. The team's loving it, and we love traveling to Europe. And you know, it's all good. We're also going to run the TCR 500 at Spa, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, you can say anything to us, official or not. We'll talk about it anyway. Yeah, Charles, right. Good luck in your stint.
Thanks so much.
I think that's the first time officially we've heard about the TCR 500 entry from CP Racing, with entries climbing all the time there for that race at Spa, which is the end of season event.
Beginning of October.
Yeah.
Date, 3rd and 4th of October.
It is indeed the 3rd to the 6th of October. 500 laps, 7.004 or something like that. Spa
is the kilometre distance of the track. Yes, that's right.
It says 7 kilometres here, but I've learned from you, down through the years, if I don't give the proper lap length, you would have said, well, it's not quite 7 kilometres.
Pedantic.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting to hear from Charles Esplanade. Again, he was the guy who started the car, and as Shea was saying, Joe Foster is currently in the number 85, and Charles Esplanade will be getting into it to have his second turn behind the wheel of the car. I was thinking Charles is the usual start driver in the CP Racing car, currently 4th in A6 AM. in a bit of a battle with the 88 orange car collection car at the moment, which has yet to have Pierre Caffer do any driving in it this weekend. Jürgen Hering is currently driving the 88 car. Second in A6 AM is the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, number 10, which is a couple of places behind Zelko Drimic in the Herbert Porsche, number 93. Manicelli in the pits. We said he'd be coming in very shortly, and in he comes. So Matteo Manicelli, and that will be, no doubt, Jiri Pasaric getting ready to get back into the car. The fuel goes into the Ferrari now, and will probably continue to go in for another 30 seconds or so. Just a normal pistol grip going into the side, the right-hand side of the Ferrari. And very early in the pit lane, about the second or third box in, is the second or third box in for Scuderia Praha. So not a huge distance to travel from the refueling area to the pit box, where Pasaric is standing by ready to go. That pit stop for Manicelli has elevated Barwell back to the lead of the race again. So
we've come round full circle.
We've yes, quite. Adrian Amstutz then now leading the race. Adrian for the first time, but the Lamborghini has already led the race on 5 occasions thus far through the race. That's the 17th change of lead, would you believe, John? Here we are 4.5 hours into the race and 17 changes of lead already. Largely done, I must admit, on pit stop cycles rather than changes on the track, although we have had a couple of changes on the track. Dennis Lind, remember, was able to get past the Herbert Porsche on one of his stints on the track. And away goes the Ferrari. Manicelli, with a full tank of fuel, now arrives at its pit box in front of Shea Adam, I'm guessing. Shea there.
You guessed correct, Paul. Had to wait for the microphone to turn back on. It is full service driver change, as Matteo told us earlier it would be. They are doing single stints until the nighttime comes, and even though the clouds have come in and the rain is coming, it has gotten a bit cooler, but it's still hot driving these cars. As Matteo is out, Jiri Pasaric back into the car, and away he goes.
You know, the quality of the pit work that we've seen today up and down that pit lane, Paul, has been outstanding. It really has. And I love the idea. I love the idea of splitting the fueling off from the tyres and the driver change. That, for me, is a lot safer. And it also means that the guys in front of their pit box are concentrating on those jobs and those jobs alone. And you can practice that and you can get better at it.
And Scuderia Praha certainly have done. Interesting talking to Mark Lemmer at the beginning of the weekend about the Mugello weekend when Scuderia Praha beat the Barwell Lamborghini, and he was saying then that, you know, it was a fair win for Scuderia Praha, largely because they were so good in the pits, and you know that they just get the driver change done and tyres changed and the car is going on its way again, and if you get those two things done simultaneously, then you're in very good shape indeed. It was 3 minutes 14 seconds from pit in to pit out for Scuderia Praha that time. Interestingly, Barwell on their last pit stop did it in 3 minutes 3, but remember that was because Patrick Kiala brought the car in a little bit early, so had less fuel to put in the car. Yes. But I think Barwell have been working very hard on their pit stop changes and making sure that everything is done efficiently there as well. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be a battle which goes on throughout the race amongst certainly the top three, Lamborghini, Porsche and Ferrari, Barwell, Herbert and Scuderia Praha. I think it's probably just those three who are really in with a shout. The GPX Porsche not quite on the same pace or hasn't had any particularly longer pit stops, has it? Yes, their first pit stop was a little bit longer. They lost about a minute on their first pit stop, and that lost the GPX car off the lead lap. CP Racing now in the pits, so Charles Espenlaub, having been talking to Shea a few minutes ago, hopefully is now suited and booted and ready to go. The other car that's in the refueling area is the Ligier, which kind of, I'll tell you what it does strike me about the Ligier. It looks different from every single angle that you
is
look at
very
it.
true.
Looking down at it from upstairs here and seeing the kind of top three-quarter angle, looking at it from the front, looks an entirely different car than you do when you see the back view of it. But it's trundling slowly down the pit lane.
I've also got a suspicion that it's going to be one of those cars, Paul, that is very sensitive to what livery you put on it, because it's got a couple of curves that I've only just noticed recently over the rear wheel arches, for example, which is all white on this car, which actually that livery that it's got on doesn't show off. If you changed where the stripes were on that car and put it onto the swage lines, the body styling lines, it would look completely different. Sebastian Poisson is out of the car, and so it will be a new driver, Guillaume Romain, getting in. God, the clag that's coming out from underneath that car. Shea Adams there. Was that Guillaume Romain that got in, Shea?
No idea. Completely unlabeled fire suit and not a sticker on the helmet to indicate who the driver was. But as you were talking about the great pit stop execution, this team as well, Nordschleife Racing, running a TCR car as well as this SP4 machine. But it was a little bit comical, John, because they had to plug a computer into the car, but the mechanic holding the computer was not allowed to pass the red line in the front of the garage, or else he would have been counted as an extra crew member over the wall, quote unquote. So they got a very large extension cable, plugged it into the car, and it was about an inch too short. So the guy holding the computer was leaning out at an awkward angle, waiting for the download to finish.
The only driver thus far who hasn't been in the car, the Ligier, is Mathieu Santis. Driver number 2 on my list here. Everybody else has been in the car, so we'll take a stab at it having been Mathieu Santis getting in. But as I say, that's very much a guess. Oh, now confirmed on the screen. So the 4th out of the 4 drivers, it is Mathieu Santis getting into the car now.
Fairly standard pit stop down at CP Racing. Joe Foster walks quietly and in a considered fashion away from the car. Charles Espenlaub is installed. Tail lights glowing now in the afternoon light. The worst of the rain has blown past us for now, but there is another cell on its way. But I think we're going to be all right. I really do. 15 minutes away from the severe weather warning that the circuit has made all of the teams and the organisers aware over the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Adrian Amstutz doing a great job. 15 seconds to the good over Sven Müller as we head towards the end of another racing hour.
Although, to be fair on Sven, he is lapping much quicker than Adrian is on the average lap times. Not quite 2 seconds a lap, but the gap first and second, 15 seconds. Amstutz goes through again now. It was 15 seconds last time around. Let's see what Sven's able to do. Am versus Pro, yeah, 10.5 seconds it is now, so that was a massive chunk of 4 seconds that Sven Müller has taken out of Adrian Amstutz. Adrian, a very sensible AM driver. He certainly knows his limitations. I think Mark Lemmer was talking to us earlier on air, and Adrian been a big supporter of Barwell over the years, and so he knows what to do, and I think, as I say, knows his limitations. He won't get involved in any battles with Sven Müller.
Could be a bit of a decision to make for anyone coming into the pits now. Our camera operators are reporting rain on the far side of the circuit, and 676, the Daniel Wheeler driven Synchro Motorsport Honda, with raindrops on the windscreen as he goes past us. And if I look down, actually, the concourse underneath us, there is a little bit of rain there as well. It's coming in from the far side of the circuit. Dry down to turn 1 as Dan Wheeler turns into the right-hander, down into second gear, and shift up into third. It's a stick shift in a 3-pedal car, of course, that car. I just heard a squeal of tyres there as well. Into the pit lane, the Nordschleifer Porsche Peugeot Cup car, and they're putting slicks on, so they don't think it's bad enough, and they're the first people to come in since the raindrops started falling on the circuit. I've got a feeling it's going to skirt the far side from us, if I'm honest, Paul, and go past us, at least this part of the rain cell that is around at the moment.
I think it's very difficult to do when we are indoors to predict exactly what the weather is going to do. You know, it's without actually kind of being able to smell the air. You can often smell rain coming in this part of the world, but looking at one direction where the weather seems to be coming from, doesn't look too bad. The wind at the moment, only very gentle, coming from the same direction as it has throughout the weekend. So, as ever with things like this, you can only make decisions based on what's happening at the moment, and you certainly wouldn't be putting on anything other than slicks. There is no option, in effect. You have either a slick or a full wet. There's no intermediate at Hankook available, so you certainly wouldn't be putting anything other than a slick on, based on the conditions that we have right now. And it's then up to what might happen if rain does come down, and that's when we suddenly may get a rush to the pits.
Well, Shea Adam is in the pit lane. There were 1 or 2 spits and spots, Shea, but nothing of any great import down there, and some of the top cars have been in, including the car that was leading A6 Arm, Herbeth Motorsport, in the 93 car. What was their choice?
They went with slicks, and they also put Klaus Bachler in, so that'll make Paul happy. Now they've had their full complement of drivers, but the next car to come in that will make a big decision in terms of pit will be Hoffer. And if you notice, they're taking their tire blankets off now, and those are slick Hankook tires. So everybody's still staying on these dry weather tires, as there are now announcements being made by the circuit PA talking about dangerous weather in the area.
Was that in Spanish that they were saying that, Jim?
No, it was in Catalan.
Interesting that there were electric blankets that you were describing there coming off the Hoffer tyres. 2 schools of thought on whether electric blankets heat the tyres as effectively as hot air ovens. It's all to do with whether you heat the rims as well as the...
Got to heat the rims.
Well, exactly, and you can do that in a hot air oven better than you can.
Don't heat the rims. The moment that you take the blankets off, all the heat disappears, because you're heating from the top down, the outside in, rather than the inside out. And a piece of rubber on the circuit, debris. Now, that is just offline at the exit, I think, of turn 5. That will be.
Just wonder if that's been around for some time and has just been kicked onto the racing line by a car, or whether it's just recently happened.
For a moment, I thought it was one of those pieces of chin spoiler rubber from the front of a Porsche, but I actually do think it's from a tyre. We've had a couple of 3 punctures. That's the area that the rain seemed to be coming in from earlier on, but I think it's passed us by again now. There's no further raindrops here on the front straight. 8 minutes before the severe weather warning that we were given about an hour ago now. Gusty winds and thunderstorms possible as well, according to the circuit. Now, I understand they have to be absolutely, make sure everybody's absolutely safe here. Still got a decent amount of people sitting below us. There's a little phalanx of about 15 or 20 people, some families down there as well. It's been a brisk trade in the upstairs refreshment area. Stuart Hall's been the fastest guy in the track for a little while. He's pushing on in the GPX Racing Porsche, and Sven Muller is catching the leader, down to 5 seconds now. Adrian Amstutz still leading, but now down to 5 seconds. The 77 that's the Lamborghini from the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche 911.
Important thing from Barwell's point of view, though, was that Adrian only lost a second on that lap, whereas on previous laps, Sven Muller's been able to take more time off Adrian Amstutz. So Adrian, I would imagine, feeling a bit more comfortable in the car and would be pushing on. Certainly it wasn't a case of Sven slowing down. It was a case of Adrian getting his lap times a little bit quicker. So 5 seconds, as John said, separating the first two. Sven Muller on a bit of a charge, closing in. But as I say, on that lap, only a second quicker than the Barwell Lamborghini. Jiri Pisaric at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. We mentioned earlier on that I mean, he is the AM driver in that car, but he's been in the car now for, what, 6 laps, and that last lap was a 1:55, which is quite a lot slower than we would have expected that car to go, even with Pisaric at the wheel. So a possibility perhaps for Stuart Hall to close in. Stuart at the moment is 28 seconds behind the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So I said it was a battle between Lamborghini, Porsche and Ferrari. Well, maybe we ought to add the GPX car into the mix, as I say, it's under half a minute behind, and with Stuart Hall lapping at the moment more rapidly than Pisaric. Leo Weiss stayed in the Wochenspiegel Ferrari at its last pit stop, so he is now coming towards the end of his 2-hour limit. At least he will do another half hour to drive if he goes to the absolute limit. But Leo Weiss having done a good stint. Jochen Krumbach before him did a good stint as well. So the Wochenspiegel may not be up there with the leading Pro A6 cars, but is there or thereabouts. Giving good argument for there being 5 cars at the head of this race, certainly 5 Pro cars. 6th place is an A6 AM car, being Klaus Bachler, as Shay says, now at the wheel of the Herbert Motorsport car, number 93. And then it's Jürgen Hering taking over in 7th place, second in the A6 AM car, at the wheel of the 88 Pierre Caffer car collection Audi. And then behind that is either the other car collection car, Johannes Kirchhoff at the wheel, or Christian Frankenhout on his outlap now at the wheel of the Hoffer car. So number 10, Hoffer, that car having had its pit stop, Alexander Prince out of the car and Christian Frankenhout into it.
Yeah, and that means Klaus Bachler's up to 6th position, Herring up to 7th. Bachler pushing along very nicely. And at the front of the field, we've got the battle for the lead, turned up to gas Mark 10 now, with Herbert Motorsport, Sven Muller in the black and crossword coloured car. They're going through traffic at the moment, past the 451 BMW. They were in the final chicane, the RACC chicane, through turn 16, onto the start-finish line, right underneath us. And the Lamborghini pushed off the final corner very, very nicely indeed. Got a really good run, but here comes Sven Muller, pulls to the right-hand side, shows the bright white headlights. Can't get it done into turn 1. There's a yellow flag at Repsol at turn 4, so he won't be able to do it there. Bohemia Energy, Jiri Pisaric has just gone through as well. Just 0.2 of a second as they went across the line. Now up to the top of the hill. And we'll pick them up in a moment or two. Amstutz then, is he in defence mode? Not sure about that.
He's already... no, he hasn't gone past yet, has he? No.
No, there's a car off in the gravel to driver's left, and it's the 902. No, it's the Webheads car. 3rd place it was.
Andreas
it has
Riedel,
lost
code
power.
60. There we
lost
go.
power. That is Andreas Riedel. And now, did that happen before? Well, they've managed to stay 1st and 2nd, so the code 60 is out. And that may have just saved Amstutz. Now, do you pit now, Paul?
Oh, that's up to them. I'm not going to tell you. Yes, I think you do. You know, if you've got the time, then you know, you've got space in the fuel, then it's it is good timing to do it. I'm just amazed. I consciously haven't said anything. This is not me putting the mockers on it. We've got all but 5 hours into this race. 4 hours 57 minutes before we've had our first code 60.
Yeah, but you thought it.
I didn't. I've been thinking it for the last 3 hours. So. Yes, we have gone code 60 then, as we'll try and get Andreas Riedel out of the gravel bed, where he's come to grief, as you say, John, at turn 4.
Now, I'm not sure he had a coming together there. I think he may have had a technical issue and couldn't get the car stopped, or maybe the engine died on him and he had no engine braking and he's just gone straight on at 4. But he certainly hasn't got any engine power right now. There's 5 cars out of 8 that are available in the pit lane. Here's the leader. The leader, that's interesting. The Barwell car has got its 4-way flashes on when it's on the code 60. Meantime, the 676 Honda. Now the rear right quarter is peeling away on that car. That's
what happens as well.
Yeah, it's more damage than we've seen in a wee while, but that'll get pulled away, I'm sure.
We've then got 2 more cars to come through, and then we're going to get Adrian Amstutz and Sven Muller. So there should be enough. In fact, those 2 that are coming through are not going to the fueling either. Both Amstutz and Muller are going to fueling, though. So the first 2 cars, first and second, coming into the refueling area nose to tail.
Fabulous work by the recovery crew has got Andreas Riedel onto the hard standing as the Vortex has gone back out of its garage and back into the race. First and second separated by a couple of positions. Now remember, the Barwell car can refuel straight away, whereas the Porsche has to wait 6 or 7 seconds. And now they go to work on the Porsche, and it was spot on 7 seconds.
No, it was quite a bit over, in fact, because the Herbert crew were at the wrong petrol pump. I won't blame it on Sven Muller having gone to the wrong petrol pump, but the Herbert crew went to the wrong petrol pump. And Barwell are also having a bit of difficulty because they
They've moved pumps.
They've had to move whilst the refuel has been going in, and there's lots of
and of course, they can't start the engine for that, so they had to pull the car forward.
Yes, and other teams trying to attract their drivers' attention to get them into the right place.
Now, the Webhead's car now is trailing that piece of rubber that I was talking about that I thought I'd seen on the track earlier, but I don't think I had. But that is just about hanging on at the right front corner. It wraps right underneath the front splitter at both ends, and it's an interference fit on the lip underneath. It looks absolutely nothing. It probably costs quite a lot of money from Porsche, but it's essential to get the front end of the car to turn. Meantime, in the battle for the lead at 40 kilometres an hour down the pit lane.
Don't you love this? Absolutely. So Herbert are going down the pit lane at the moment. Sven Muller has gone. Where are Herbert on the pit lane? I think they're. I think he's gone straight past. He's only taken fuel, hasn't he? Yeah. So. Herbert with fuel only, and so he has now taken the lead, Sven Muller, because Barwell has come into the pit garage to have a driver change done, and Adrian Amstutz is now out of the car. And I wonder if they're putting Patrick Kuyala back in the car just in case it rains.
Let's ask Shea Adam, who's going into the Barwell car. She was watching the stop.
They put Dennis Lind back in behind the wheel, so he has now taken over, and it will be Lind versus Mueller when we get back going. Just an update from the other end of the pit lane as well, gentlemen. We were missing our Vortex. That car came in, it had a broken bracket at the rear of the car. This large, probably 3-inch in diameter, circular steel piece that had broken off right in the middle, put it up on the hijacks, got it replaced, and now the Vortex is back out and running.
Well, I'll tell you what, Paul, despite the potential for disaster in the pit lane, in the refueling, and people not having a space. That hasn't actually happened. So long as people work with the marshals to actually get the cars where they have to go.
Yes, quite so. Andreas Riedel brings the Webheads Porsche in and doesn't quite get to where the team wanted him to go.
See, there is a flaw in this because not all cars have their fuel filler in the same place. Absolutely. And the Porsches, of course, have it right in the middle of the front of the car. So they actually don't want to be too far past the pumps because then they can't get the fuel line round. And the problem with the Mercedes that's coming behind it, which is the 85 CP racing car, that car, which has got a very long bonnet, its fueling hose has to go in all the way at the back. Fortunately, that pump had a very, very long lead on it, and the guys worked really well.
They all have extremely long hoses on them. They're probably about, I'll say 10 metres. I mean, they're very long hoses.
That's the big difference. It looks like a normal supermarket or fuel station fuel pump, except you could probably walk across the whole forecourt and fill your car while it was parked waiting to go into the car wash whilst you were doing it.
Right, we've had the change of lead anyway. Dennis Lind in the Lamborghini has been overtaken in the pit lane by Sven Muller, who didn't stop in front of his garage. But of course, Sven has a slightly shorter drive time.
And we're back to green, by the way.
Here we go, yes. So slightly longer drive time because Sven Muller is going to be restricted by drive time, and Dennis Lind also has a fresh set of tyres aboard his Lamborghini. So we'll see what the gap is when they go through and complete the lap. And meanwhile, all that was happening, the 5 o'clock end of the first 5 hours has gone by.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes over the 5 hour with that little bit of excitement. With a bit more rain beginning to fall again on the far side of the circuit. So it's turn 1 to turn 4, where the wipers, in fact, have gone on for Jiri Pisadik as Sven Muller is a little bit further round the track. Oh, I think it's still psychological rain at the moment. It's mosquito rain, as Shea likes to call it. It's persistent but annoying, but not much more. If you were on your motorbike right now, you'd see it on your visor and think, oh, I don't know. Starting to look like it's getting slippery through 9 as well now. Gap at the front of the field. Dennis Lind, having stopped and done a full pit stop, is only 9 seconds. So that was a free pit stop for Barwell onto a set of tyres that were presumably slick. I better ask Shea that. Shea, when Dennis got into the car, I presume they put a new set of slick Hankooks on. They didn't risk going on to rain tyres, surely?
Correct, John. It was slick tyres that went onto the Lamborghini. And for the first time, I've seen wet weather tyres brought out to the pit apron, and it is for this 902 Porsche that caused the code 60 just a few moments ago. They have done a driver change. Tom Dillman is now behind the wheel, the Frenchman, but they have slick tires out next to the car, and right up against the garage, they do have a set of full wets.
The incident between the Webheads car, which was in the kitty litter for a little while, was a helping hand from Axel Burkhardt in the Hoffa Racing Bonk Motorsport BMW.
Yeah, that's the Hakro car, 869, which is currently...
Well, I've got it second in the A3 class and 35th overall.
Yeah, that's right. Involved in the battle, really, with the other A3 class car, Dan Wheeler, in the Synchro Motorsport car, down in 32nd place overall, so just ahead.
Yeah, with the flapping bumper.
Yes, it sounds like it might not have been Andreas Riedel's fault then, that incident.
It's getting slippery. It's getting very slippery indeed out there at certain parts of the circuit, but I'm still not convinced that it's anywhere near wet enough to need wet weather tyres. Certainly the front straight is bone dry, and good though the Hankook wets are, you would rip them apart with the ambient heat that's in the circuit at the moment. So what you're hoping for then is that ambient heat that the residual heat, sorry, that's in the track surface at the moment, plus some hot slicks, will mean you've got a bit more grip than you normally would do in the damp. If it's not standing water, you might get away with it here, but the better drivers will make hay here. 1:53.2 for Muller last time around against a 51.6 from Dennis Lind. But it's now 7.5 seconds. So Lind coming back. Remember, Lind has got new tyres, albeit new slick tyres, but new tyres on the 77 Barwell Huracan, the Lamborghini. And they will have come out of the blankets at the very last moment. So even with a bit of cuts, yeah, well, right, okay, so
oven as opposed to blankets.
So that means heat on the rims as well. Even with a bit of Code 60 slow running, he's going to have had heat in those tyres, probably more than Sven, who's been standing still at the fuel pump for 2 minutes, trundling down the pit lane, and then going around. I think that's a smart move. Not sure that was a great tactics from the guys in Herbeth. They have got an ace though, because they've got their second car with Klaus Bachler right in front of the car that's chasing down the lead car. Big slidey moment into turn one a couple of moments ago from Dennis Lind as he lost the back end of the Lamborghini. You do have ABS on these cars, of course, right? He's cleared the Herbeth car and the Fricadelli car, so now he's off in hot pursuit of our leader.
Yeah, I think it was a different problem for Barwell than Herbert had. Herbert had their good driver in the car. Sven Muller's the quickest driver for Herbert in the car, arguably. And the problem for Barwell was that Adrian Amstutz, if you do have a greasy circuit, probably isn't the guy that you want to have in the car pushing the limits of adhesion. Whereas Dennis Lind, far more comfortable if the car isn't quite gripping as much. So for Barwell, they wanted to get a new driver in the car. Herbert had a good driver in the car already, and so the choice of whether to change tyres or not was kind of driven by the fact that they didn't need to change the driver, so there was no point in changing the tyres. But as you said a moment ago, the gap was 10 seconds. It's now 5 seconds as Dennis Lind closes in on the leader Sven Muller. We'll watch them go around now. At least they've both got a little bit more fuel aboard, and that should give them an opportunity to go a little bit further.
Well, just being informed by our colleagues at TV that a couple of laps ago there was indeed the yellow and red flag down at turn one. That means something on the track that shouldn't be there, or a lack of grip, slippery surface, and that flag went out and stayed out there for a little while just to let the drivers know. And I think that's really smart officiating by the RACC and Creventic here and our marshals on the flag posts, just to let the drivers know that there's a change of grip level going into turn one. It's a very fast approach to that, and that might have saved a few blushes and a trip to the gravel.
The other thing is, of course, the front straight is straight but not flat, so you tend to go over a brow and then down into turn one, so you can't necessarily see whether there's dampness on the track or not as you come over the brow of the hill. So any help you can get from the marshals, very useful indeed. Just to note in passing that it was only the two leaders who came into the pits at that last Code 60. Jiri Pisaric stayed out in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Stuart Hall in the GPX Porsche also stayed out. So we now have 4 cars on the lead lap, because both Pisaric and Stuart Hall gained time on the two leaders whilst they were coming into the pits during that Code 60 period. Behind the Wochenspiegel Ferrari did make a pit stop, and Hendrick still has taken that car over from Leo Weiss. So Hendrick still in the Wochenspiegel car has actually lost out now and has slipped back to 2 laps behind the race leader. So there's 4 cars on the lead lap, and then in a 2-lap gap back to Hendrick still in the Wochenspiegel Monschau Ferrari. And then it's Klaus Bachler, who is round about almost a lap behind the Ferrari, but leading A6AM.
Just to underline what Paul said a little while ago, Rob Chalmers among those who have asked at RSL_studio, Hankook, do they have an intermediate? I'm sure Hankook make intermediate tyres, but they're not allowed here. It is slicks or wets, 1 compound of each. New fastest lap of the race. It's dried up very quickly, and Dennis Lind with new tyres in the 77 car. New fastest lap for that car, should I say, not of the race, not of everyone. So that's a 1:48.666, and we've had a 1:48.3, haven't we, from
Malicelli. 1:48.343 from Malicelli.
Yeah, that was from the 11 car, and he's quicker again in this lap. This is gonna be quick again. This might be a new fastest lap of the race for Lind as he chases down the leader. Just 2.5 seconds. Amazing stuff. Over 5 hours in, we've just had a rain shower. It's cooled everything down on the far side of the second. Oh, he's right there with the leader. Right there with the leader as he comes through the final chicane. Now, as we look at them here, he's going to get a fabulous tow on the front straight. I don't think it slowed him down. He pulls out 3 wide as they go past the number 911. They're almost together. They almost touched across the line there. A 1:47.378 is the fastest lap of the race from Lind, and he takes the lead as he goes across the line and clocks that new best time. Brilliant stuff from Lind, set on full attack mode and let off the leash by Mark Lemmer and Barwell.
Absolutely brave driving though from both of them, and good driving as well from Sven Muller in the middle of the middle of that sandwich. And we did see. I mean, we spoke to Mark Lemmer about it yesterday, didn't we, John? About the performance, the straight line speed of the Lamborghini, and it certainly did have it all the way down the straight there. And I think the extra traffic, although it made life a little bit hectic, did help as well because it gave a little bit more tow to the Lamborghini. So Lind then leads, and that means we've had 19 changes of lead in the first 5.25 hours.
And that one not, of course, coming on a pit stop sequence. That was done on the track, and it was Pascal Gibbon in the 911 Porsche Lorient 911 Cup car that was the man who just held his line. I foresee a problem for Tom Dillman's future. Hang on, Mystic Hindhoff here. The Team Webhead's car's dropped down to 4th position now, and that piece of the underfloor or front end is just starting to flap around. He's got a bit of bodywork on the right front that's sticking out like a penguin's wing there and flapping rather angrily. And on the left-hand side, it looks like that rubber part might be coming loose as well. Meantime, the 717, the Mark Cars machine, Ryan McLeod over here, the man behind Mark Cars, they're just talking up the front wheel on that car, and Shea Adam is there.
Interesting pit stop. They did not stop for fuel, and they did not change the tires. This is Cor Oyster getting in behind the wheel. Ricky Coomer got out, and the English driver who walked to the back of the garage, I'm going to try and get him forward for an interview after he's cooled off a little bit. He looks quite red in the face, but Cor Oyster taking over, and it's quite funny because there is a figurine of Cor Oyster in the back of the garage, about 3 feet tall, wearing a slightly different livery to the helmet and fire suit, but other than that, he's always ready.
They can't get the left front off. That's the problem, Shea.
They're trying to tighten it.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
They're trying to take it off. Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty. And they're putting a lot of weight on that, and they can't get the centre lock nut off. This is sometimes happens.
Alloys.
Yeah,
Alloys.
They expand at different rates from the hub, and Cor Oyster is sitting there impassively. He's seen it all, and then some. And so they're using the big bar. I thought they were just talking up the wheels when I saw it. Then I realised they're trying to loosen that off. And the thing is, Shea, they won't even do the other wheels until they've got that one off, because there's no point if they can't get that wheel off, I presume.
Well, John, now that I look at the other wheels, they don't look too old.
Yeah,
it
you're
looks
right,
like
actually.
maybe they came in and changed the other three. But Ryan McLeod
Cleaner
is actually
alloys.
standing out on the pit lane, and he said, just send him. Rain is coming. We're going to have to change the wheel again. Anyway, just send him.
They're getting a bigger bar. I think we're going to need a considerably bigger bar. Thank you, Shea. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. Oh, sorry, Shea, did I cut
He's
you
off
off?
at the last turn. Sorry, John. Just went straight through the gravel for Stewie Hall. Big slide, managed to catch it, but he's going to need to come in for some new tires.
Right, he was 5 seconds away from third position and closing down at about 3 seconds a lap on Jiri Pisarik. Well, they've sent the marked cars to Dennis Lind, 2 seconds to the good now, and took 1.2 seconds last time around out of Sven Muller. Dennis Lind then for Barwell in that 77 bright yellow Lamborghini Huracan GT3, but drama behind him as Stuart Hall's been off the track, and that will have cost him a wee bit of time.
Yeah, Stuart, of course, was trying to catch the Scuderia Praha Ferraris, Jiri Pisarik, and that was the charge, and I suspect he could see the Ferrari up ahead and may well have just taken his eye off the ball, but anyway, it's still 5 seconds is the gap. That's the battle for third place. As you say, 2 seconds separates the leader from Sven Muller, and the leader is the Barwell Lamborghini. And as far as the TCE race is concerned, we haven't mentioned it for a while, but it's still Baz Kooten leading the way as far as TCE is concerned, with the top car, Baz Kooten car number 131, which Loris Plattis is now driving. Thomas Miniberger with the Crossbow is in second place, number 224. And then the third place car currently in the pits, that's Jose Manuel Sapag with the Baforo Motorsport Cupra. He will lose that place in the pits to Marlon Mondon with the Autorama Golf, car number 112, which will take over in third place. What of the AC Motorsport Audi, number 188, James Kay, leading the championship, but currently only 10th in the TCR class, so that's not really where he wants to be in order to get the points that he wants in order to secure the championship for himself. Fabien Dance is just need to work out who else is in the championship and what car they're in. Fabien Dance is in the leading car, of course, so he's currently on with a full load of points, which is going to snatch the title at the final round at this rate. So James Kay looks like, if he doesn't, I mean, anything could happen. We've still got hours and hours and hours to go in the race, over 18 hours to go. But if the race would finish now, James Kay is going to lose out in the European Championship to Fabien Dance.
Wow, okay. So still leading in GT and at the top of the standings. Now this is significant. Dennis Lund coming round to put a lap on the Bohemia Energy Ferrari of Jiri Pisarik, who is in third position at the moment. So that's something we've got to keep an eye on out on the circuit. Watch that bright red number 11 car as it comes round, because Lind is right there, 49.6 last time around. Hendrick still finding pace in the Ferrari, the Wochenspiegel 22 car. That car's best lap of the race, 48.7. This is an equivalent of an evening happy hour right now, Paul, where you've got still heat in the track from the residual of the sun being on it all day, but I think the air temperature has gone down a little bit.
Exactly, yeah, reduced air temperature. Pisarik doesn't put up any fight at all. Dennis Lind comes blazing past him and does indeed put a lap, as you say, on the Scuderia Praha Ferrari car number 11. They were a lap behind anyway. They only got the lap back because of the pit stops which the Lamborghini made during that code 60. So what goes around comes around, I suppose, in a way. Pisarik then, however, I think has to be a bit more worried, rather than by the leader lapping him, by the fact that just behind him at the moment is Stuart Hall in the GPX Porsche. The Gulf-coloured car, number 24, is immediately behind the Ferrari, and I think Stuart Hall is going to be looking for a way past. and that wasn't that car, was it? No, I don't think it was, just going past him. But as I say, Pisaric at the moment being caught hand over fist by Stewie Hall.
I love our listeners and viewers, Paul. Rob Chalmers and Alan Prosser have combined for this one. Alan Prosser with the screen brag saying the wheel isn't coming off in a hurry, and Rob Chalmers working out two guys at 85 kilometres, that's 170 kilograms or 1,667 newtons, applied on a 1.2 metre torque wrench equals 2,001 Newton meters, or 1,475 pounds-feet of pressure
exactly
being applied to that nut. It's not coming off, is it?
Getting a longer one isn't going to make it come off.
A longer one, and everybody here standing on the end of it might be the only thing that gets it to come off. And at that point, you lift the front of the car up before it comes off.
Yeah, that's quite. So, where's Pisaric through? It's nose to tail, isn't it? Yes, I was just, whilst you were describing that, just looking for the battle between Ferrari of Pisaric and Stuart Hall in the GPX car. The screen focusing on the Wochenspiegel Ferrari at the moment in 5th place. Next up in the A6 Pro class is the Ferrari then, going into turn 4 and then back down the hill again, and there's right behind him and taking a very different line into turn 5, and they get very close together as Stuart Hall went up on the inside of the Speed Factory Audi there, and they're both being lapped, attempting to be lapped by Sven Muller with the Hairbeck car.
And Muller's gone through. Stewie Hall let him go through. Didn't need to be fighting the black, red and white car, although he's now flashing his lights because he's chasing down. He's in a battle for position, Stuart Hall, of course, and they're all on the run down towards turn number 10. It all got a bit close for comfort, I would have thought, as Stuart Hall ran out wide at turn 5 to try and dive down the inside of Ernest de Globde, the GSR by Speed Factory Audi driver, the TCR in 6th positioning class at the moment. I'll tell you what, this is getting very interesting indeed, with Stuart Hall really on a tear at the moment. Behind him, there's another car going quickly as well. That's Klaus Bachler, that's the 93 car, the Herberth car.
Yeah, he's a lap behind though, and the other car that's going quick. So we've got some very quick drivers out there.
Is this all down to people who are on different tyre strategies here, Paul? Because you've got Stewie Hall, who's been burning the track up the last few laps, and Bachler's going to drive past him as if he's standing still down at turn 1, and does so. Yeah. And, you know, and he was coming like a train onto the back of... Stuart Hall was coming on the train on the back of Pisaric there.
Bachler came in during the Code 60, as did Henrik Still in the Wochenspiegel Ferrari during the Code 60, whereas Stewie Hall and Jiri Pisaric both stayed out during that Code 60, so their tyres are more used. But I just wonder whether there's something about putting the tyres on, just as we had that little rain shower, whether that has helped the tyre usage somehow. The Sven Muller, Jiri Pisaric is, yes, Sven Muller has now lapped Jiri Pisaric.
Correct.
So that means that Stewie Hall should have a clear run on Pisaric.
Well,
but unfortunately, the Klaus Bachler Porsche has got in between them as well.
Correct. And another car going quickly is Pierre Caffer. 1:48.6 is that car's fastest lap of the race for Car Collection Motorsport, the bright orange Audi, the number 88 car.
And that's the first time that Caffer's been in the car. He's just done... well, he got in the car during the Code 60. That was another car that stopped when the Code 60 was happening. Pierre Caffer was ready. He's got in now, and for the first time, Caffer is now driving that number 88 Car Collection Audi, and taking nothing away from the other drivers, but Caffer is the only pro in that team. Jürgen Hering, Taki Constantinou and Tim Muller, all AMs. Simon Reicher, who did a double stint at the beginning of the race, is a semi-pro, and so therefore he's kind of the second quickest, but Pierre Caffer very rapid indeed. Dennis Lind all over the curbs there as he was going around that last lap. He's opened up a gap of between to 8 seconds now, but Stewie Hall, nothing at all. I mean, he's right on the tail once again of Pasaric, having tried once and then got some traffic. Then he got lapped by 3 cars coming past him. That's prevented him from being able to attack the Ferrari, but I think all should be well now and he should be able to go past.
I've been watching the number 902, Tom Dillman, behind the wheel of the Team Webhead's 991 Cup car, 4th position at the moment. That is not a happy Porsche. That, I think, we know that there was an incident there which was being investigated as Stuart Hall comes up the outside and round the outside and takes the 3rd place.
Made it look easy in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, he did once he got there. Still trying to clean his tyres up from being offline. I think that may have been an issue that dropped him a little bit of pace. He was waving around just before the braking area of turn 10. 31 coming up behind Pisarik is, of course, not on the same lap, so that won't be a pass for position. That's Lance David Arnold in the Frickadelli racing car, the red and white Porsche.
Yeah, that was
He's
the car
now down in 30th position. He's just gone up to 29th, in fact.
Yes, lost a lot of ground after the 2 punctures and then the damage to the inside rear arch and the floor of the car, which meant that's why that car is so far back down the field.
Mark Carr's back in with Kurt Oyser at the wheel. That was the car that they couldn't get the left front wheel off, and that car has driven straight into the garage. It didn't drive in the garage, it pulled up on the apron, then stopped and then was pushed in. That's what you have to do. Just to go back to the thought about the 902 car, it's not a happy Porsche at the moment. It had a bang round the front end and had to have the front rubber skirt on the front of the car replaced. Also, the steering wheel's not straight either, so I think that's had a bit more of a thud up the front than perhaps we realised when it came into contact with, let's say, the 869. Was it the 869, the Hoffa racing car? Yes, it was.
Yeah, the Hackrow car.
Not seen as if there's been any blame apportioned to that yet.
869's team manager has asked to go and see race control. We haven't had anything other than that come up, though.
Right.
Yet.
Sounds rather ominous, though, doesn't it, if it's only the one team manager.
A lot of traffic still for Dennis Lind to deal with in the Lamborghini. So it's a good thing about getting a lot of traffic on one part of the circuit is that you get a little bit of a breather around the rest of the circuit and potential to set some quicker laps, and just confirming that that fastest lap of the race is now in the hands of the Barwell Lamborghini with a 1 minute 47.378.
Correct.
Fastest lap of the race. Not as quick as the 2018 race fastest lap, which was to a car that's not here this weekend, so I won't talk about it, but the time was a 1:46.988.
Another new fastest lap for the Ligier GS2, leading SP4, 1:59.3, so under 2 minutes for that car. Matthias Santis in the Nordschleife for Racing number 526, so still some times to be pulled in there. True Racing, Klaus Angerhofer in the KTM GTX 217, 1:54.8. So the track conditions still good enough to get some times out there. This is good stuff. And we do like that Ligier as well. That's growing on me, that car. It really is. Let's go to Shea Adam. He's got some updates. We've been talking about people who are going fast, Shea, but there's still people in the pit lane with long-term problems.
Or not in the pit lane as it is. This is the pit box for the number 1 Aston Martin Pro Sport Performance. You might notice there's something missing. The car. It's not actually here. They share this pit box with Baskuden Racing, so they've moved the car back out of the way behind the garage. No work looks like it's being done on that Aston Martin, though, but they're very considerate to their TCR cohorts with whom they share this garage, who, by the way, are leading the TCR class.
Bad news for followers of Aston Martin. Sarah Rigby won't be happy with that. Beginning to get a bit worried about Jiri Pisarik. The guys at TV have been watching him and his lap times are going out. 1:53.874 last time around. He's 4 and 5 seconds slower than the cars around him. Now, in fairness to Jiri, he's not as quick a driver as Stuart Hall and Sven Miller and Dennis Lind and Henrik Steele and Klaus Bachler. But 5 seconds, is that a bit too much for Jiri, do we think, Paul?
So I think it's more the fact that there was a period when the track wasn't offering as much grip. There's still a lot of traffic around, and I think it's, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things without actually going and talking to somebody, whether that is an issue or not. But very often it's when conditions are a bit challenging that the pro drivers come into their own.
Well, let's follow Jiri around for a lap or two. An avoidable collision causing an incident. So the 869 BMW hitting the Webheads car. That has been given a 15-second time penalty. He's just going to cross the start-finish line. Let's listen in to Jiri. Very quiet engine on the Praha car. The turbo charger kicking in. Now he's coming down the hill. Now that was down to 7, now up through 9. It's not revving it. No lights on the dashboard that I can see either. He's not getting the shift lights. He's still got the rear screen. I'm not sure all is well with that car, Paul. He doesn't seem to be revving it a lot, and I can't see any electronic information on the dashboard, any information on the electronic dashboard. So maybe Jiri is struggling with a little problem there. He's had a relatively clean lap here. Let's see what his lap time is. 53.9 last time around. So he goes under us now and goes across the line. Well, that was a 51.2, so he's picked the pace up a little bit.
That's the fastest lap of this stint for Jiri Pisarik. So he's 26 laps into the stint. Stewie Hall, who's gone past him, is going to have to pit within the next couple of laps, I would have thought, for more fuel in the GPX car. So that will hand the third place at least back to the Ferrari. But increasingly, it does look like the Lamborghini and Porsche ahead are pulling ahead, and as we mentioned, they are now a lap ahead, which is what they were before the Code 60, but they've managed to get in under the Code 60, get the fuel, get the tyres, or get the tyres in the case of Barwell, not in the case of the Porsche, Herbert. But they've also got that lap back, so...
Yeah. They've got the pit stop under their belts, yeah.
Having said it's a 4-car race, perhaps it's only a 2-car race between Lamborghini and Porsche, but certainly the Porsche and Ferrari not that far adrift.
It's amazing on what such small things that these races can turn. Well, there's rear lights and brake lights on the Lamborghini, so if there is an electrical issue, it's nothing particularly, it's not manifesting itself outside. And his rear view camera is definitely still working. Onto the start-finish line again. Relatively short lap here at just over 2.8 miles. So we'll get another look at Jiri's lap times, 52.3. All right, with a bit of traffic, we'll take that.
Just looking, whilst you've been looking at Jiri Pisarik, James Kay's problems.
Do carry on.
Okay. James Kay's problems in the 188 AC Motorsport Audi. He's 10th in the class. Not only does that give him a problem as far as Fabian Dance in the TCR Drivers' Championship, but in the overall Drivers' Championship, Dan Wheeler and Alan James could be seeing all their Christmases coming at once, because they said before they came into this it was going to be a long shot, but Dan and Alan, currently leading the A3 class, if they can keep going, will be able to get a hatful of points, and that's going to be very good for them. Meanwhile, John, another car in the gravel.
Yeah, this is the Nordschleifer Racing Peugeot that's gone off the 172 car. Bit of damage on the 77, the lead car as well, with Dennis Lind losing part of the left rear wheel arch, and that's also
where the puncture was.
Oh,
and
good
where
point.
That Zeus fastener was.
The Zeus fastener wasn't fastened back on. You're absolutely right. Well remembered, Paul. And that is fouling behind the 77's diffuser as well. Meantime, the Porsche is steaming, and the Peugeot, excuse me, is steaming, and I dare say its driver is as well in the 172. It's been an up and down day for the guys in the Nordschleifer. It's Maxim Aronov, who's 7th in TCR.
He has run off, hasn't he?
He has. Maximum Aronov. He could have done with a bit more runoff there, and he wouldn't have hit anything. We'll leave that now.
That car was the one that stopped out on the circuit in night practice, remember, last night, and caused us a code 60. And they've got a rescue unit come to tow it out of the way. And meanwhile, expecting a code 60, we've got Dennis Lind into the pits. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got one spot available, but the KTM GTX is going for that. Dennis Lind then with more fuel going in. Of course, this is making up for the fact that they only got half a tank full in the last time they went in with the code 60.
Yes, good point.
And you can see now, John, how close, how long those hoses are, because the crossbow's gone miles away. No, not the crossbow, the GTX KTM has gone miles away from the tank, but the hose
So why is everybody parking so close together then?
well, there's little white marks on the tarmac, which is where
Right.
you're supposed to park. But of course, if you're the front one,
Have they had those long hoses on all weekend?
Yes.
They haven't just put them on.
No,
and people have discovered
they've
them.
gone all weekend, but they're nicely looped normally, so that you don't.
So do you think people have just realised that they've got big long hoses?
As I say, I think you're supposed to stop where the little white line is.
We have got a queue
You've
for
got a
me.
queue because we've got one car that's in the queue. I think that's the 978 Speed Lover Porsche, Dominic Bastion's car, which was waiting for a free pump, of
He's
which
now
there
got
is
two.
now one. And the battle for the lead is going on in the pit lane again. And Dennis Lind took longer to get his fuel than the Sven Muller car did. How about that? 2 changes.
But here's the
in
thing,
pit
the
lane.
77 car will go straight through this time because it took tyres last time. So
No, they're waving at him. They want him in.
Lind didn't take tyres, took tyres last time, and the Herbert, it's a driver change. Driver change for Herbert, and I think. Well, where's Shea?
I'm at the Lambo.
Right, excellent. Is
So
it just
for-
going to be tyres there, Shea?
Tires, drinks bottle change for Barwell, and they have removed the bit of the wheel well arch that was dragging behind the left rear of the car, but that is not the portion that wasn't fastened by the Zeus clip. The Porsche has gone past, so a faster stop for Herbert, even though they did a driver change.
Yeah, should be able to do your driver change in the time that it takes you to do your tyres. Meantime, Paul's watching the fuel station.
Well, it was the refueling bit where the Lamborghini took longer than the Porsche, which is surprising because the Lamborghini actually has to take on, where's my list that has the refueling on? The Lamborghini takes 48 litres, the Porsche only gets 45 litres, but I'm surprised because the 6 seconds that it was supposed to have added on didn't seem to happen.
Shea is with the Scuderia Praha pit stop.
Bohemian Energy Scuderia Praha car comes in, and it is Joseph Krull getting back in behind the wheel. I checked in with the team a few minutes ago, and they said there was nothing wrong with the car. So what looked like it might be an electrical glitch, they weren't worried about. They were laying back in lounge chairs, but they got ready very quickly for this full service pit stop. Fuel, tires, new driver, And the lights fire up on the front of that car. They're very bright on the number 11 Ferrari, as it is now just a foot back out of the pits.
You just wait till it gets dark, then you'll know what bright is. Yeah, the Ferrari lights are certainly pretty bright. Of course, all of this was triggered by that car going into the gravel, the Peugeot TCR car going into the gravel. But we never got a code 60. So everybody was kind of coming in under the assumption that we were going to go code 60, and we haven't done. So
local yellow only.
It was all done with the local yellow, and there is still a yellow flag out there at turn 5 whilst the Peugeot is being recovered. But everybody got full tanks of fuel, full allocations of fuel, if not a full tank. So it would have been 90 litres for Herbert's Porsche, 95 litres for Barwell's Lamborghini, 90 litres for Praha's Ferrari. And the Ferrari of the Rinaldi team, the Wochenspiegel team, that's getting a full 90 litres as well. Although that's been there a little bit too long to get 90 litres, they might have a problem with the Wochenspiegel Ferrari. And as I say, the Code 60 never actually happened. The Peugeot is on its way back, trailing gravel and all sorts on the circuit as it comes, but it's been recovered and it is on its way back.
Also, can report, Paul, that Oyster Racing's Mark II V8 has been into the pits. They have removed the somewhat recalcitrant left front wheel. Either that or they've really cleaned it very well indeed to make it look like it was a new wheel and tyre that had gone on there. I'm pretty sure it was the former, not the latter, and that car is back out with Core Oyster. Well, he brought it in. Let's see if it is him that takes it out. Yes, it is. Core Oyster stays behind the wheel. Klaus Bachler has gone past Stuart Hall. That's a change for third position. So here's how they stand then. At almost 5:45 local time. Daniel Alleman leads for Herbert Motorsport. He's just taken the car over. Dennis Lind has been in the car for about 40 minutes and is 3.2 seconds behind in the Lamborghini Huracan from Barwell, the 77 bright yellow car. Then it's Klaus Bachler for Herbert Motorsport. He's been in the car 53 minutes in third position, and he is a full lap off the lead, and he's now 5 seconds ahead of Stuart Hall in the GPX Racing Porsche. Christian Frankenhout has just moved up into fifth position because of that pit stop from Bohemia Energy, and he is another 22 seconds behind Stuart Hall. But on the same lap, Kral is 11 seconds further back from the Hoffa Racing Mercedes of Frankenhout in fifth. That's sixth position. Seventh is Wochenspiegel. Eighth is Car Collection, number 34. Ninth in the overall is CP Racing, and rounding off the top 10, Pierre Caffer in the 88 car. KTM leads SPX with Laura Kreiheimer behind the wheel of the 216 True Racing car. She started the car, so they've been through their full driver rotation. The team car is in second with Klaus Angerhofer behind the wheel of the 217. And third in SPX, the Team Clickfers.de Porsche, Robin Schranowski is driving that. In 991, Alex Orton in the 980 Race Union Porsche leads from Lionel Amorush in the 912 from Porsche Lorient Racing. And third is the speed lover, it's Nigel Farmer back in that car, the 978. Webheads another 10 seconds further back with Tom Dillman driving the wheels off that car at the moment, but it's not the most pleasant looking of cars, as Alex Autumn is out on the circuit leading that category in the MRS Race Union car.
The Peugeot successfully making its way back to the refueling area. It's got its tank of fuel now. This is a car that caused the flurry of pit stops because everybody thought there was going to be a code 60, but it was all done with a local yellow. But the Peugeot has now got its tank of fuel, and will be going down to have some gravel swept out of the car, I suspect. Meanwhile, on the circuit, we've got the leaders going through, separated by a quarter of a second is all that separates. Daniel Alleman
down the inside, he's got it down into turn one. Dennis Lind once again drafts through, uses the pace. No DRS on these cars, so through he goes. Lind on the dirty side, the right-hand side of the track. Alleman couldn't hold him off, and immediately the Barwell Lamborghini sprints into a lead. Stuart Hall, meantime, has dropped to 6 seconds away from Klaus Bachler. Well, it's all happening now, Paul, isn't it? Amazing what a splash of rain will do. Stuart Hall's just picked up his pace again and put that car's fastest lap of the race in and pulls the gap down between himself and Klaus Bachler to just under 6 seconds. 1:48.9 now, the best for the Gulf-coloured Porsche. But it is Alleman in second now as Lind has gone back to the top. The 77 car, Barwell, back in the lead.
And another change of lead on the circuit. That's not a pit stop change of lead. We had a change of lead in the pits, but that was because the Porsche was quicker to get its fuel, despite having a penalty. Worked that one out to find that out that happened. May have been that Barwell had to mess about a bit in the refueling station. But as I say, the interesting thing was that in fact it was a kind of non-scheduled pit stop for everybody, but because they all thought there was going to be a code 60, but it means that everybody is now on the same refueling schedule except for Klaus Bachler. You were talking about the number 93 car leading the way as far as AM is concerned, A6 AM is concerned, but Klaus Bachler didn't come in during that yellow on the circuit, and so he's going to have to come in for his next fueling stop a little bit earlier. The other car that we're expecting to see in fairly shortly is going to be Christian Frankenhout bringing the Hoffa Racing Mercedes into the pits sometime within the next 15 minutes or so, I think. Stuart Hall just doing the car's personal best, so it's a good performance from Stewie Hall. He'll be making that one count, I'm sure, down in the bar later on. Nicky Pastorelli and Jordan Grogor, both having... Actually, yes, they've both been in the car, haven't they? Jordan started the car, Nicky Pastorelli got in, did a double stint after that. Well, Stuart Hall's just gone faster than the pair of them.
What a beautiful evening it is here.
It is now.
I don't know what everybody was talking about. Thunder, lightning, horrible weather. Strap everything down. And we've got...
Well, that was because it was going to get exciting.
Well... Little wispy clouds, temperatures climbing again. A little bit of weaker sunshine. There's still a little bit of a filter over the sun. So it'll be warming up again. And all thought of any wet tyres has been abandoned for the time being. And it looks absolutely gorgeous out there. We'll be having Andrew down in the pits in about 10 minutes' time. Coming to the end of another race hour. Meantime, Curry has taken over from Rob in London. And thanks to Rob for all his hard work this weekend, looking after us and other live broadcasts. And Curry will take us through at the end of our broadcasting tonight. Just to remind you, if you're watching and or listening, sound and vision through till midnight CET. Then we'll... our TV colleagues stand down and there'll be a selection of onboard cameras on the streaming video. We reconvene at 8 o'clock Central European time Sunday morning with a nice hearty breakfast, a recap of what's happened overnight, and then the run to the checkered flag at midday CET. And by then we should be crowning some champions for the European part of the season.
Aren't you going to have your hearty breakfast before 8 o'clock so that you can then arrive back here?
Heartied.
Heartied.
Yes.
Yes.
That's probably a good idea, Paul, actually.
Yes. Otherwise, we'll go on air at 8 o'clock and I'll be all on my own and you'll be still having your hearty breakfast. Yes, quite. View on board from the Synchro Motorsport Honda, currently in the hands of Dan Wheeler and in the lead of the A3 championship, therefore, and therefore, if that should be the way it remains, in receipt of 28 points for finishing a class in which there is less than 6 starters. Just yes, 28 points in which there were less than 6 starters, and that will take them ahead, by my provisional calculations, of James Kay and Stefan Perrin
Sorry, go on.
in the lead of the overall Drivers' Championship for touring cars.
Right, and who was that you were talking about there?
Dan Wheeler and Alan James.
Excellent, because that's exactly where we're going now. Shea has got Alan James, and will, I'm sure, give him that arithmetic that you've just gone through.
Well, Paul Truswell, on provisional points, has you guys taking the TCE Championship if it stands as it is right now. It's a long way to go. That's the Drivers' Championship overall, I should clarify. The Synchro Motorsport Garage, though, there's a party going on. You guys have music, you've got these comfy chairs, your mechanics are sleeping. It's a good atmosphere in here, isn't it?
Yeah, they're quite relaxed. They're like I say, like Coil Springs, they seem to be well chilled at the moment. It's all going roughly to plan with our average pace that we're trying to do, but driver is settling in okay. We are struggling against pace and overall pace against some of the Beamers, but because we can go a lot longer in our stints than they can, averaging out, it seems to be quite close, which is good. If we come here to race, we don't want to be either a long way in the front or a long way behind. We want to be racing somebody.
But it's harder for you guys because there's only 3 drivers in your car, and every other car in the category has 4 or 5 drivers. So how much more taxing is it for you having to get back in the car over and over and over again?
It's just part of another challenge for us. It's good for us. It's more driving time for us, and we're trying to do a 2-hour stint every time, which the fuel's lasting, but the tyres are kind of struggling this morning or this afternoon with the heat. Now the heat's dropped away, I think we'll be okay with it. Whether we'll all cope as drivers, we'll know a little bit later tonight.
Well, the one you're really going to have to worry about is Matt Neal, of course. You and James have driven together all year long. So how's Matt been fitting in?
Oh, he fits in very well. It's great. There's no pretense with him. He's just part of the team. He's a team member, and he's a great Honda ambassador. To have him with us is quite a privilege for us.
We've noticed that you've got the right side air scoop on the car. It seems to be coming loose a little bit. Typical for you? Worried about it?
No, it has helped a lot. It took about 5 or 6 degrees off our cabin temperature. We're now, I think we're around about 35, 36. We were about 41 this morning, so that's helping a bit. Yeah, we tried it yesterday, but it pulled the window out, but we managed to repair that, and it seems to be holding up now.
How much longer does Dan have in this stint before he'll be handing over to you?
I think it's only about another 10 minutes, maximum of 10 minutes now, so I'll start getting some kit together, and then the fueling guys will go back up, and we'll get ready for that.
Yeah, well then stop talking to me and go get ready to drive your race car.
Thank you, thanks Shane.
Good stuff from Alan Jones there.
Alan James.
Alan James, sorry. Alan Jones used to be a Formula 1 driver.
Became world champion.
Just the once.
It's interesting, drivers tend to let slip occasionally, little things. Synchro only send their refueling guys up to the refueling area when they're going to bring the car in to refuel it. I was having a discussion with somebody last night about actually that's a very bad idea, because if you decide you want to do a refueling under a code 60, you want to go and get there now. So chap said to me, quite aghast, what, you mean we need to have somebody at the refueling area all the time? Well, yes, you do. And the trouble is, of course, because the refueling area is at pit in, you need to have him there ready just in case, because if your car is just coming in through the final turn 15 or through the RACC chicane, then that's then you get the code 60, and if you're in the window, then that may be the very moment to come in, and that's why a lot of the teams will just have their refuelers sitting there all the time on standby, not necessarily ready to go, but certainly potentially ready to go as soon as the car gets into its fueling window. And also, I suppose with the some teams, they do have this extra delay to put on, but there are signs of teams going out. Basically, there's a little camp, a refugee camp of teams who sit just outside the refueling area, but ready to go. And then when they are expecting their car in, then they're allowed to go into the refueling area itself. And maximum of 2 mechanics for each team, and they have to attract the driver's attention, tell him which pump to come to, which little white line they're supposed to line the car up on, and then away they go. And here's the vortex coming in exactly at that moment, and 2 marshals immediately leap up and direct them up to pump number 3, which is where they wanted to stop. Car stops and away they go with the refueling then for the 701, the Vortex, which is currently in the hands of Francesc Gutierrez Agul.
It's a good point you make about the fueling station, Paul. There are teams who will tell all of their drivers, right, when you come at the fueling, I want you to go to X pump if it's open. That's the one you look for. And the last pump is always a good pump to go to because you've got unobstructed run out. And so that was the thing we tried to plan when I did the Creventic race. The last pump is the one you go to. Also, it's the one that people forget about. It gets, if there's a car behind that, you can't quite see it. People dive into the first one that they see. So last pump, and people down there all the time. And you need 2 people to work on the car and fuel it, and you have a 3rd person as a spotter. So it is quite heavy in terms of the requirement of people to be there. And that's, I mean, obviously a spotter can spot for 2 cars, so he hears a radio and says 3 pumps, 2 pumps, 4 pumps free. Sounded like it should have been a nursery rhyme there somewhere. But otherwise you need 2 guys for each of the cars you're going to fuel, and they've got to have the goggles, and they've got to have the helmet, and they've got to have the safety gear, and you must do that. It runs under exactly the same rules as if you were doing it in a normal pit lane, and absolutely correct for that. And one of the guys holds the fireball.
Except for helmet. Only needs to have a fireproof balaclava. They don't need the helmet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
With a 20-kilometre speed limit, they reckon that no harm can come. Although, having said that, Stefan Perrin, who was knocked over in the pit lane yesterday, apparently was saved from further injury by the fact that he was actually wearing his crash helmet at the time. So the Vortex, anyway, is having its fuel put in, and whilst that is going on, we also get the PR&V car coming in to have its refueling done. And I did write down what PR&V stands for, because I found out this morning. It's precision, regularity and vitesse. Although whether that's just one of those things that kind of happened after they thought of the name of PR&V, I'm not sure. But right. On the front of the car, it does say precision, regularity and vitesse. For those non-students of French, vitesse means speed. So precision, consistency, I suppose, and speed is the PR&V. It's the 302 car.
Hello to Moni Elysium, who has made it. 1 pit stop strategy all the way from Daytona to Atlanta. Time for a nap, she says now. Hey, good luck with your studies, buddy. Hope everything's going all right and starting another academic year over there in the US. And best of luck. Our thoughts to everybody in the path of the serious weather that everybody in the States seems to have been following over the last week or so. If it's appropriate and you're asked to evacuate, don't even think twice. Better safe than sorry. And if you've battened down the hatches just in case and you're sitting listening and watching, we wish you the best. This Saturday evening, running through till midday tomorrow, of course, as we head towards 6 o'clock local time. We'll have a rundown for you in a couple of minutes' time in what is becoming a beautiful evening here. Sunset at 8:30 this evening. We'll start with GT this time around. And it is Barwell who lead by just on 11 seconds. And Dennis Lind has done a cracking 56 minutes, let's call it now, here in this stint. He's in second position. It is the Herbert Motorsport guys, and that is Daniel Alleman, then Klaus Bachler for Herbert. So the 2 Herbert cars, second and third, second in Pro and first in AM. The rest of the top 10, all A6 cars, either Pro or AM, with the Bohemia Energy champions elect, remember, sitting down in 6th position with already a lap off the lead. Outside the top 10 in GT, we move to some of the other leaders. Position number 11 is where we find the SPX leaders. Laura Kryhammer back in the True Racing KTM, the 216 car, has just under a full lap on her teammate Klaus Angerhofer. And Angerhofer then in second position. Third in SPX is sitting down at the bottom of the top 20, and that's Kirsten Jonix with the team Clickverse.de. 991 category, that's been a battle all this time as well, with Race Union, the number 980 car from Lionel Amarish in the 912 Lorient car, and just over a lap between those two. Webheads back up to third position after their trials and tribulations. Tom Dillman doing a great stint, and well impressive. 3 seconds and more quicker than the rest of the field in the 991 category. GT4, the Orchid Racing team, just on the outskirts of the top 20 there. That's the third place SPX car, and 1 place ahead of them, Mathieu Santis for Nordschleifer Racing and the Ligier GS2. I suppose it should be GS2, but I'm sure it isn't. Outside the top 20, Oyster Racing have fixed that front wheel for the time being and managed to make the change, and they've gone ahead of the Vortex now in that SPX battle. Zorg Rennsport, the 451 in the GT4 category. GT4 has had a lot of problems in this opening 6 hours. Pro Sport Aston Martin not being worked on anymore. Kit Verscher the same. We haven't had an update on the Orchid Racing team for a while either. We'll get Andrew O'Shea to nip down to that. Let's go to TCE, where the leader has just pitted for Top Car Sport with Baz Cooten. The TCR number 131 that leads in TCE. And Antti Burri has taken over that car. And they will, I reckon, they won't quite hold the lead in TCE. Thomas Miniberger has come around and gone back to the top for SP3 and for the KTM team in the TCE Touring Car Endurance Series. And that has literally just happened as the leader went in. So the top two are reversed now, with RTR ahead of Top Car. Autorama in third, second in TCR, second in SP3, Perfection with their Ginetta, the 345 car. Rest of the top 10 are all TCR cars. The A3 leader just in the fuel stop at the moment. Dan Wheeler coming in to hand over to Alan Jones. As it stands, the Synchro Motorsport drivers would be the TCE Series driving champions. Their second place car, the Fun M Motorsport machine, a BMW in A3, and third in 15th position in A3 is Hoffer, and Michael Bonk is behind the wheel of that car. The guys at the bottom have had their problems. Munkhoff Racing's been in and out a few times. The Nordschleifer Racing Peugeot been off the track a few times, but is still running, and that's how it stands after 6 hours completed. Just coming to 6:05 in the evening, and the gap at the front of the field is 10.8 seconds.
There's a battle on the track, except it's not really a battle on the track, between the two Ferraris, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari and the Wochenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari. They're nose to tail on the circuit, but they're actually separated by a lap, even though they're 6th and 7th places. So it's kind of a bit confusing if you are around the track looking at it, because you see the two Ferraris nose to tail, one with a 6 on the side, one with a 7 on the side, showing their race positions, but they're actually separated by a lap as well. So as and when Hendrik still is able to get past the car of Josef Kral, which I think he probably is going to do, that won't put him into 6th place. It will just put him on the same lap as the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. So John was just going through. In fact, there they go now. Hendrik still has gone through, and where was Josef Kral? He's gone through as well. So yeah, they haven't changed places just yet. So the gap 10 seconds first to second, but then third, fourth, fifth and sixth are all 1 lap behind the race leader, and then seventh is a further 1 lap behind that as Dennis Lind goes through and completes his 187th lap. Not wanting to put any other cats amongst the pigeons, but we are on for what is going to be a record distance by a substantial margin, the rate we're going at the moment. 677 laps were completed last year as the race distance. That was the winning car, the Herbert Porsche, which won last year, did 677 laps. And this year, well, you can start working it out because we've had a quarter of the race and we've already completed 187 laps. So multiply 187 by 4 and you're well over 700 laps. In fact, up towards 740 laps at the rate we're going, depending on how many more Code 6s we're going to have. But thus far, the race has survived over 6 hours on just 1 period of Code 60. I think everybody thought there were going to be 2, but we've only had 1 so far.
Welcome back to the pit lane, Andrew Marriott.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, we don't get blown away by too many drivers or blown off by too many drivers, but Lance David Arnold has just refused to be interviewed, which peeves me a bit. So it gives me the chance to look at the Audi of the 5 Lithuanians. We haven't said too much about the 105 car, have we? But it's been running nice and consistently. It's great to see these guys from 3 different teams in the Baltic TCR Championship all coming together and having their first ever 24-hour race. They've got 1 lady driver amongst them as well, and very efficient looking team. So I might see if I can practice my Lithuanian, because I've got a Lithuanian builder. He's called Darius. Now, I've been in a van with him and he's very quick, so maybe these guys are quite good as well.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew Marriott down there in the pit lane.
I think the lady driver to whom Andrew just referred is the one who's just got out of the car following that pit stop. Anesta Globity is the lady who's just got out of the car. But yeah, it is good to see, as Andrew says, the 5 Lithuanians will try and avoid saying all of their names if we can do, but as far as Christian names are concerned, there are 2 drivers called Rokas. There's Arunias, there's Vitenis, and Ernesta, who's just got out of the car. Other cars from the TCR class, just coming into the pits there is the 101, Ivo Broikers, coming towards the end of his first stint. 6 hours into the race, Ivo in the 101 car, having gone off stealing parts from other cars. Lady. Guy Spessum, Harry Hilder's already having driven the car, so has Luke, and Ivo now having his turn behind the wheel. We can go down to Andrew Marriott, I think now, who's got Ernesta with him.
Well, we'll just wait for Andrew to come back to us down there in the pit lane.
Meanwhile, John was absolutely right in saying that the 131 anti-Bury driven Cupra will lose the lead, did lose the lead in the TCE series. Still leads the TCR class, but the TCE division, the series, he has lost it to Thomas Miniberger in the KTM Crossbow. And as I say, that car is 44 seconds behind, but I think Thomas Miniberger will be headed for the pits fairly shortly in that class. He's been in the car for over an hour and 10 minutes, so the KTM Crossbow does quite good
we had
fuel
a battery
consumption,
failure, and
he'll be into the pits within the next 15 minutes or so, I would have thought.
Let's go back to Andrew. He's had a little pit stop of his own and a top up on power.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to see you Lithuanians all racing here together. You must be really enjoying this.
Yes, I have a lot of fun in my stint, and I'm very happy.
Is there a racing circuit in Lithuania? Is there a racetrack in Lithuania?
Yes, we have one track, but it's not so good like Barcelona.
How long have you been racing? How long have you been racing?
10 years.
You've had quite a lot of success in the TCR car, I believe.
In TCR car, I race in about 3 years, just.
Well, it's great to have you there, and I do love your hair. It looks absolutely great. Thank you very much.
Only Andrew. Stuart Hall going very rapidly indeed in the GPX car. I said already that he'll be asking for some beers from his co-drivers. Well, he just set the fastest lap again not the fastest lap of the race, but the fastest lap for that car, the GPX Porsche. Stuart Hall having on that previous lap done a 1 minute 48.830, and as I say, that's faster than either Jordan Roger or Nicky Passarelli has done earlier during the race. Although Stuart coming, actually no, he's not, because he came in when there was that yellow flag, when they were trying to retrieve the Peugeot, stayed in the car. So he's been in the car now for something over an hour and a half, and will therefore have to come into the pits at some point, probably before the fuel runs out, because he's got a full tank of fuel aboard, and he'll have to come in order to change driver when he gets to his 2-hour driving limit. 2 Mercedes AMGs in the pits at the moment, GT3s, one from Hoffer Racing, one from CP Racing, both from the A6 AM class. The Hoffer Racing car currently second in A6 AM. The CP Racing, disappointment for them, Charles Espenlaub down in 5th place in the A6 AM class at the moment. The car hasn't really done anything wrong, but I have to say the quality of the A6 AM class here in Barcelona this weekend has been very high indeed, and the regular team from CP Racing, as I say, to my knowledge, had any mistakes or been off the circuit or any long pit stops, but such has been the competitiveness that they've been pushed down now to 10th place overall, as I say, 5th in the A6 AM class. The Hoffer Racing car, having had its own dramas during the free practice or through the test session earlier in the week, is going a bit more strongly, but hasn't yet had the full set of drivers. Wim Spinnoy has been in the car. Michael Kroll has not yet, though. Both of those A6 AM cars running as neutral A6 AMs, but that still gives them 30 kilograms of an advantage on the A6 Pro class cars. Means they can run a little bit longer on their fuel allowance. Hoffer completing their fuel and heading down to their pit garage, where that looks like Kenneth Heyer, who's about to get into the car. And Andrew Marriott can tell us about the stop, because he's there.
Well, firstly, I confirm Kenneth Heyer has got into the car. Christian Frankenhout has just climbed out after a good stint. You know, I think Christian's an absolute super driver from Holland. Used to be involved, or might still be involved in the coffee business, actually. Because Chantal Roll drives the car. That's the roar of the V8 Mercedes engine that goes out. Let me just see if I can dive in and get Christian after he's got his crash helmet off. And indeed, just dropping back into the garage, and I'll try and make eye contact in a minute. So Christian gets his crash helmet off now, and Christian, how was that stint for you? It's coming back to you a bit now.
Yeah, luckily I don't. We just missed the code 60, so it was sadly not so good, but for the rest we have a good race until now.
I was talking to the guys from CP Racing with their Mercedes, and they found the setup when the racetrack was really hot was very difficult.
Yeah, I think it's for everyone it's difficult. I think if it's colder then it would be better, but we have to see.
What's the plan now? I don't think Michael Kroll has driven the car yet, has he?
Sorry?
Michael hasn't driven the car yet.
No, not yet. I think he will do the next stint after, and then he will be in the car. So yeah, then he's up to it.
Very good. Well, you go and have a rest, and I'm sure you're going to be doing a big stint in the night as usual.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Andrew.
Looking forward to that, obviously.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of struggling with the conditions, but it's interesting how the drivers kind of say, well, yeah, we just have to go with what we've got. I suspect actually that Michael Kroll might not drive till tomorrow morning. Sometimes in the early morning is when Michael does drive the car before it gets too warm, rather than having to drive the car at night. But as Christian was saying there, Kenneth Higher and Christian will probably do the bulk of the nighttime racing, although Wim Spinoy, who's a new arrival on the Mercedes scheme, was racing the new GT4 Mercedes at Zolder a few weeks ago, and is now getting involved with the Hoffer racing team, so he'll be in the car as well at some point, I would think.
Antti Burry having taken the lead of TCR and the TC endurance part of the race, coming to put a lap on the 101, and that is because Thomas Miniberger has gone into the pit lane for fuel in the 101, by the way. That's Harry Hilders in the Cupra TCR, down in 9th position.
Yeah, that's
normally the NKPP driver, Harry. We've mentioned this a couple of times before, but I accept that people will be joining us at different times. The NKPP car is here. In fact, there's a bit of the NKPP car on that 101 because they swapped the steering wheel over.
Yes, I'm not quite sure if Andrew's going to be able to get the story from the man himself, but Ivo Breukers out of the car, Harry Hilders having started the car, and as I say, there was then a problem with the gear shift paddle on the car that they started, so Ivo went off and stole the steering wheel off the NKPP car.
Liberated it, Paul. He didn't steal it. It's not theft anyway, because there's no intent to permanently deprive.
I can't vouch for that either way, I'm afraid.
I placed before the court.
Yes, quite. Anyway, there is a story there, but that's why the 101 car has lost time. Not often that we see the Red Camel car back in 9th place in TCR, but that's where it is at the moment. I suppose the one consolation that they can take is that, no, in fact, they're not even ahead of the AC car. They're 30 seconds now following that pit stop. They're 30 seconds behind James Kay in the AC Audi. Of course, from Ivo's point of view, he has championship pretensions as well. Ivo Breukers, currently in the TCE Drivers overall champion. Ivo is 5th. Although he is a few points away behind Vincent Rademacher, Fabian Dantz. But the Red Camel Jordans.nl team are 4th in the overall standings, 3rd in the TCR standings. That's their team position in the championship. Just a reminder, this is the final round of the European Championship in Barcelona this weekend, as the pit stop for the Autorama Golf is in progress at the moment. Marlon Mondon getting out of the car, and that's the Autorama car in 3rd place in TCR at the moment.
Andrew is watching that stop.
Yeah, and their fastest driver, I believe, Benny Lauter, has just got into the car. Short of stature, but plenty of speed. And off he goes, back into the race, into the Autorama car. Nice to have that at Creventic. I think it's one of our several new teams we've got, John, haven't we, this weekend?
Autorama have done a good job this season. Everything that's been thrown at them, they've accepted it and went on with it. I think they had to do an engine change earlier on in the year and still managed to win the race. Have they always run 2 cars, Paul? I
no,
don't think
no,
so.
I think this is the first time that they've run 2.
The 112 car has been the car I think that we've seen the most of those drivers.
Yes.
And that, as I say, is in 3rd place at TCR actually, as it rejoins at the moment. Been a few stops.
It is the 112 car, which is the one which currently leads the TCR Teams Championship for Europe at the moment.
A quick tweet from Simon Tibbett says, brutal here, temperature's been super high in the car, the aircon wasn't working at all, not even a fan in my stint. He's running on the Zogren Sport BMW, says that the windows are fixed and no vents. The BMW's still running strong though. It sounds like he's absolutely cream cracket. Oh, I'll tell you, mate.
I've got a bit of an explanation for what's gone on at Barwell.
Right.
Because the previous stop, when Adrian Amstutz got into the car, they only got 15 litres into the car.
Right.
But there was a problem with the pump, it would seem. And so during the Code 60...
First team to report that.
No, quite. And I think there are certainly favoured pumps that people go to, and some of the other cars have also had some problems. So they then had to come in anyway during the Code 60, but they were able to get more fuel in then. So bit of bad luck and then good luck for Barwell, and it does leave them in the lead of the race. Dennis Lind extending his margin over Daniel Alleman to the point now where his lead is 20 seconds. And Dennis continuing to gain over the German in the Herbert car to the tune of about a second per lap. Daniel Alleman's Swiss, isn't he? So the
yes, Hop Swiss.
The Swiss driver in the German team. Stuart Hall consolidating his position in third place, but still a lap behind. And he's now some 46 seconds ahead of Josef Kral at the wheel of the Bohemia Energy Racing Ferrari, which you were expressing some question over the pace of Jiri Pisaric.
Yeah.
Certainly Josef Kral's pace, nothing wrong with that at all. His lap times certainly as quick as they need to be, and Josef still about halfway into his stint, so he's got a long way to go yet on his current tank of fuel.
In the pit lane at the moment, the Ginetta is getting a wash and brush up. This is Perfection Racing, second in their class, seventh in the division being the touring car endurance side of the race. They're just waiting for what? Is it the left rear on that car that isn't going, or have they not quite got the driver bolted in? I think it's the driver they're still trying to sort out, just waiting to let the car down off the jacks. Now it must be something going on. They've got a bit of a leak as well at the left rear. I saw them adding some more liquid into that as well, and I thought that was incidental. Maybe it wasn't. Well, we are a couple of hours before sundown here. That will change the whole atmosphere of the race. We've had a steady stream of people just underneath us today, Paul. Those on top of the pit buildings have thinned out a little bit as they've drifted off to have a look around the paddock and such like, but steady stream of people standing watching down below us, and we're getting to that time of night once the sun goes down. Saturday night, people will have a late dinner and then come out here about midnight or 11:30 or something like that.
It often happens that way. It's a constant stream of people coming into the circuit, and it's good to see. And I had a little bit of a walk around myself this morning where you can get around onto some of the spectator areas, and all of the grandstands are open. There's a bit of a walk to get to some of them, but with none of the normal ticket offices open, entrances open, but nevertheless there are some great spectator viewing spots around the place, and different angles as well that you can kind of view cars from, so you're not always kind of looking at the side of the car from a number of the different grandstands. You can be looking down on the car as they come up and over some of the little rises. Quite an undulating circuit here at Barcelona. The camera is focusing at the moment on the race leader in